Douluo, starting from the spirit of time worm, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Hunting and Mercenaries. The honey badger-like monster stared at the colorful snake. With a fierce light in its small eyes, it stretched out its claws from time to time to scratch the other party. The coiled colorful snake opened its mouth wide, and its upper body trembled, as if it could pounce at any time. The snake's endurance seemed to be poor. After a tense struggle, it showed a look of fatigue. The honey badger seized the opportunity and suddenly pounced. A layer of yellow halo appeared on its fur, which was a defensive skill. The colorful snake sprayed a poisonous mist, blocking the front, and its teeth flashing with cold light bit down fiercely on the body of the honey badger. The fangs pierced the fur and continuously injected venom. The honey badger made a mistake. It misjudged the state of the snake-shaped monster and failed to bite the opponent's neck, making it unable to fight back. But it doesn't matter. In addition to defense, it also has a strong immunity to snake venom. However, there are certain risks, and immunity also has a limit. The two sides entered into a melee, and the honey badger had the upper hand. Before the poison took effect, it successfully tore its opponent into two pieces. It bit the head of the venomous snake and stopped attacking only after it was sure that the opponent was completely dead. Swallowing such a monster at the same level is extremely beneficial to its growth. It can not only speed up the level increase, but also help it break through the original talent limit and reach a higher level. This is why it is willing to risk its life to hunt such dangerous prey. Of course, breaking through the limit is only a possibility, which is very small. How can it be so easy to break the shackles of talent if it can do this often? Every stage of growth is the same. Then the originally slim chance will increase a lot. The honey badger took out a green crystal from the bitten head of the colorful snake. This is its magic core. The magic core on the Daoki continent is also called magic crystal and the prototype of elixir, etc. As the name suggests, this is an energy crystal core in the body of the monster, which is filled with extremely violent energy of heaven and earth. For humans, magic cores usually need to go through a series of processing and be refined into pills before they can be digested and absorbed by humans. However, the body structure of magic beasts is special, unlike humans, and they can be swallowed directly. It's just that the efficiency of energy absorption and utilization is not as high as that of pills. Not all magic beasts have energy crystals such as magic cores in their bodies. There is a certain probability. This honey badger seems to have good luck. After eating the magic core, it hugged the body of the snake and began to chew it, as if chewing a big spicy strip. As it chewed, its body gradually stiffened, twitched and fell to the ground, and then stopped moving. The immune system in the honey badger's body is fighting fiercely with toxins. In addition to the possibility of death from excessive toxins, when the immune system resists the snake venom, the body will become stiff and unable to respond to the outside world, which is also a major danger. That's why it is so cautious. Even though it has immunity. The spirit worm quickly crawled over. This is the opportunity he was waiting for. It took advantage of the honey badger-like magic beast being unable to move and drilled into the other's ear and into the brain. It exudes a hazy grey light, and its body is slightly illusory, as if it is sinking into the water and slowly sinking, merging with the brain. It grows a series of silk-like tentacles on its body, densely scattered throughout the host's brain, completing the initial parasitism. Then, the soul worm embedded in the brain began to become illusory, and finally turned into a spirit body. Although the honey badger could not control its own soul, it still launched a counterattack when it was invaded. Under Amon's control, the soul worms that split off specialized souls, so their soul strength is higher, more than 20% of the original body. The soul worm and the soul of the honey badger began to fight. One is not an opponent, and it is difficult to carry out deep parasitism. More soul worms are coming, and they enter the body of the honey badger in the same way, eroding its soul. The soul of the honey badger resisted desperately, but it still couldn't resist more and more soul worms. Its body twitched slightly and then returned to calm. There was a circle of white circles on the originally black hair around the right eye point. With the efforts of the 5 spirit worms, the soul of the honey badger was controlled, and the deep parasitism was successful. Amon successfully harvested the first puppet with a certain combat power. With the support of this combat power, the hunting range of Amon and his team has expanded. In this area, where second level monsters are rare and there are mostly first level monsters, there is a first level puppet. He has a lot of room for operation, and no longer needs to look for the old, weak, sick, disabled and young point. This honey badger is the strongest combat force under Amon's command now, and naturally became his body's vehicle and bodyguard point. In addition to this honeypot shaped monster, other spirit worms also have gains. Some successfully ambushed several ordinary crows without any fighting spirit fluctuations, parasitized them, and turned them into puppets, so Amon has more aerial vision. Although aerial reconnaissance is not as detailed as a search network formed by spirit worms, the search range is wide enough to easily determine the approximate activity range of certain monsters, with the honey badger as the nemesis of venomous snakes. Amon naturally focused his search on those venomous snakes. Listing venomous snakes as targets can not only bring out the honey badger's venom resistance, but also use their venom to challenge stronger targets after successfully parasitizing. Not all monsters have strong venom resistance point anyway. It was just a puppet. If it died, it would only mean the loss of a spirit worm. Just let the clone split it. Amon didn't care about the loss of soul at all. With the soul-eating talent, he could easily make up for it. However, the loss of cultivation became a small problem. He didn't have the method of directly devouring other creatures to quickly increase his strength. The growth of cultivation had to rely on honest practice. Even if the clone didn't have to worry about the foundation and only cared about the present, and improved as quickly as possible, it would take a certain amount of time to change the fighting spirit from 1 section to 2 sections, and then split it. Half a day later, the snake venom in the honey badger's body had been almost eliminated. Its body seemed to have suffered a lot of trauma and needed to be cultivated. This made Amon give up the idea of using it to hunt the snake monsters that were discovered and monitored by the spirit worms. A good tool must be used to the maximum extent. Now it is in the initial stage of development and cannot be wasted at all. In the forest in the early morning, a thin mist floated in the forest like a veil, covering the entire forest with a mysterious veil. Occasionally, a few rays of sunlight penetrated the dense leaves, casting golden rays of light. After the honey badger, Amon obtained 4 more puppets, 2 red-bodied snake-shaped monsters with ice attributes, which contained cold poison and had the effect of freezing blood, a short, red-skinned, ugly-looking monkey-like monster, and a bird-like monster with 2 pairs of wings and a slender body. Among them, the ape monster is the strongest, having reached the advanced level of the first order. Amon used a full 10 spirit insect clones to control it. It also replaced the honey badger and became the favorite puppet of the main body. 5 first order monsters with a unified will, who would act together, fearless and able to cooperate with each other, are already considered a tyrant in this area, where the strength of monsters is generally not strong. In addition, there are poisonous snake monsters in this strange group, so some second order monsters will not be easily provoked, and Amon's safety problem has been initially solved. He wanted to continue to expand his group of magic beasts and snatch the first level herbs that can assist cultivation from other magic beasts to speed up his growth. However, the accident of this day disrupted his plan. A spirit worm found traces of humans after knowing that the world he traveled through was battle through the heavens and solving the safety problem of the main body. The question he always cared about was what time it was now. The sooner he could determine this, the sooner he could make plans and develop himself better and faster. So, the 4-winged bird magic beast set out with a group of crows to find those humans. As for whether to contact them, it depends on the specific situation. In the silent forest, a team of people walked quietly, with a pair of vigilant eyes constantly sweeping through the dark places in the surrounding trees, holding the weapons on their waists, ready to deal with the surprise attacks of magic beasts at any time. High in the sky, the 4-winged big bird had sharp eyes and good eyesight through the long distance, tightly locking the mercenary team. It didn't get too close to the mercenary group. A magical beast, even if it was only the first level, would arouse the vigilance of these generally weak mercenaries in a closer place. crows with white circles around their eyes were surrounded in groups of 3 or 2 in all directions of the team, in front, behind, on the left, and on the right. A crow stroked its right eye socket with its wings, with an interesting look in its eyes. Mercenaries. Interesting. In the center of the mercenary team, there was a handsome young man, obviously the leader of this team. He had no weapons in his hands, and his expression was slightly relaxed compared to the tension of others. Deputy Captain Mushi, I have had an ominous feeling since just now, as if I have been stared at by something. The person walking in the front was a little uneasy. Mushi stopped, looked around, held his breath, and all the others stopped moving, staring at different directions. Maybe it's an illusion. Let's keep going. The captain has given a death order. We must bring back a wood magic core. You don't want to make the captain angry, right? Well, of course. One person said embarrassedly. The captain's temper is not very good, and a first level wood magic core is not a difficult task. If you can't complete it, you will definitely have a bad time when you go back. In the forest about 100 meters away from them, a hunchbacked ape pinched his right eye socket and whispered to himself, Mushi, this name seems familiar. Chapter 327 Blizzard Demon Ape. Amon began to look through his memories and soon found information about him in the depths of his memories. According to the original timeline, Mushi, as the head of the Wolf Head mercenary group, was a 2-star Dao master. When he appeared, he was also a small boss in the early stage, and he chased Xiao Yan into a panic, forcing him to hide in the depths of the Monster Mountain range. TSK. I don't know if it's him. If it's really him, judging from the mercenaries addressed to him just now, he is not the head of the Wolf Head mercenary group yet. That means there is still some time before Xiao Yan goes to the Monster Mountain range for training. This is good news. The earlier the timeline, the more convenient it is for me to make arrangements. So, I'm now in the outskirts of the Monster Mountain range, close to Kingshan Town. Amon analyzed in his mind. Although he said it might be an illusion, Mushi was alert, pulled out the big knife on his back, and held it in his hand. He also felt that he was being watched. This was a special intuition formed by walking on the edge of life and death several times. Most mercenaries are very sensitive to sight, and they can often find the peeper by such intuition after being stared at for a long time. But although the intuition worked this time, it felt that the sight came from all directions, as if surrounded by a large number of enemies. If the commander had not given a death order and had to hunt a first level wood magic core, he would probably start to consider retreating, based on the principle of caution. Thinking of the commander's order, Mushi snorted angrily, thinking to himself, damn old man, I will kill you sooner or later. Amon waited patiently and eavesdropped for a long time, but he didn't hear any useful information from them. He thought about it and decided to cause some trouble to this team and find a chance to get himself a human body. It's not a good idea to always be with wild beasts in the mountains. Only by entering human society can we get more information and find more opportunities. The main body got out of the ape's body, slowly crawled into the body of the snake-shaped monster, and moved its position. The ape ran to the depths of the forest, where there was the only second-level monster nearby. When it came to the place that had been specially recorded long ago, a huge white ape appeared in the eyes of the ape. Unlike the one that Amon parasitized, the other party was 3 meters tall, covered with snow-white long hair, with 2 sharp fangs protruding from its ferocious mouth, and a pair of blood-red eyes, exuding a tyrannical breath. Second-level monster, Blizzard Demon Ape. The giant ape was lying in an open space near the mountain wall. It was sleeping on the bed, and when it heard the noise, its ears moved, it opened its eyes alertly, and quickly got up. When it saw the hunchbacked ape, it immediately let out a huge roar. It had an impression of the ape in front of it. Although its level was not high, its fighting power was very strong. It seemed to be the leader of that strange little group. The ape controlled by Amon also roared at it, full of provocation. The Blizzard Demon Ape was irritable by nature, and its little rationality was immediately drowned by anger after being provoked. No, it rushed over with bloodshot eyes. The hunchbacked ape ran away, leading it to the direction of the mercenaries. The breath of the Blizzard Demon Ape made the first level monsters on the road dare not act rashly. They quickly approached the mercenary group in the pursuit and escape. The Blizzard Demon Ape lost the hunchbacked ape in the end, but was provoked by a honey badger. It angrily chased the honey badger with white eyes all the way to the path where the mercenaries were. Oh no, it's a second level monster, the blizzard demon ape. A mercenary's face changed. The strongest in their team was only Mushi, a 9-star fighter. When they encountered a second level monster like the blizzard demon ape, although they were not completely defeated, forcing a fight would inevitably lead to considerable casualties. The blizzard demon ape, in a rage, saw the crowd and attacked without hesitation. Its claws slammed heavily on the hard shell-like material on its chest, making a clanging sound. Its legs moved, and white energy gathered on its clenched fists. It punched the nearest mercenary, who was unable to dodge and flew backwards with a scream, vomiting blood from his mouth. His chest collapsed, and he was doomed. Such a scene caused a panic among the mercenaries. They shrank back and dared not move forward, which further boosted the arrogance of the blizzard demon ape. Don't panic, it's just a second level monster. There are so many of us, and we are not without the ability to fight, Mushi shouted, trying to stabilize the morale of the troops. However, his encouragement did not play any role. The most important thing for a mercenary to last long is, you must be afraid of death. The fearless young man had long been killed by the monster as cannon fodder. What Mushi said was indeed right. They could kill this second level blizzard demon ape with concerted efforts, but who would go first, before the opponent's condition declines? The first person to go will definitely die. No one wants to sacrifice and benefit others in vain. Mushi's eyes swept coldly over the people who were retreating further and further behind, and he suddenly kicked the person who retreated in front of him. The man rushed forward unexpectedly. The blizzard demon ape's right hand slapped him in a claw-like shape. The unlucky mercenary was quick-witted and rolled to avoid this while pushing the man forward to attract attention. Mushi also moved. He clenched the big knife and suddenly slashed at the monster's flank. Wind blade dance. This is the low-level Zuan level fighting skill that Mushi just mastered. In order to deal with this powerful enemy, he took out his best skills. The after images of blue swords kept reappearing, and finally they became simple and condensed into one, overlapping with the sword in Mushi's hand. The blizzard demon ape was a little careless because of their previous retreat and was attracted by the man kicked out by Musnake, so they didn't react for a while. Musnake himself had reached the peak of the 9-star fighter and was on the verge of breaking through. With the blessing of Zuan level fighting skills, he actually opened a large hole in the abdomen of the blizzard demon ape with one blow. The demon ape suffered from pain and became more violent, trampling to death the unlucky mercenary who had not been beaten to death just now, but did not stay away. What are you still doing? Mushi shouted to the remaining mercenaries with Musnake in front of him. The danger was greatly reduced. Only then did the mercenaries gain the courage to attack together. While the mercenaries stepped forward, Mushi quietly retreated to the end. Snake, you. A mercenary discovered this situation, but it was too late to evacuate at this moment. The extremely angry blizzard demon ape waved his arms wildly and threw out white energy balls from his hands. The energy ball is formed by condensation of white cold air with a weak freezing effect. Although it is impossible to control people for too long in such a battle, a delay of 1 or 2 seconds is the difference between life and death. One after another, the mercenaries died out of unwillingness and fear and cursed Musnake. The number of mercenaries has been greatly reduced, and the wounds on the blizzard demon ape are increasing. The mercenaries all had a fierce feeling in their hearts. The blizzard demonic ape wanted their lives, and when the time came to avoid it, they would bite back, even if they died. Under the dying counterattacks of the mercenaries, the blizzard demon ape finally felt fear, and there was a hint of clarity in his eyes, filled with blood and violence. It wanted to leave, but Mushi and the remaining mercenaries refused to let him go. You have already paid such a high price. How can you get nothing? Mushi winked, and several mercenaries blocked the blizzard demon ape's retreat. Most of those who had just been tricked to death were close to the head of the group or neutral, while the rest were Mushi's direct subordinates and his cronies. The current head of the wolf head mercenary group is in his twilight years. As the second in command of the mercenary group, a rising star, and ambitious, Mushi naturally has some ideas about the top position. The Grand Leader originally wanted to train Mushi as the next leader and let him take over after he retired. However, Mushi's ambition made him dislike and wary of him, so the relationship between the two began to deteriorate. Mushi recruited a group of people to expand his influence. Faced with the pressure from the boss, he decided to strike first. The appearance of the Blizzard Demon Ape gave him an opportunity to eliminate dissidents. After all, if they died in the hands of monsters during hunting, no one could say anything. What's more, they were attacked and died in the process of searching for the First Order Wood Element magic core for the Master. As for the great hero Blizzard Demon Ape who helped him eliminate some dissidents, Snake had no intention of letting go. He could eat a seriously injured second level monster. Snake led his men to launch an attack on the Demon Ape. This time, he showed his true strength, wielding a big sword to show off his power. At this moment, a loud bird song came from the sky. A First Order 4-winged bird monster swooped down. Mushi was startled and quickly stepped back to distance herself from the Demon Ape. He didn't want to face two demon beasts at the same time. The 4-winged bird immediately took off into the air without further entanglement. The Blizzard Demon Ape took advantage of Snake's retreat, punched away a fighter, and escaped from the scene at the cost of another slash on his back. Damn it. Mushi gritted her teeth and stared viciously at the 4-winged bird slowly moving away from the sky, with an angry and helpless look on her face. The Blizzard Demon Ape did not pay attention to the grass on the roadside during the evacuation process, and was bitten by a poisonous snake that suddenly sprang out. It did not retreat in one blow like other poisonous snake-like monsters, but held on tightly, injecting venom all over its body like a death-defying thing. Roar. The Blizzard Demon Ape roared, grabbed the red poisonous snake, and used its strong and powerful arms to tear it in half. Before it could relax, another fearless red snake bit its shoulder. This time, the Blizzard Demon Ape still grabbed it, threw it to the ground, and stamped it twice with its feet, trampling it into a pulp. The red snake-like monster has a poison that can coagulate and freeze the blood. Although this can't kill the Blizzard Demon Ape, it will further deteriorate its condition. Honey Badger Amon howled and attacked excitedly. He is not afraid of death. Even if his opponent is a second level monster, he will still hit him without fail. After a struggle, the huge demonic ape fell down with a scream, but it was not dead yet and could still breathe. One after another, the time insects sank into the Blizzard Demon Ape's body, and there was a black circle around the right eye socket of its snow white hair. Chapter 328 Ape Man. Mushi looked grim. Although most of the casualties were from the captain, he still felt like he had lost 100 million because he failed to keep the second level Blizzard Demon Ape. The team had lost a lot of personnel and obviously could not continue to move in this dangerous monster mountain range. If another second level monster came, they might be in danger of being wiped out. Mushi looked coldly at the mercenaries, who were still alive, and not his direct subordinates. Do you know what to say when you go back? While we were searching for the first level monster with wood attributes, we were suddenly attacked by the second level Blizzard Demon Ape. It was the deputy captain who stepped forward and repelled the monster and saved our lives. The clever mercenary responded immediately. Mushi smiled with satisfaction. Very good, let's do it. When they were relaxed because they had just repelled the strong enemy, a slender monster with short limbs suddenly jumped out of the dense bushes and bit one of them by the neck. The 4-winged bird shot out like a sharp arrow, its swings like blades, quickly cutting off the heads of the two. Then, with a loud bang, the huge Blizzard Demon Ape appeared in front of them again. It fell into the crowd and smashed the heads of the two people. One by one. Blood was spilled all over the ground, dyeing the soil red. This sudden change shocked everyone present. After this reduction in personnel, there were only 3 people left in the mercenary team, which was already small in number. Mushi looked at the familiar Blizzard Demon Ape and looked at the wounds on its flank, chest, arms, and legs that were sutured by something unknown, and his face was extremely ugly. It was Amon, who used the spirit worm to repair the wound of the Blizzard Demon Ape. The spirit worm performs shallow parasitism by integrating into the host's flesh and blood, so it can naturally be used as a filler for the flesh and blood of the injured part. Mushi ran without hesitation. As long as he runs fast enough, the other two will buy time for him. What surprised him was that the Blizzard Ape did not chase him. Only the bird-like beast with 2 pairs of wings followed far behind. What exactly happened? Why would these different kinds of beasts attack us together? Mushi was full of doubts just then. A hunchbacked ape wearing clothes woven from plant branches and leaves, wearing a bamboo hat, and holding a wooden stick blocked his way. It spoke in human language. Human, stop, I have something to ask. Mew. She stopped His pupils trembled, and at this moment, all the questions in his mind were answered. There are predation and competition relationships between different or even the same kinds of beasts. Under normal circumstances, beasts will not unite, but there are exceptions. That is, when they are driven by a high level beast. At this moment, there is such a beast here, a beast wearing clothes and speaking human language, and it seems to be a fusion ape. The ape is a kind of monster with a very bad reputation. They have a great interest in female humanoid species, especially human women. There are often rumors that some unfortunate female mercenaries fell into the hands of this monster, and when they were rescued, they had been tortured and had a mental breakdown. At this moment, Mushi was extremely glad that she was not a woman, otherwise it was hard to imagine how miserable she would encounter next. Although the ape did not show any momentum, Mushi did not doubt the power of the other party. Generally speaking, a 6th level monster is required to be able to speak human words. Even some monsters with special bloodlines, or primate monsters such as apes, baboons, and gorillas that are close to humans, at least the 5th level is required. So what is in front of you is a monster that is at least equivalent to a human. Dao Wang, Senior. Senior, if you have any questions, just ask. I will tell you everything I know. Mushi called out the title of Senior a little awkwardly. If it gets out, calling a ape a senior will definitely make people laugh. However, after seeing the other party's dress, Mushi felt that it was most appropriate to call him that. Well, just call me Ape Lord. The ape nodded calmly. It asked, where is the nearest human town? What's its name? What did this ape suddenly want to do by asking about the human town? Could it be that some bad guesses emerged in Mushi's mind? Although he knew that once he answered, it might bring disastrous consequences to the town. For the sake of his own life, he did not hesitate to tell all the information he knew in detail. The nearest human town is Kingshan Town, which is also called the Warcraft Town, because it is close to the Warcraft Mountains. There are no very strong people in the town. As far as I know, the most powerful one is only at the level of a fighting master. At this time, the Blizzard Demon Ape came over and squatted respectfully beside him, only 2 meters away from Mushi. This made Mushi uncomfortable, but because he was afraid of Ape Lord, he did not dare to move and could only glance at it with his peripheral vision very vigilantly. Seeing that the Blizzard Demon Ape kept baring its teeth at him, but never attacked him, and occasionally glanced at the hunchbacked ape in front of it with fear in its eyes, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry Senior, I didn't know it was your subordinate, otherwise I would never dare to attack. I have a 2nd level bloodtooth vine here, I'm willing to give it as an apology. Mew. She took out a jade box with some pain and placed it on the ground near the Blizzard Demon Ape. The Blizzard Demon Ape with a black circle on its right eye socket showed satisfaction and gave Mushi an ugly smile. Your name is Mushi? Yes Senior. What's your son's name? Monkey King suddenly asked without any clue. Son. As soon as he heard it mention this, Mew Snake became alert instantly. It wouldn't ask about my wife again, would it? Although he kept mumbling in his heart, he still answered honestly, Muley. The dog's name is Muley. Well, that's it. Let's go. By the way, take your men with you, Mew. She frowned and looked at the 2 mercenaries and the snake-eating badger coming from behind, with a look of surprise in his eyes. He thought that these 2 people had also died in the hands of the monster. Senior. Then, I left. Mushi asked cautiously, leave? And don't bother me in the near future, otherwise I won't be so easy to talk to next time. The ape's voice was slightly cold. Yes, thank you Senior. Mushi left dejectedly. After escaping for a certain distance, Mew Snake's face showed the look of surviving a disaster, and at the same time, he also had many doubts in his heart. How could a combined ape cultivate to level 5 or above? If it weren't for that appearance, I would have thought it was a human being. Why did it let me go in the end? Hemming. Ganmu, the person that the Blizzard Demon Ape hates the most is probably me. I thought I could lure it away. Mushi explained to his men. Boss, I understand. In that situation, no one can guarantee survival. The best choice is to disperse and escape. Hemming responded. Mushi stared at Hemming's face for a while, but didn't see anything strange, and wasn't sure what the other person's true thoughts were, so he had to give up. He felt that Hemon and Ganmu would have some grudges against him for escaping alone, but it wouldn't be too big. This is the survival rule of a mercenary. When encountering a life or death crisis, it is good to take care of yourself and not deliberately cause stumbling blocks for teammates to follow behind and die. What did you encounter later? Didn't the blizzard demon ape and the snake-eating badger attack you? Mushi asked. No. They originally wanted to take action, but they suddenly stopped midway, as if they had received some order. Hemon answered without stopping. It seems to be the Monkey King. I really don't know what's going on. There is such a high-level ape appearing outside the Warcraft Mountains. Mushi shook his head and decided to use his own as soon as he returned to Kingshan Town. The wife was sent elsewhere. Behind him, Hemeng and Ganmu all pinched their eye sockets, outlined the corners of their mouths, and smiled. A translucent worm with 12 rings and a star-like color penetrated into the body of the blizzard giant ape. This is Amon's true body. He did not use his parasitism ability, he just got inside and hid. It seems to be the same as in Mystery and Douluo. When parasitized, the spirit insect will also be affected by the host spirit. If it is for a short time, it may be nothing, but over time, the mental state will definitely shift. Therefore, Amon tried his best not to parasitize his body in order to maintain the purity and stability of his body's spirit. Those who control the blizzard demon ape and the snake-eating badger are all clones. I was lucky this time. I gained quite a lot. Not only did I control a second level monster, I gained 2 human hosts. I also found out the approximate time. Mr. Monkey pinched the socket of his right eye, looking ugly. An ugly smile appeared on his face. Cultivation is still too slow. After all, the body of monster is far inferior to that of a human. I have to find a way to get a transformation pill. The main body communicates with the clone through spiritual thoughts. Amon's body and clones are both speechless. He is just a weak first order monster. Only when he is parasitic on monsters that are very close to humans, such as apes, can he simulate the expression of monster by controlling his throat with fighting spirit human voice. Transformation pill. The closest transformation pill that appears in the plot should be the one in Furukawa's hand. TSK, it's still a bit far away. The time is far, the distance is far, our strength is still far apart. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Don't think about what is there and what is not. The most important thing for us now is to grab the cultivation resources and help the body grow faster. So, who should I fight next? Amon, the snake-eating badger, still had wounds from fighting the blizzard demon ape, but he still spoke enthusiastically. He seems to be influenced by his parasitic host and is particularly interested in fighting. Then, let's split up. Snake-eating badger, you and Monkey King are going to snatch medicinal materials and expand the number of parasites. Well, in this process, the Monkey King takes the lead and follows the Monkey King's arrangements. The 4-winged bird went to look for that cave and found the remaining picture of the pure lotus demon fire. The main body Amon made arrangements. The 4-winged bird led half of the crows and flew towards the mountain stream. The 8 men carried a branch and rifted away with the snake-eating badger. They took away some of the spiritual insects. Amon's body ordered the clone of the parasitic blizzard demon ape to walk into the forest. Chapter 329 Amon and -039 S new cultivation method. For humans, the foundation of Daoki cultivation is particularly difficult. There are many people who spend 10 or even 20 years in this stage of Daoki point, because this stage is mainly about expanding the meridians and strengthening the body, strengthening the meridians, and laying the foundation for the future condensation of Daoki cyclones in the body to become a Dao Zhe point. Because the human body's meridians are the most fragile and plastic at this age, this cultivation process must be gradual and no external measures can be taken. Otherwise, when the Daoki in the body gradually becomes stronger in the future, the meridians will not be able to withstand the increasingly powerful Daoki impact and eventually lead to the end of the meridians being broken and the person dying. But once you become a real Dao Zhe, the speed of your cultivation will be greatly accelerated. Before becoming a Dao Zhe, it may take a year or even 2 or 3 years to increase the Daoki by a certain level. However, after becoming a DAO-ZHE, it is normal to continuously increase several stars within a year. Amon is not a human, and his growth curve is somewhat different. Magic beasts such as Mou die will leave after laying eggs in the prepared corpse. They have no habit of taking care of their offspring. Therefore, the black feather butterfly larvae need to grow up in the shortest possible time to become real magic beasts and gain the power to protect themselves before they become first level magic beasts, which is equivalent to the stage of human fighting spirit. They are in the fastest growth stage. The race of spirit insects is derived from the mutation of black feather butterfly larvae and also inherited this characteristic. Before Xiao Yan was absorbed by Yao Chen, he practiced Qi at the age of 4 and had 9 levels of fighting spirit at the age of 10. He was already the most talented person in the Xiao family in 100 years. It takes an average of 8 months to improve 1 level of fighting spirit. Even if he later rebuilt and Yao Chen prepared the foundation building spirit liquid for him, it still took nearly a year to improve from the 3rd level of fighting spirit to the 8th level. And Amon's clone, with sufficient nutrition supply, only needs 3 days to improve the fighting spirit from the 1st level to the 2nd level, low level. Magic beasts do not have more specific sub-levels, but are generally divided into the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels. This is because under normal circumstances, the small upgrades of low-level magic beasts within the major level do not have obvious signs of a few stars like humans, and their body structures are different from humans. But Amon is different. He is an alien. He has obvious signs, which are the rings on his body. Amon's body is a translucent worm with 12 rings and star-like colors. Every time he gets a small upgrade in a major stage, one of the rings on his body will be filled. When all 12 are filled, he can launch an impact on the next major stage. Each major level has 9 sub-levels divided according to the human body structure and practice performance. Amon has his own set. Before he transformed into the 7th level, there were 12 sub-levels in each major stage. Except that the main body cannot directly increase the level by aggregating clones. Amon's clones can be split and aggregated at will like plasticine. Amon's smallest unit is a spirit worm of the 1st stage of Daoqi, which has a corresponding soul and a corresponding body. At this level, it can no longer split. Due to the special growth curve of the spirit worm, Amon keeps the clone at the 1st stage of Daoqi and splits when it reaches the 2nd stage of Daoqi, forming 2 spirit worms of the 1st stage of Daoqi. Entering the 1st stage and becoming a real magic beast can certainly improve the efficiency of absorbing energy, but it is not as good as the sum of the energy absorption efficiency of all the spirit worms of the 1st stage of Daoqi. After splitting, the clones can be aggregated to form stronger clones. Once necessary, they can be aggregated into a whole at any time. Therefore, keeping them dispersed at ordinary times is the most suitable way for his clones to practice. However, the development potential of Amon from this aggregation will be affected to a certain extent, so he also deliberately retained several pure clones. They do not split, do not participate in the struggle, and have only one task, that is, practice. Practice step by step, while keeping their souls pure in the foundation. Solid. Fighting Qi cultivation is about foundation. Only with a solid foundation can you encounter fewer bottlenecks in the future and strive for a higher realm. Therefore, the foundation of the main body must not be damaged. After the main body dies, the consciousness will be reborn on the clone. In order to avoid the situation where the main body dies and the will wants to return, but finds that only a group of clones that have been polluted and have exhausted their cultivation potential are left, he needs to keep a few backups. Leaving a few clones with pure souls and solid foundations can make it much easier to make a comeback after a blow point. Even if the clones have been polluted, he can get pure clones again by constantly splitting and aggregating. The pure clones obtained in this way will be the smallest unit of the 1st stage of fighting Qi. It is too time consuming to practice from the beginning. Beside a quiet pool, surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides, a waterfall pours down like the Milky Way. The turbulent water rushes and hits the rocks, splashing countless crystal water like transparent pearls on the cliff on the other side of the pool. There were vines and a tree growing diagonally upwards took root on the cliff, with long, curved roots hanging down to the pool. Behind the tree, there was a half-hidden cave, not too deep, facing east. When the sun just rose in the morning, the sunlight could directly shine into the innermost part of the cave. A huge, 3-meter tall giant ape with snow white hair leaned against the stone wall of the cave, half lying on the ground, his chest constantly rising and falling, making a snoring sound. The spirit worm used to fill the wounds on the blizzard demon ape has been removed, and it has become scarred again. But the wounds are slowly healing. With the strong vitality of the magic beast, this degree of injury is not fatal. On a stone some distance away from the blizzard demon ape, a worm with 12 rings is perched. It coiled its body, raised its head high, and tilted it slightly upward. A faint grey airflow rotated around it, and these airflows kept sinking into its body, but the speed was very slow. This is Amon's body. At present, he is 1 star at the first level. In terms of cultivation, he is the lowest existence among the magic beasts. There are many first level and second level medicinal herbs around the slender worm. These medicinal herbs are of various types and have different effects for humans. Medicinal herbs cannot be eaten randomly because although the energy in them is not as violent as that in the magic core, they also contain many impurities. They need to be processed and refined into pills that are more easily absorbed by the human body before they can exert their maximum effect. For magic beasts, medicinal herbs cannot be eaten randomly either. Different medicinal materials are suitable for different magic beasts. If you swallow those medicinal materials that are not compatible with your own constitution, you will not be able to expel impurities from your body, which will affect your cultivation and breakthrough, or even die suddenly. Only those magic beasts with strong bloodline power have stronger digestion ability and a wider range of diets, and can directly swallow most common medicinal materials. Amon finished his practice, stretched his body, and was very dissatisfied with his current speed. The Millennium Plan of the Soul Clan is about to come to an end, and the tide of the times is rolling in. If he follows this progress, he will not be able to participate in the turmoil in the future. He feels it is necessary to try various methods to speed up his practice. There are 3 main steps in the practice of fighting spirit. The first is to attract and gather the free energy between heaven and earth. The second is to purify and refine these energies, and the third is to absorb and refine them and integrate them into your body. The factors that affect the speed of fighting spirit practice are also mainly divided into 3 categories. The first is the speed of attracting and gathering energy, the second is the speed of purifying and refining energy, and the third is the conversion rate when absorbing and refining energy. For Warcraft, there are several main means of auxiliary cultivation: devouring magic cores, medicinal materials, and finding treasure lands with abundant energy. These are all measures for the first of the 3 steps of fighting spirit cultivation, which saves time for pulling and gathering the energy of heaven and earth, and is also the simplest and most effective measure. The third is difficult to change. Without great opportunities such as bloodline promotion and transformation, it will basically not change. Amon plans to start with the first and second. His current development has stagnated, and his body cultivation is improving very slowly, so Amon's overall volume is also limited. In this case, Amon began to make structural adjustments to the composition of the Amons in order to develop as quickly as possible and gain the power of self-preservation. He used soul devouring to devour the souls of other creatures and forcibly improved the soul power of many clones. The spirits of these clones have been polluted, the foundations have been damaged, and the potential has been exhausted. Amon has now initially gained a firm foothold. These clones are no longer useful. Their continued existence will only affect the stability of the Allmenwell and will only occupy the quota of the overall volume. Therefore, he began to gradually eliminate them and replace them with naturally grown, pure clones. This is also conducive to Amon's control of the will of Mongols. When the will of Mongols and the will of the main body tend to be unified, he can further increase the overall size of the Amons, making it close to the upper limit of 100 times the main body. As a pure clones grow in fighting spirit, their souls are also strengthened synchronously. When the polluted Amons are basically replaced, Amon's main body extends its claws to these pure clones. He uses the ability of soul devouring to devour the souls of the clones. Because the will of the pure clones is the will of Amon himself, he uses this ability to devour the souls of the clones, which will not cause himself to be polluted, and will not make the soul mottled. The enhancement of the soul allows Amon to attract the free energy of heaven and earth at a faster speed, thereby increasing the speed of cultivation. In addition, the corpses of the pure spirit worm clones whose souls have been devoured can also be regarded as a kind of medicinal material. They grow naturally, have not swallowed drugs, and have no impurities in their bodies, so they can also be absorbed by the main body without any negative effects. These corpses of spirit insects are roughly equivalent to energy crystals for the main body. Eating them and practicing can save the step of pulling and gathering the energy of heaven and earth. Amon's practice speed has greatly increased. Chapter 330 Low-Key Development. Amon's current training method can basically be summarized as follows. The size of the clones reaches the maximum. The main body eats some of the clones. The cultivation level of the body increases, and at the same time the upper limit of the size of the clones increases. The number of clones continues to grow. The size of the clones reaches the maximum again. This goes on and on and on and on. Not all Amon clones can participate in this cycle, and spiritual insects parasitic in the host's body cannot practice. The current proportion of this part is about 50%. These Amons are responsible for controlling the body of the Warcraft Guardians, carrying out warnings, searching for herbs in the forest, investigating further areas, and finding the cave that contains the remnant map of the pure lotus demon fire that appears in the original work. Amon divided the Amon into 5 categories. They are the main body and the main body reserve training Amon, combat Amon, who parasitize the Warcraft specialization combat, detective Amon who conducts investigations, searches, and alerts. It forms the key to the Amon training cycle, and is also responsible for replenishing the missing reserve Amon of other types of Amon, and the independent Amon who is free to move outside and temporarily away from the main body. For Amon now, it is too early to plan anything. Without a certain amount of strength, no matter how he plans, it will be in vain. The most important thing for him at this time is to improve his body. Whether it is fighting spirit cultivation or soul strength, the growth of his own strength is the core of everything. Therefore, after initially building up my own training system, I immediately started optimizing it. He adjusted the proportion of Amon in each part, reducing the proportion of combat Amon and detection Amon, and increasing the proportion of cultivation Amon and logistics Amon. As for independent Amon, there are still only those spiritual insects that parasitize the mercenaries. After adjusting the proportion of different types of Amon, the development speed of Amon suddenly rose to a high level. Scout Amon and combat Amon hunt, and bring back the food needed by the spiritual insects and medicinal materials that can be digested and absorbed. The income from their hunting was just enough to store Amon. Reserve Amon to consume these foods and medicinal materials to increase the quantity. The amount they increased just met the devouring consumption of practicing Amon. Amon entered a low-key farming mode. Various types of Amon cooperate with each other to give full play to the role of each Amon, and no Amon is left idle. In addition, Amon did not waste the medicines that the spirit insects could not completely digest and absorb. Although forcibly swallowing them would bring temporary improvement, it would affect future training. He asked the clone to eat these medicinal materials and improve rapidly in a short period of time. In most cases, the growth of Amon's clone soul increased year on year as his cultivation level improved. If you take in appropriate medicinal materials, the side effects will only be reflected on the body, but will not affect the soul. These strengthened souls are still high quality food for the body. As for the clone corpses that had accumulated poisons and could not be used, they were wasted, and Amon didn't mind. In order to speed up the development of the body, it doesn't matter if you make some loss-making conversions at noon. The blazing sunshine passed through the sky above the courtyard and penetrated hard into this small world. The stone slabs in the yard seemed to be burning, exuding a hot smell, and the air seemed a little twisted and churning. Mushi finished her practice and stood on the corridor with her hands behind her back, staring at a sunburned flower in the yard, silent for a long time. He exudes powerful fluctuations of fighting spirit. This is a sign that he has just broken through and cannot yet control his fighting spirit freely. He had just successfully broken through from a 9-star fighter to a fighter. It had been a long time since he encountered the talking ape in the Warcraft Mountains, and Mew Snake was gradually getting over that fright. The Warcraft Mountains did not seem to have become more dangerous, with mercenaries coming in and out as before. The ape seemed to have disappeared and had never been mentioned by others. A man about 30 years old, wearing a coarse short shirt commonly worn by mercenaries, walked in. Seeing Mushi, he seemed a little surprised and immediately said, "Congratulations. Congratulations to the deputy captain for successfully breaking through to the realm of fighting master." A smile appeared in Mushi's eyes. "Ganmu, didn't you say you were going to Wotan City to do some personal business? Are you back so soon?" "Well, it's not a big deal. I just helped a relative of mine deal with a conflict with someone else. It's been settled." Ganmu responded. "You came back just in time. Recently, the regiment leader took on a mission to help a first-grade alchemist find a second-order medicinal herb. The regiment is short of manpower," Mushi said, looking for medicinal herbs. "Going into the Warcraft Mountains again?" Ganmu's face turned pale, and he seemed to be very afraid of the Warcraft Mountains. Mushi comforted him. "Don't worry, I've been paying attention to the situation of the other mercenaries recently, and I haven't heard of anything unusual in the Warcraft Mountains. It was just our bad luck that time, because the alchemist is an urgent need. He was paid very generously. Even if he is not found, each of us will receive a hard-earned fee." "That's okay." Ganmu nodded heavily. "Deputy Commander, the commander invites you to come over. We will set off soon." A mercenary came over to send a message. "I understand." Mushi nodded slightly. Ganmu and Mushi went to the hall of the Wolf-Head mercenary group together. Walking into the spacious hall, Mushi nodded to the old man wearing a grey gown sitting in the center. "Captain." Feeling the fluctuation of fighting spirit in Mushi, the old man raised his eyebrows and nodded in greeting. "This is Xiang-san, the current leader of the Wolf-Head mercenary group. Having suffered such heavy losses in the previous mission, the fight between him and Mew Snake had eased a lot. They are not alone in Kingshan Town. If they continue to fight among themselves under this situation, it will only give others an advantage." Next to Xiang-san, there was a man wearing a black robe with slightly grey hair. Obviously, he was the employer this time, the first-grade alchemist. Xiang-san said respectfully to the man in black robe, "Master Gufeng, let me introduce to you. This is Mushi, the deputy leader of our Wolf-Head mercenary group. He has just broken through to the realm of fighting master recently, with our 2 fighting masters protecting you. If you are just operating outside the Warcraft Mountains, there will be absolutely no problem with your safety. No more nonsense. Help me find the snake power fruit, and I will refine the elixir you want. Of course, if you don't find it, I won't let you run away in vain. I will give you a sum of money. It's hard work, but not too much." Alchemist Gufeng said calmly, stroking his beard. "Thank you, master. Snake power fruit is not that rare. Snake power fruit often grows wherever red ice snakes live. We happen to know where 2 second-level red ice snakes live. I believe there will be harvest." "Yes." Xiang-san responded. A satisfied smile appeared on Gufeng's face, as expected of one of the 2 major mercenary groups in Kingshan Town. "It seems that entrusting you is the right decision." "That's ridiculous." Xiang-san looked slightly pleased with himself. Heming and Ganmu stood behind Mushi, looking at the narring on Gufeng's right index finger with interesting expressions on their faces. "Well, the main body should like this thing. He complained before that there was no place to store many things." Heming used soul power to communicate with Ganmu. "How was the result of your trip to Wotan City?" "Zao. Yan is only a 6 or 7-year-old child at the moment. We still have time." Ganmu responded. A group of people walked among the dense woods, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows. Mushi and Xiang-san followed closely beside Gufeng. Everyone held weapons and stared at the position they were responsible for warily. Only Heming and Ganmu looked relaxed and not nervous at all, as if they were back home. "Why do I feel that I have been attacked less frequently when entering the Warcraft Mountains recently?" a mercenary muttered. "Do you feel the same way?" "I feel the same way. In the past, we would encounter a monster if we walked a few hundred meters. Now we have walked so far and haven't even seen a ghost. Another person responded. Mushi's pupils shrank. It was also an abnormality for the Warcraft Mountains to become safe. He felt unhappy instead of worried. Just then, a scream sounded. I saw a huge red python hanging from the branch, biting a mercenary and rolling him to the branch. The other mercenaries took action one after another, bursting out with various fighting skills, and soon beat the giant python into a pulp. A mercenary used a dagger to rummage through the python's body for a while, but found no magic core. He couldn't help but sigh. Bad luck. During the rest of the journey, one monster after another attacked the team non-stop, causing a large number of casualties. Who said just now that there are fewer monsters? Damn it, is this called less? Xiangsun looked ugly. Gufeng frowned. How far do we still have to go? Can we still kill the second level red ice snake and collect medicinal materials by then? Don't worry, it's no problem, it's just a second level monster. Xiangsun patted his chest and responded very confidently. But soon, he lost confidence. A blizzard demon ape and several monsters of different shapes walked over and stared at them with either hostility or teasing eyes. Gufeng's expression changed. This scene of multiple types of monsters jointly operating made him very uneasy. Seeing the familiar blizzard demon ape and seeing this familiar scene, Mushi's face twitched. Suddenly, a sudden change occurred and two strong winds struck from behind. Gufeng did not expect such a change and was hit on the body with a palm, vomiting blood from his mouth. Boss, Mew Snake, do it quickly. Gan Mu shouted as he continued to attack Gufeng without fear of death. As an alchemist, Gufeng was also a fighting master, but he did not have much combat experience. In addition, he was seriously injured in a sneak attack at the beginning. Under the desperate attack of Gan Mu and Himeng, he was quickly killed by their joined forces. Xiangsun was on guard against Mushi immediately because of Gan Mu's words and did not rescue Gufeng in time. His eyes were full of anger and he asked in confusion, "Are you crazy, Mu?" She was at a loss for a moment, then explained with a gloomy face, "It's not me." Then he looked at Gan Mu and Heming and asked, "Why?" Roar the blizzard demon ape roared past Mushi, Gan Mu and Heming and attacked Xiangsun. Such a scene made Mushi's face look uncertain and she didn't know what to do for a while. The remaining mercenaries looked at each other in confusion, thinking that Mushi wanted to rebel and kill the leader to gain power. The situation at the scene was obviously that Mushi had the upper hand, so none of them made a move. They thought Mew Snake used some secret method to drive the monsters to fight for him. Xiangsun was killed. Mushi didn't take any action. It was the turn of the rest of the mercenaries, but Mushi still didn't take action. His mind was occupied by an ugly monkey face. Gan Mu and Heming defected to the world of Warcraft. Is this all arranged by the Monkey King? He couldn't help but ask, what exactly does Mr. Ape want to do? Gan Mu took out a pair of crystal polished monocles from his pocket and embedded them in the socket of his right eye with a faint smile on his face. You guess, the monsters with strange colored circles on their right eyes smiled at Mew Snake at the same time. The weird scene makes people feel chilly. Mew Snake originally thought that Mr. Yuan wanted him to do things for him and killed Xiangsan in order to promote himself to the top. After all, it was a monster, so it was always inconvenient to deal with people. Heming and Gan Mu were not strong enough, so he was the best candidate to take over the wolf head mercenary group. Coupled with the fear of the Monkey King who was probably staring at this place, he did not take action or run away, but just watched from the sidelines. But seeing this scene now, he realized that Gan Mu and Heming were probably controlled by something. What he encountered was probably not a fifth order ape, but some kind of weird and vicious race. He wanted to escape, but was surrounded by monsters. Fighting broke out and ended quickly. The rickety ape wearing a bamboo hat and raincoat walked to the knocked out Mushi and muttered, "There's no conspiracy, I just want to grab a ring. You guys are in bad luck. As for you, you are the actor in the script, so I tried not to replace you, so I didn't attack you until you got to the Daoshi. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 The Thief Steals the Ring. Wootton City, Xiaojiafang Market. A girl with long black hair and delicate face nimbly shuttled through the crowd. She ran, panting, and turned her head to look back from time to time, as if she was being chased by someone. Stop, stop, right there, behind her. 3 big men with bare arms and fierce faces were chasing her. You told me to stop, so I stopped? Do you think I'm stupid? The girl muttered as she ran. While running away, the girl looked back once, but she didn't seem to notice the surrounding situation, and collided with a boy coming from the side. Ouch. She fell to the ground, lowering her head. Sorry. She quickly got up, apologized, and hurried away. It's okay. The boy showed his usual gentle smile. Behind the boy was another girl who looked smaller and gentle, like a porcelain doll. She looked at the boy who was gentle as jade, polite, mature, and steady, with a smile on her face. Behind them, there were several guards. The 3 fierce-looking men who followed the girl at the beginning ran over, panting and shouting fiercely from a distance. Get out of the way, get out of the way. The guards following the boy and girl saw this, and immediately blocked them in front. To prevent them from getting closer, the 3 men wanted to say a few more words, but when they saw the logo on the other party's chest, they immediately stopped and changed their faces to respectful. The logo on the other party's chest was the logo of the Xiao family. These guards were the law enforcement team members of the Xiao family market. The Xiao family is one of the 3 overlords of Wootton City. Such a behemoth is not something that the 3 of them can provoke. Lord Pain, the leader of the men, smiled and greeted. Then he saw the 2 children being protected by the guards, and then he bowed slightly to the boy and said, Master Xiao Yan, what happened? Why are you chasing after a little girl? The soul of a modern time traveler made him feel a little uncomfortable with the behavior of several people, and he frowned slightly and asked. He did not help them indiscriminately, but asked the reason first. The leader of the 3 people rubbed his hands a little embarrassedly and said, that kid is a thief. She stole our wallet. Pain looked strange. You also had things stolen? This is because you met someone in the same industry. These 3 people are habitual offenders in the market. As the law enforcement captain who manages a Xiao family market, Pain has some impression of him. Xiao Yan shook his head and laughed. In this case, I won't care too much, but don't be too heavy-handed. After you catch them, just teach them a lesson. Yes. The leader of the 3-man gang agreed hurriedly. As if he remembered something, he opened his mouth again, but no sound came out. Seeing him hesitate to speak, Xiao Yan couldn't help asking, do you have anything else to say? The leader said carefully, Master Xiao Yan, she seemed to have bumped into you just now. You'd better check if you have lost anything. Xiao Yan said calmly, how could that be? Isn't she still being chased by you? Who would think of stealing things at this time? The leader couldn't help but whispered, that kid is very evil. The girl behind him had a smirk in her eyes. Brother Xiao Yan, don't be so sure. Look at your hands. Zuna, what's wrong? Xiao Yan subconsciously looked down at his hands, and then he froze. Fuck. Where's my ring? Xiao Yan's calm look disappeared, and he said in a panic, Pain, help me find that person. The ring is very important. The lost ring was a relic of Xiao Yan's mother. He had worn it on his hand since he was 4 years old and never took it off. Yes. Pain nodded immediately and said to the 2 people behind him, you 2 follow me, and the rest of you protect the young master and the young lady. The young master of the Xiao family was actually robbed in his own market, right under his nose. This made Pain somewhat embarrassed and slightly annoyed. The law enforcement teams of the Xiao family street news all moved, looking for the thief who committed the crime everywhere. In a corner, the black-haired girl stopped, pinched her right eye socket, and slightly raised the corner of her mouth to smile. Let me see what state you are in now. The girl put the dark and simple ring on the ground and stepped back a distance. She moved her fingers, and a translucent worm with 12 rings and star-like colors crawled out, turning into a stream of light and rushing into the ring. This black ring is naturally the ring where Yao Chen's soul hides. The bone inflammation ring. The ring is made of rare material called nanostone, which has a special small space inside it that can store things without life, which is extremely convenient. However, due to the scarcity of nano stone, the nano ring is also precious. Even the lowest level ring with a space of only 3 or 4 cubic meters costs nearly 100,000 gold coins. If it is an intermediate level ring, the price will be more than 10 times higher. As for higher level Na rings, they are basically valuable but not marketable. Some large families even use high grade Na rings to make family tokens. Only some powerful people or powerful leaders with extremely high status can be qualified to receive high level ordinary on point. The bone flame ring that Yao Chen Soul hides is naturally also a high level Na ring. Different from ordinary Na rings, the owner of a high level Na ring can set a soul mark. If someone else gets the Na ring by luck, if they want to take away the contents, they must erase the soul mark of the original owner. If they do this, the Na ring the owner will feel something. It is not easy to erase the soul marks of some powerful people. Although Amon's soul is powerful, it is still far from being a top alchemist like Master Yao, who is considered the top alchemist in the entire Daoqi continent. What's more, what's here is not the body, but just a few spirits with specialized soul strength. The insect's clone. However, he has his own way of dealing with it. Spirit insects can parasitize and fuse into other souls, and soul imprints are also the aura left by souls. After being exposed to the brand, the spirit insect can simulate this aura and bypass the protection. A hazy grey light bloomed from the body of a spiritual insect. It became illusory and transparent, and merged into the bone flame ring like a spiritual body. In the dead space, silver lines were distributed on the surrounding space walls, and broken souls were quietly suspended in them. Yao Chen was seriously injured, and his soul was so transparent that it almost disappeared. The spirit worm approaches the soul. Yao Chen's soul was sleeping without any consciousness at all. Even if Naji's soul imprint was touched, even if a strange and unknown insect approached, he would not react at all. The black-haired girl, who was connected to the spirit of the spirit insect that entered the ring through the power of the soul, had a smile on her lips. Since you are so weak, let me help you repair your soul. I'm a professional. Well, no need to thank you. Just when the spirit insect was about to touch Yao Chen's soul, a white flame suddenly appeared, burning it into nothingness. The smile on the girl's face froze slightly, then quickly recovered. She raised her right hand and pinched the socket of her right eye. Does the strange fire automatically protect the master? TSK, that's interesting. The stars flickered, and another spiritual insect penetrated into the bone flame ring. It did not approach in a hurry, but sent a soul message to the strange fire. Your master is about to dissipate. I can feel his soul and let him recover a little. The alien fire has no intention of communicating. It has no intelligence, cannot think, and can only react instinctively. The negotiation failed, and the girl was not disappointed. She separated more spiritual insects from her body and let them invade the ring. The spirit insects were scattered in all directions of Yao Chen's soul. Surrounding him, a spirit insect approached cautiously, testing the distance of the alien fire's automatic guardian. The white flames danced flickeringly, and when the spirit insect approached somewhere, the flames pulsed more violently, and a chill began to spread. In an instant, the flames were like an attacking poisonous snake, instantly rolling around the testing spirit insect and burning it to death. Just when the flames reacted, other spirit insects also moved, and they rushed over from all directions without the master's stimulation. Bone spirit cold fire can only exert its minimum power, and the area it can cover is only a small amount, unable to protect Yao Chen's entire body. In addition, when the spirit insect rushed towards Yao Chen's soul, it simulated an aura similar to the soul imprint on the ring, causing bone spirit Leng Huo to hesitate slightly. This hesitation allowed the 3 spirit insects to successfully contact Yao Chen's soul. They also completely gave up their bodies and integrated into Yao Chen's soul with their pure soul posture. The cold fire of the bone spirit came a little late. It could only burn the body abandoned by the spirit insects. Then it circled around Yao Chen's soul twice. After feeling nothing strange, it retracted between Yao Chen's eyebrows and transformed into make a white flame mark. The spirit insect has parasitized Yao Chen's soul and has some control over the bone spirit cold fire. It can at least control it so that it does not attack certain targets. So more spirit insects got into the ring and merged with Yao Chen's soul point under the repair of these spiritual insects. The soul body that was originally almost transparent and about to disappear was slightly solidified and no longer so illusory. Yao Chen opened his eyes, showing a hint of exhaustion and helplessness. He was not clear about the integration of the spiritual insects into his soul at the beginning. He was unconscious at that time. But after more and more spiritual insects integrated into his soul state improved slightly, and he vaguely felt his own situation. He sighed and gave a self-deprecating smile. Chapter 332 Enemies and Friends. Yao Chen checked his soul and found nothing abnormal. This was not good news. It meant that the strange creatures that were parasitic in his soul were very difficult to find. A trace of bitterness appeared on his face. A dignified medicine master would actually fall into such a situation because of his disciples' betrayal, and he encountered such a ghost thing when he was at his weakest. In fact, although his soul was weak, it had stabilized and would gradually improve over time, but he didn't expect, alas, it's really like a dragon swimming and diving being teased by shrimps, a tiger falling into the plain being bullied by dogs. Yao Chen sighed heavily again, and after a while, he said, "What do you want? We can make a deal." The spirit insects did not answer Yao Chen, but just made a messy mumbling, and it could be vaguely heard that they were repeating the same sentence. Return. Dap Khan. Send me back to Dap Khan. Return to Dap Khan. Yao Chen looked puzzled. Is it a certain place? He didn't wake up for long, and the fatigue from the depths of his soul made his consciousness blurred again. This was because the spirit insects cut off the connection with his soul. Without this power, he naturally returned to the original state point. Although Amon parasitized Yao Chen, he could not completely control him. He just took advantage of his weakness to merge himself with him. After all, the gap between their souls was too big and there was a fundamental difference. If Yao Chen was not so weak, even if he did not resist, the spirit insects would have found it difficult to do anything to him. The black-haired girl came over and picked up the ring with a smile on her face. The next moment, the smile froze. A fist hit her face hard and knocked her to the ground. Pain and 2 guards beat her up. "Ah, you so bold? You even dared to steal young Master Zhao Yan's things. If I don't teach you a lesson, don't you know whose territory this is?" The girl hugged her head and curled up, looking like she didn't dare to resist. However, it didn't hurt when the punches and kicks landed on her body. Except for the first punch, she was really hit. The subsequent beatings just looked fierce. Zhao Yan walked over with Zhao Zuna and said with a smile, "Okay, stop pretending. Just bring the things back. I'm not so petty as to argue with a little girl." Pain scratched his head, picked up the ring from the ground, and handed it to Zhao Yan. "Master, here." Zhao Yan took the ring, checked it, and after confirming that it was his, he set his sights on the girl. Looking at her dirty little face that was a little swollen from the punch, Zhao Yan said softly, "Why do you do such a business? If this was in the market of the Jiali family, you might not end up well now." The girl got up from the ground and wiped her face. Because her hands were dirtier, there was more dust on her face. After wiping, seeing that she didn't speak, lowered her head and looked pitiful. Zhao Yan said, "If you are forced by life, I still need a maid to serve tea and water. If it's for other reasons, just ignore what I said." "Really?" The girl showed a look of surprise on her face. "Yeah." Zhao Yan nodded with a smile. "Master." The girl shouted in a joyful tone, "What's your name?" "Zhao Meng." "My name is Zhao Meng." "Zhao Meng? That's appropriate. You can call yourself Zhao Meng from now on." The 3 big men whose purse was stolen by Zhao Meng had already caught up and had been watching from a distance. Zhao Yan glanced at them and said, "Give them back." "Yes." Zhao Meng took out the purse from his arms and walked over. The leader of the 3 hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, no, just consider it as our apology for offending the master before." Zhao Yan laughed and said, "You are quite tactful, but you don't need to. Take it back. Don't let me see you making trouble in the market in the future." "Yes, yes. We will definitely turn over a new leaf." The leader took the purse and left in a hurry. Knowing that this was just some polite words. Xiao Yan didn't care and waved his hand, signaling them to leave. After the three of them left, they opened their purses and were stunned. The money in the purse was missing by more than half. In addition to the original Zuna, there was another girl named Xiao Meng following Xiao Yan. At a corner, two people wearing ordinary coarse cloth clothes withdrew their sight. They communicated with each other using the power of the soul. One person said, "You really got into the Xiao family, heh, interesting. The routine is quite useful." The other person pinched his right eye socket. The fluctuations of the fighting spirit on the two people were very weak. Not even the fighter. It fits the characteristics of the times, doesn't it? They and Xiao Meng were left behind after Ganmu came to Wutan City. Amon deliberately reserved a certain amount of volume for them, allowing them to develop freely. The main purpose is to get close to Xiao Yan. As the Soul Clan's Millennium Plan is about to begin, the time available for development is very tight, only 30 or 40 years in such a short time. Amon is not sure whether he can grow to the point of competing with the Soul Emperor. He was a ruthless man who was willing to sacrifice the blood of the Soul Clan and the entire Zhongzhou in order to become an emperor. If necessary, he certainly wouldn't mind destroying the world and using all the creatures in the Daoqi plane as nourishment on his way to becoming an emperor. Of course, if it was just Emperor Hunshan, Amon wouldn't be afraid. He only needed to steal the fragments of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi Jade from the Xiao family and hide them to stop Emperor Hunshan from becoming an emperor. Unable to become an emperor, just a peak 9-star Daosheng, Amon could get rid of him sooner or later if he had enough time. But the problem is that the crisis of the Daoqi plane is not just Emperor Hunshan. There are also the evil tribes outside the domain that are eyeing him covetously. It won't take too long from Xiao Yan becoming an emperor to Xian Zishen breaking the seal. If Amon hides the ancient Emperor Tuoshi Jade in order to deal with Emperor Hunshan, resulting in Xiao Yan not becoming an emperor as scheduled, then how should Xian Zishen deal with it next? Without a top-level powerhouse like Emperor Yan Xiao Yan, the situation in the world is likely to collapse. Amon can't get out of this universe until he reaches a certain level. He was not sure if he could parasitize the evil tribe outside the domain. He was not sure if he could survive in the evil tribe outside the domain after the Great Thousand World was lost, and he was not sure if his parasitism could be hidden in front of a strong man like Xian Zishen. Therefore, he must not use the method of procrastination, which is the worst choice. He must become an emperor. He must go to the Great Thousand World. Under such a premise, Xiao Yan, the protagonist of the original work, becomes particularly important. There are only 3 known ways to become an emperor. One is the prototype of the Emperor Pill in the cave of Tuosh Ancient Emperor. The second is the inheritance of Tuosh Ancient Emperor. And the third is to open the plane channel and draw in the source of ki after someone becomes an emperor. If you want to take the first path, you have to grow to the peak of the 9-star Daosheng in just over 30 years and compete with Hun Shai and Gu Yun, Zhu Kun, and the Emperor Pill itself. If you take the second path, if you want to obtain the inheritance of Tuosh Ancient Emperor, you have to practice the Burning Decree, and then you will inevitably become Xiao Yan's enemy. The third way is to pin your hopes on others, which is a slightly inferior choice when the first 2 ways are not feasible. The only person you can pin your hopes on is Xiao Yan. As for pinning your hopes on Emperor Hunshan, Void Devouring Flame is the best example. Amon chose the first and third ways. He would not be arrogant enough to think that he would be able to stand on par with Gu Yun, Emperor Hunshan, Zhu Kun, and the prototype of Emperor Dan in such a short time. Therefore, while mainly taking the first way, he would take the third way as a backup. As for the second way, it was not in Amon's consideration at all. He was not of the fire attribute, and his innate nature was not compatible with the burning art. Even if he could find a way to change his attributes, not to mention how much time and energy it would take, he might not be able to practice successfully after the change. Practicing the burning art is almost a gamble of life all the way. Wisdom, determination, perseverance, and luck are all indispensable. Amon dares to take risks, but his risks are all risks. When he is very sure or has a way out, practicing the burning art has no cost effectiveness at all, and it will block the third waypoint. The resources needed to cultivate to the 9-star Daosheng are huge, especially for Amon's cultivation method point. If he wants to develop, it will definitely lead to some changes, which will have a great impact on the original plot. In order to maintain the third road as a backup, he must ensure that Xiao Yan's main opportunities will not be missed. Therefore, he must make certain guidance and arrangements to make up for those adventures that were fanned away by the butterfly's wings. In addition, even if Amon's first road is successful, he will still support Xiao Yan, because the world needs the Emperor Yan. Maintaining the balance between the world and the evil tribe outside the domain is more conducive to Amon's layout, and it is more conducive to his better and smoother profit grabbing. After choosing the path to take, who is a friend and who is an enemy has been determined. Emperor Hunshan, Gu Yun, and Zhu Kun are all enemies, but they are enemies that can cooperate. Before the last moment comes, they can all serve as temporary friends. The Emperor Dan prototype is an undisputed enemy. If you want to take the first path, you must take him down. The other party is also aware of this, and there is no possibility of reconciliation. Xiao Yan and Amon have no fundamental conflict. They are not enemies, but the most suitable allies. However, the form of cooperation between allies is also a question worth discussing. Amon will not give up the initiative. If possible, he hopes that this ally can completely follow the path he arranged. The Soul Clan is still busy with their Millennium Plan. The Ancient Clan is immersed in its own glory. Xiao Yan, whose talent has not been lost, enjoys the admiration and worship of the people around him, and is in high spirits. The eldest lady who enjoys her childhood is carefree. In the shadows that no one knows, weirdness and terror are spreading. A small town near the Warcraft Mountains. Mushi pinched the crystal ground monocle on his right eye, sat at the recruitment office, and smiled at the mercenaries who came to apply. Wolfhead Mercenary Group, welcome to join. Chapter 333 The Fallen Genius. Battle Force, 3rd stage. It's lower again. Looking at the dazzling numbers on the test magic stone tablet, Xiao Yan's face turned pale, and he felt a little discouraged. 3 years had passed since he condensed the Dao Qi vortex 3 years ago and became a Dao Zhe, and then suddenly fell. His cultivation has been getting worse and worse, and the Dao Qi has been declining. Even if he practices hard day and night, it still only slows down its decline. From a well-known genius to a well-known waste, the taste is really not good. Once standing on the top of the mountain, how can you bear to live at the bottom of the valley? Xiao Yan, Fighting Force, 3rd stage. Level, low level. The man in the middle who was responsible for reading it announced it indifferently. Xiao Yan still remembered that 3 years ago, every time his test results came out, he attracted praise and admiration, and the person who read the results was excited and high-spirited. Looking at the disdainful and mocking smiles on the faces of the people in the square, listening to their sarcastic words, Xiao Yan's mood fluctuated. And after a long time, the fluctuating emotions finally calmed down. What unpleasant words have I not heard in these 3 years? He sighed, turned around a little lonely, and returned to the last row of the team. Sitting in the audience, Xiao Zan's face was ugly, and there was a trace of worry in his eyes when he looked at Xiao Yan. Jaina, clan leader, you really gave birth to a good son, wasting so many resources of the family in vain. The elder said a little sarcastically. The proposal he put forward to give Xiao Yan more resources was also cancelled a year and a half ago. Humph. Xiao Zan snorted coldly. My son Xiao Yan. He wanted to say that Xiao Yan would stand up again sooner or later, but when he thought that this was not convincing at all, he swallowed it back. At this moment, his expression also formed a sharp contrast with the high spirits a few years ago. Master Xiao Yan. The girl with long straight black hair and her childish face was beautiful. Her chest was slightly bulging, and she had already revealed a stunning appearance. Seeing his adopted maid, Xiao Yan showed a bitter smile on his face. Xiao Meng, am I still qualified for you to call me master now? After being picked up by Xiao Yan and brought home, Xiao Meng also practiced Dao Qi with his support, and then The Xiao family had another genius at the beginning. Xiao Meng's Xiao was just a name Xiao Yan gave her casually, but when she showed her talent for cultivation, it alarmed Xiao Zun and several elders. They held a meeting of elders and officially gave her the surname Xiao Meng, accepting her as a branch of the Xiao family and enjoying the treatment of Xiao family children in terms of resource supply. The black-haired girl smiled and said, "Master will always be my master. If Master hadn't helped me back then, Xiao Meng wouldn't be where she is today. No matter what Master is like, Xiao Meng will always stand by Master's side." Hearing the girl's words, a warm current flowed through Xiao Yan's heart, and he was moved. "Brother Xiao Yan, you can't forget Zuna, just because you have Xiao Meng. I was the first one to come here." Xiao Zuna, who had been standing beside Xiao Yan for a long time, narrowed her eyes in a dangerous arc. "Haha. Zuna." Xiao Yan scratched the back of his head. Compared to Xiao Meng, he didn't know how to face this girl who had a complicated background, but had always supported and encouraged him behind his back. Zuna said softly, "Brother Xiao Yan, although I don't know what's wrong with you, I believe that you will eventually regain your dignity and honor." The slightly immature voice warmed people's hearts. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was in decline and lost his talent, but was still surrounded by two talented girls in the family, everyone else showed envy and jealousy. "This rubbish. I don't think you will have the face to stay in the family until the coming of age ceremony." Xiao Meng looked at Xiao Yan, then at Xiao Zuna, and said sourly, "Next Xiao Meng." The host in charge of the rank test shouted loudly, "It's your turn. Go ahead." Xiao Yan said with a smile, "Let's give them a surprise." Xiao Meng walked to the front of the magic stone tablet, stretched out her hand, and the black sleeve slipped off, revealing a white jade-like arm. She gently touched the stone tablet, and the fighting spirit in her hand surged out. "Fighter, 1 star. Fighter is the next stage of fighting spirit cultivation. When the fighting spirit reaches the 10th stage, it can condense the fighting spirit vortex and become a fighter." The younger generation of the Xiao family, the same age as her, are still in the fighting spirit stage, but she has already reached the 1-star fighter. Looking at the glowing font, the field fell into silence. The noisy discussion followed. "She has reached the 1-star level of douse. It's really terrifying. She is the best young person in the family." Looking at the graceful girl, the young men around her all had a touch of heat in their eyes. They were in awe of her talent and admired her beauty and strength. This girl had no blood relationship with anyone in the family. But when they thought of such a girl, she was still willing to follow that waste as a maid. They were so angry that their teeth itched. After Xiao Meng, it was Xiao Zuna, whose Daoziki level of the 9th stage also shocked the audience. The two current geniuses and the former geniuses stayed in the corner of the square, out of tune with others. Although the others were talking to each other, they would occasionally cast their eyes to this corner. Xiao Yan felt a little uncomfortable with the gazes from others. When he was talented, he enjoyed the gazes from others, but now, he just wanted to hide quietly in the corner. For him at this moment, these gazes were too hot and unbearable. He turned and walked out of the square, and Xiao Meng followed him without hesitation. After a slight hesitation, Xiao Zuna also left the square. This caused the young men who admired the two talented girls to show resentment and jealousy. Why can that waste still get their favor? Xiao Mei, who has reached the 7th stage of Daoqi, showed a puzzled look on her face with a hint of charm. Why did Xiao Meng and Xiao Zuna still choose to follow Xiao Yan? Don't they know? After the coming of age ceremony, they who are now practicing and studying together will be divided into different levels according to their different talents. Those with high talents will become strong under the key training of the family, and their future is limitless. And a waste like Xiao Yan will only be assigned to external industries to handle various chores. The genius at the beginning was confident and promising, so he was naturally admired by people. But is he still worth it now? Don't follow me, let me be quiet. Xiao Yan left a sentence and left quietly. Xiao Zuna and Xiao Meng faced each other head on. The two were somewhat similar, with their black hair hanging freely, both so quiet and elegant. The difference was that Xiao Zuna in a purple robe looked more noble, while Xiao Meng in a black dress revealed a bit of mystery and seduction. Is it worth it? Brother Xiao Yan, is it worth your staying with him? Zuna asked. Of Course it's worth it. I believe that one day he will stand on the top of the mountains and look down on everything. Xiao Meng showed great confidence. How can I be a friend of the main body if I don't go to that step? Xiao Zuna's mouth twitched slightly, looking down at everything. Even if she has always been confident in her brother Xiao Yan, she doesn't think he can go to that point. Although she didn't spend much time in the family, she also vaguely knew how powerful her father, who was truly the strongest man, was. Her requirements were not high. As long as brother Xiao Yan was half as strong as her father in the future, that would probably shut up those nagging guys in the family. Xiao Zuna stared at Xiao Meng for a while and said with a hint of warning, I won't let anyone hurt brother Xiao Yan, and those who have ulterior motives towards him should die. She sent Ling Ying to investigate Xiao Meng, but she seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and there was no trace. When she asked in person, she always got some evasive words. Therefore, Xiao Zuna has always been cautious and skeptical about this extremely talented maid. Looking at the golden flames dancing in Xiao Zuna's eyes, Xiao Meng didn't have any inappropriate thoughts and said in agreement, me too. Not only is the golden emperor Brahma flame a huge threat, the protector hidden in the dark is also troublesome. What's more, Zuna probably knows the ancient origin summoning technique, and she doesn't want to face this. Amon really doesn't have much ill will towards Xiao Yan, because this is his friend on the path he chose. Not only does he have no ill will, he will also send him all kinds of things: women, skills, fighting skills, medicinal materials, treasures, enemies. In short, whatever Xiao Yan lacks, he will send it. I, Amon, just want to lick Xiao Yan to pieces. A thin man wearing a black classical robe, a pointed soft hat, and a monocle on his right eye, stood on the top floor of a restaurant not far from the Xiao family, leaning on the railing and staring at the Xiao family mansion. On his face, the strange worms twitched, forming a dark hole, with nothing in the hole, as if his whole person was just a layer of skin. He stroked his cheek, stopped the worms from moving, and restored his face to its previous appearance. After pinching the crystal monocle on his right eye with his right hand, he smiled and said, the third stage of Dao Zhi. Well, it's almost there. Let's give him a teacher first. He will be very happy. A line of sight came from a distance, and the thin young man frowned and retracted his gaze. He was not the original body, but a special clone. The original body wanted to come before, but an unexpected discovery by the clones dispelled his idea. He found an old man in Wutan City, who was not very conspicuous, but gave people a very unusual feeling. Amon did not dare to follow him directly, but through some side observations, he found that he seemed to be watching someone in the Xiao family. It's just that the frequency is not high, as if he is checking for emissions. This also made Amon guess some of his details. This is probably Xiao Zuna. No, Zuna's real protector. Ling Ying is just a servant that Zuna can dispatch freely. Chapter 334. Come to cancel the engagement. The moon is like a silver plate, and the sky is filled with stars. Xiao Yan was lying on the ground, staring at the stars. The distant stars looked deep and mysterious. He held a piece of grass in his mouth, letting the faint bitterness fill his mouth. Stretching out his palm, he looked at the huge silver moon in the sky in the distance, his finger slightly bent, as if he wanted to grab something. Holding nothing, he lazily withdrew his hand and put his hands behind his head, his eyes dazed. Alas. He let out a long sigh. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. Thinking of his record low test scores, even Xiao Yan's will couldn't help but start to sink. After some time, he might really accept his fate and go to the Xiao family's external industries to take care of chores, but I'm not willing to give in. He didn't want to think like this, disappear into the crowd, and live his life in an ordinary way. This world is so wonderful. This vast continent has so many fascinating things. He wants to fly freely in the air like the Daohuang. He wants to see more majestic and magnificent scenery in the distance. He wants to leave his own legend in this strange world. In addition, he also wanted to be qualified to hold the one he loved, her gently at night. Xiao Yan suddenly shouted to the sky, as if he wanted to vent all the anguish in his heart. After shouting, the depression in my heart was reduced a lot, and I gradually returned to my usual calmness. After calming down for a while, he suddenly turned around, faced the dark woods, and said with a warm smile, "Father, are you here?" His powerful soul made him very sensitive, and he immediately noticed a movement in the woods. Although he still feels depressed in his heart, he will not show it in front of his father, and he will not tend these unnecessary negative emotions to his family. He knew that the pressure and depression in his father's heart would not be much less than his own. "Jaina, it's so late, why don't you go and rest?" A man's laughter came from the woods. A middle-aged man walked out from behind the tree. He was wearing luxurious grey clothes and looked quite majestic. His thick eyebrows added a bit of heroism to him. "Didn't you get some rest too?" Xiao Yan had a smile on his face. Although he had memories of his previous life, he also recognized his father from the bottom of his heart. Since the loss of talent and the decline of cultivation, Xiao Yan has seen the faces of many people clearly. Most of those who were usually respectful to themselves changed their previous attitude, as if ridiculing themselves could bring them pleasure. It's already considered a good thing if you don't step on me. There are only a few people who can treat yourself sincerely and encourage yourself, such as Father Zuna Xiaomeng, especially this father. His love for him has not diminished but increased. Such behavior can really prevent people from calling their father willingly. "Ah, you still thinking about the afternoon test?" Xiao Zun asked. Xiao Yan smiled reluctantly. "What's there to think about? It's all expected." After a moment of silence, Xiao Zun sighed. He looked at his son apologetically and distressedly, and said softly, "Jaina, are you 15 years old?" Xiao Zan showed a wry smile. "In 1 year, it will be time to hold the coming of age ceremony. At that time, I can't do anything for personal gain. You must be assigned to the following industries." The Xiao family's clan rules stipulate that after the adult ceremony, those who do not have the talent to practice must be disqualified from entering the Daoqi pavilion to search for martial arts and go to the family's properties to take care of ordinary things for the family. Of course, there is still a lot of room for manipulation in terms of which industry is assigned to it, whether it is good or bad, and as the leader of the Xiaozan clan, it is okay to prepare a technique for Xiao Yan, but the level will definitely not be high. If it still doesn't work by then, I will try my best to choose a better industry for you. I'm sorry, even I can't change this. After all, I don't have the final say in this family." Xiao Yan clenched his fists. Although under the protection of his father, he could live a life of food and clothing without worrying about food and clothing even if he was a waste waiting to die. He absolutely could not accept such a life. "Father, I will work hard. In 1 year, I will definitely reach the 7th level of Daoqi," he said with a smile. Xiaozan looked at him and wanted to say something. His Adam's apple rolled, but he didn't say anything in the end. Father and son looked at each other in silence. On the tree trunk nearby, a translucent worm with 12 links and convergent star-like wriggled slowly. Using worms as base stations to transmit soul information. Xiaomeng looked at this scene with determination in her eyes, and she murmured, "Master Xiao Yan, you can definitely recover to the 7th level of fighting spirit within a year." "Absolutely." The spirit insect on the side glanced at Xiaomeng, and in a rather strange tone, he used his mental connection to send out his own signal. "You don't really fall in love with him, do you?" Xiaomeng glanced at it and said confidently, "Isn't it my mission to like him? This is my personality shaped by Quan Meng's will. So, isn't it normal that I like young Master Xiao Yan?" "Stop talking nonsense," quickly asked Nalan Yanran, to break off the engagement, and then ask Yao Leo to show up. "By the way, is Nalan Yanran really Nalan Yanran or Nalan Yanmeng? Although I know this is a script, I still want to beat her to death when I think about her humiliating Master Xiao Yan." The spirit worm arched his body. "Do you think I would know? I'm just the reserve Amon with the lowest authority. You have to ask Amon, the person in charge of Wutan City, or Amon, the person in charge of Yunlin sect. But I think even if they answer you, you can't believe it. After all, Amon even lied to Amon. Xiao Zuna will become a 1-star fighter in the next family test. I can't let her catch up." Xiaomeng held her chin and pondered for a moment. Then she shouted in her heart, "With my amazing wisdom and my invincible talent, upgrade me, quick, give me a blank Amon, blank." Amon refers to those pure spirit worms that do not have will, only soul, body, and fighting spirit. Only Amon in a pure state can be split out. The body of the spirit worm communicating with Xiaomeng began to swell and become thick, and its body split from the middle, like an earthworm split vertically. Then, the shadows of the other half of the two incomplete bodies emerged, and the shadows gradually became solid. The two halves of the spirit worms were completed and turned into two spirit worms. One of them has a Dao Ki level of Dao's 2 stars, and its physical strength and soul strength match it. It is an unspecialized standard Amon. After the spirit worm is completely parasitic, neither the spirit worm itself nor the host can improve its cultivation level through normal practice. However, Amon can get an improvement by replacing a stronger spirit worm, or letting the parasitic spirit worm assimilate other spirit worms before the spirit worm parasitized. Xiaomeng was just an ordinary girl. After the parasitism, her body was strengthened by the integration of the spirit worm, and the same was true for her Dao Ki cultivation and soul strength. She became stronger step by step in front of the Xiao family. From the original Dao Ki to the current level, she was actually constantly gathering blank spirit worms to update the spirit worms in her body. The blank, standard, 2-star fighter spirit worm slowly climbed up Xiaomeng's snow white arm, drilled into her wrist, and then merged with the spirit worm that already existed in her body. Xiaomeng exuded a stronger fighting spirit fluctuation, and she became a 2-star fighter. Far away from Wutan City, a carriage pulled by a magic beast slowly drove. There were 3 people sitting in the carriage. An old man wearing a moon white robe, with a silver light moon painted on his chest, and 7 golden stars dotted around the light moon. This is a 7-star master fighter. Next to the old man, there sat a young man and woman, who were also wearing the same moon white robe. The man had a handsome face and 5 golden stars painted on his chest, which represented his identity as a 5-star fighter. The woman was a little younger, looking about 15 or 16 years old, with a very beautiful appearance, and green earrings hanging on her earlobes, adding a bit of nobility. Her cultivation is also good, with 3 golden stars painted on her chest, and she is already a 3-star fighter. Uncle Jen, thank you very much this time. Thank you for accompanying Yanran on this trip. The beautiful girl said. Her voice is pleasant and melodious, like a lark, which can make people feel moved. Alas, this is the intention of the master, so I can only obey. But when I go back later, Brother Malin will probably blame me severely. Jerry shook his head and smiled bitterly. He pinched his right eye socket and continued, but Yanran, you must not be too righteous at that time, and try to be nicer. Yanran knows this. Nalan Yanran nodded. If not, I would not have specially prepared an apology. The young man beside him unconsciously wanted to put his hand on his eye socket, but stopped abruptly halfway. He snorted coldly. I think Yanran, you don't have to be so polite. It's just a small family in a remote place. A waste wants to marry you. Yanran, it's just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Malin. Yanran frowned and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, don't say anything at that time. Don't let others think that our Yunlin sect is bullying. This time, it was Yanran's fault. The young man wanted to say something, but when he saw Nalan Yanran looking at him coldly, he stopped. When Nalan Yanran didn't notice, the young man and Jelly looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths curled back, revealing a strange smile. How can there be no conflict? Even if there is no conflict, we have to create a conflict to make Xiao Zhan feel humiliated, to make Xiao Yan feel humiliated. Otherwise, where does the saying don't bully the poor young man come from? Chapter 335. Beautiful and kind-hearted Malin Yanran. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, making strange mudras with his hands. His chest rose and fell, his breathing cycle was perfect, and the white airflow penetrated his body along his mouth and nose, warming his whole body. He opened his eyes and frowned. There was no problem in gathering the energy of heaven and earth, purifying it, refining it, absorbing it and transforming it. These were all signs that his talent had not disappeared. His cultivation speed was even faster than before due to the natural growth of his soul. A few points faster. However, the battle energy that has been absorbed and transformed cannot be stored in the body for a long time and will disappear strangely, as if it has been absorbed by something. Alas. Xiao Yan sighed, looking helpless and confused. Third, young master, the patriarch invites you to go to the hall. There are distinguished guests coming. Butler Emo's old voice came from outside the door. Zhao Yan is the third eldest brother in the family, with the eldest brother Zhao Ding, and the second brother Zhao Li. However, his two elder brothers have gone out to practice, and only come home occasionally at the end of the year. Oh. After Zhao Yan changed his clothes, he followed the old man in green shirt waiting outside the house, and walked towards the hall point looking at the young master who smiled and nodded to him. A trace of regret flashed in Butler Emo's old cloudy eyes. Zhao Zhan had already told him about the distinguished guest coming last night, but when Zhao Yan came to the hall, he was still slightly surprised. This distinguished guest was really expensive. I saw a lot of people in the spacious hall. In addition to the patriarch Zhao Zhan who was sitting in the chair, there were also 3 elders, as well as some elders in the family, who were not weak in strength and voice, as well as some with outstanding talents and outstanding performance. Young people are also here, including Zhao Meng and Zuna, who can make the Zhao family welcome him so solemnly. Who is visiting today? Why did my father specifically mention it to me last night? Does it have anything to do with me? A trace of doubt flashed in Zhao Yan's heart point when he looked at the 2 pearls in the family. Zuna also looked over with a smile. Zhao Meng's expression was a little tangled, sometimes cold and indifferent, sometimes fierce, and sometimes showing a happy and sweet smile. Zhao Yan was already used to her occasional facial expressions many times. Zhao Meng would give people an inexplicable feeling. He turned his attention to the visiting distinguished guests again. When he saw the small-eyed energetic old man with the light moon star symbol on his chest, his heart trembled. This was actually a 7-star master, who was smaller than his father. Zhan is still 2 stars higher than Zhao Yan. Saw the old man wearing moon-white robes with the strength of a 7-star fighter, and another young man with the strength of a 5-star fighter, all looking towards him, showing somewhat similar smiles. Monk Zhao Yan Ertang was confused. What were they looking at him for? And the smile on his face seems a little weird. Father, 3 elders. Zhao Yan stepped forward and saluted respectfully to the 4 senior people. Jaina, here you go. Sit down. Zhao Zhan nodded. He smiled and nodded, ignoring the disdainful looks from the 3 elders, but found that the hall was already full of people, and there was no seat for him. He couldn't help clenching his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, feeling a sense of suffocation. The 3 immortals helplessly showed self-deprecating smiles. The tribesmen around him couldn't help but laugh when they saw Zhao Yan standing awkwardly. Zhao Meng, who had been waiting for this moment for a long time, immediately rushed forward and took Zhao Yan's arm. Master Zhao Yan, your place is here. I was originally your maid. Zhao Meng couldn't help but pull Zhao Yan to his seat and sit down, while she stood behind him respectfully. This made Zuna, who was about to move his body to the side of the seat and let Zhao Yan sit next to him, pause in his movements, and the sound of grinding his teeth came from his mouth. Zhao Meng's actions caused the young people in the hall to stop laughing at Zhao Yan, and instead turned into envy, jealousy, and resentment. Why wasn't either one who picked up Zhao Meng who was living on the street? Zhao Yan looked moved. He felt that everyone in the hall was sitting, and it seemed a bit uncomfortable for Zhao Meng to stand alone, so he moved his butt to one side. Sit next to me. Okay, master. Zhao Meng sat obediently next to Zhao Yan, with her head lowered, and her face slightly red. Kara, the armrests of the chair where Zuna was sitting, made a sound of breaking. She clasped the armrests tightly with her fingers, and veins popped out on the back of her hands. Looking towards Zhao Meng, he found that the other person had his head lowered, and his eyes were looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. The 2 people's eyes intertwined and collided in midair, and sparks seemed to be generated. Zuna felt that there was a faint smile on the other person's face, as if he was provoking. Golden flames danced in her eyes, and Zhao Yan inexplicably felt that the surrounding air seemed to become a little hot. But he felt a chill rush from his back to his forehead. So much so that distinguished guests and ridicule were all thrown out the window. He turned his neck mechanically and looked at Zuna aside. When he saw the unsmiling look on the other person's face, the corner of his mouth twitched. Jelly and the young man beside Mel and Yanran were stunned. They communicated with each other with their eyes. There's no such person in the original book, right? Probably not. She is frantically grabbing Zuna's part. Could it be our arrangement? Is this one of us? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I seriously doubt the entity's mental state. Malin. Yanran pulled Jie's sleeve, and the latter nodded, showing a slightly helpless smile. He coughed a few times and started chatting with the elders of the Zio family, but every time he wanted to say something, he swallowed it back and acted as if he wanted to say something, but stopped. Zio Yan looked at their expressions, listened carefully for a while, and felt a little bored. Brother Zio Yan, do you know their right entities? Zuna beside him put down the ancient book in her hand and asked softly. Zio Meng also leaned her head over here, looking curious. This made Zio Zuna regain a little sense of superiority. You know? Zio Yan asked in confusion. Look at the cloud silver sword on the cuffs of their clothes. That is the symbol of the Yunlin sect. Zio Zuna said lightly. Yunlin sect. Zio Yan and Zio Meng showed surprise on their faces. Zio Yan also knew some of the situation in this world through books. Wutan City, where the Zio family is located, belongs to the Jama Empire. Because it is backed by the Warcraft Mountains, it ranks among the big cities of the empire, but it is only at the bottom. The Zio family is considered the hegemon of Wutan City, while the Yunlin sect is one of the most powerful forces in the entire Jama Empire. Even the royal family is afraid of it. What are they doing here, brother? Zio Yan, do you still remember your fiancé? Zuna smiled. Malin. Yanran, the granddaughter of Marshal Lionheart Nalanji. Zio Yan's body stiffened slightly, and he glanced at the noble girl in front of him. His expression seemed a little unnatural. Yes, Grandpa and Nalanji were close friends at the beginning. You were born at the same time, so this marriage was decided. Nalanji attaches great importance to promises. Even if the relationship between the two families faded after Grandpa's death and the Zio family declined, he never regretted it. But Nalan Yanran became a disciple of Yun Yun, the leader of the Yunlin sect, 5 years ago, so Nalanji may not be able to make decisions for her. So, brother Zio Yan, what do you think she is doing here? Zuna said with a smile. Then, Zio Yan heard a series of grinding sounds. Zio Meng's expression became extremely ferocious. Zio Yan was frightened by her, and even the anger that he had guessed Nalan Yanran's purpose was frightened away. Kill her. Kill her. I'll kill her. Zio Meng, calm down. Calm down. Zio Yan pulled Zio Meng with a smile, fearing that she would really rush over and fight with Nalan Yanran. Zio Zuna looked at Zio Meng with a little more recognition. The other party didn't look fake. As long as she was really good to Zio Yan, brother is good, so it's okay to have some little secrets. Of course, it would be better if she didn't compete with her for brother Zio Yan. After finally pacifying Zio Meng, Zio Yan felt angry and deeply exhausted. He has become a waste after all. If his talent is still there, without the 3 years of wasting time, he would be a high-level fighter, or even a fighter master. Then even the Yunlin sect would probably not support Nalan Yanran's current actions. Brother Zio Yan, if she really acts like this, Zuna believes that she will regret her actions today in the future. Zuna quietly placed her hand on Zio Yan's left hand, which was clenched on his thigh. Yes, Master Zio Yan, she will definitely regret it. Zio Meng believes you. Zio Meng held his other hand. Warmth flowed in Zio Yan's heart. Even if it was just to not let them down, I would definitely stand up again. He looked at the 3 people from Yunlin sect with a cold look, and there seemed to be anger burning in his eyes. Zio Meng and Zuna also looked at each other with the same eyes. At this moment, the attitudes of the 3 people were surprisingly consistent. Although Nalan Yanran repeatedly signaled, Jie repeatedly did not speak. The young man on the side seemed to be unable to bear it, so he interrupted and said, Yanran is here to cancel the engagement this time. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. The guess was confirmed, and Zio Yan stood up directly. What did you say? Say it again. The young man didn't seem to think there was anything wrong at all. He also stood up and stared at Zio Yan. I said, Yanran is here to cancel the engagement this time. Seeing the young man being so straightforward, Nalan Yanran opened her mouth, with a little helplessness on her face. She wanted to be more tactful point, but in order to avoid making the conflict more intense, she stood up and pushed the young man back. She showed an awkward smile to Zyros and Jenny had to speak at this moment and said with some apology, Chief Zyro, I know this is also a bit inappropriate, but this time it was the master who spoke directly and I had to make this trip. I hope you can cancel the engagement with Yanran. The master knows that this request is a bit impolite, so he specially prepared something and asked me to bring it as an apology. Yi reached out and wiped the ring on his finger and took out a jade box that was green all over. After opening it, the fragrance of medicine filled the air, making people feel refreshed. Juki-san, although she prepared a generous gift, Nalan Yanran still felt a little embarrassed. With an apologetic smile on her face, the young man next to him didn't think so. The woman broke off the engagement and gave an apology. What kind-hearted lady is she? When he traveled through that era, it was good enough not to swallow the betrothal gift, let alone give an apology. There were many cases of breaking off an engagement because of the betrothal gift and arguing endlessly and even going to court. The two had no feelings for each other and it was not suitable, so it was not suitable. But she could still give an apology. This was considered a moral benchmark. However, in the minds of people in this era, dignity seems to be more important. Chapter 336. Don't look down on young people because they are poor. In the jade box, a green pill the size of a langan was lying quietly, exuding an alluring fragrance. It is possible to fail to condense the cyclone of Tao, but with the help of key gathering powder, it will be foolproof. This key gathering powder was refined by the honorary elder of our sect, Dan Kinguhi. Seeing the Zyro family's expressions of shame, Jenny showed a trace of pride on his face. The three elders of the Zyro family were eager to agree immediately. After all, the person who was divorced and humiliated was Zyro Yan, a waste in their eyes, and the person whose prestige was damaged was also Zyro's. On the contrary, this can weaken the prestige of the patriarch to a certain extent and increase the voice of the three of them. In addition, although this key gathering powder was given as compensation to Zyro Yan, how could a waste with only 3 stages of Dao Ki use it after they failed Zyro Yan's coming of age ceremony? They could use the allocated property as a bargaining chip and ask him to hand it over to the other talented young people of the Zyro family. Among the talented young people of the Zyro family, Zyro Meng is already a fighter. Zyro Zuna is not from the Zyro family and her origins are mysterious, so she probably won't be used. Among the remaining young people, the descendants of the 3 elders are the most outstanding and the most qualified to use it. Zyrozen looked at Nalan Yanran coldly and said in a hoarse voice, Miss Nalan, you are so courageous. Nalan. Yanran moved her lower lip. Uncle Zyro, haha, I can't afford to be called uncle. Zyrozen said indifferently, take this key gathering powder back. Our Zyro family will not accept such conditions. Zyro Yan's deep voice contained suppressed anger. Hey, what? You still want to stalk Miss Nalan, but you can't? The young man who followed Jenny and Nalan Yanran mocked. I don't even know what you look like. You are worthy of Miss Nalan. Shut up. Nalan Yanran and the 3 elders of the Zyro family shouted loudly at the same time. Although Nalan Yanran also felt that Zyro Yan's refusal was a bit of a stalker, she could not tolerate the young man continuing to intensify the conflict. However, the 3 elders of the Zyro family were speaking to Zyro Yan, and they were obviously very moved. Zyro Yan, you have no place to speak here. An elder said, stand down. We know you feel uncomfortable, but we will make the decision here. Another elder in the family said, brother, Zyro Yan is right. He is the person involved, and his opinion is the most important. You should not get involved. Zyro Zuna said calmly. The 3 elders of the Zyro family suddenly lost their temper and nodded helplessly. This scene caused a flash of astonishment in Zyro Yan's eyes. Who is Zuna? How could the elders be so afraid? Nalan Yanran didn't pay any attention to the reactions of these Zyro family elders. She just stared at Zyro Yan, frowned and said, do you think the compensation is too small? I can ask the teacher to give you 3 more and also give you the opportunity to enter the Yunlin sect to practice. If you still feel it is not enough, we can also discuss it. We can discuss all of this. Although there was a touch of arrogance in her tone, she was quite sincere. I really want to kill you. Xiao Yan suddenly took a step forward and roared. Nalan Yanran was startled by his angry and ferocious look and couldn't help but take a step back. Then, her body froze. A fierce murderous intent locked onto her. This sudden burst of murderous intent startled both Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran. Xiao Yan said he wanted to kill her, just to vent his anger and unwillingness. There was no murderous intention in him, but the murderous intention that suddenly targeted Nalan Yanran was real. Xiao Yan's expression froze, and he was stunned for a moment. No, are you serious? He watched Xiao Meng get up, watched her turn into a black shadow and suddenly flash past, with fighting energy surging in her body, and pressed a palm towards Nalan Yanran. Nalan Yanran was lucky enough to fight back, and her two white and tender palms collided. Bang. Both sides took 2 steps back. Xiao Zhan stood up suddenly, green energy surging around his body. Jelly moved slightly and stood between him and Nalan Yanran. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Xiao Meng, come back. Xiao Yan shouted. Oh. Xiao Meng walked back obediently. Nalan Yanran's arms were a little numb, and she looked at the girl in black who was about the same size as herself in shock, and couldn't help but ask, who are you? Xiao Meng, Master Xiao Yan's maid. Waiter, maid. Nalan Yanran showed a look of astonishment. In the collision just now, she could feel the opponent's fighting spirit level, which was about 2 stars as a fighter, only 1 star lower than her own. But this does not mean that the other party's talent is worse than yours. As Nalan Ji's most beloved granddaughter, she has enjoyed various nourishing medicinal foods since she was a child. 5 years ago, she was accepted as a disciple by the leader of the Yunlin sect, Yan, and enjoyed the best resources of the Yunlin sect. The other party is just a member of this small family in Wutan City. How good of treatment can he enjoy? Overall, my talent may be even worse than that. Is she really Xiao Yan's maid? Nalan Yanran couldn't help but look at the other young people in the Xiao family. Then I saw many young men nodded with distorted expressions. This made her a little confused. A maid with such a talent, Chief Xiao, what do you mean? Yanran is the disciple of the clan leader, Jelly said, pretending to be angry. Xiao Zhan looked angry, and it felt uncomfortable to be overpowered by others. The elders of the Xiao family spoke one after another. Xiao Zhan, calm down. If you have anything to do, just discuss it carefully. Don't do anything. You are the patriarch of the Xiao family. The patriarch of the Xiao family. This responsibility forced Xiao Zhan to suppress all his anger, and shouted to Xiao Meng, you will go back to the family law enforcement hall to receive your punishment later. You have no respect for your elders, and attacked the distinguished guests. What kind of behavior is that? When he mentioned the word distinguished guest, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but feel a bit sarcastic in his tone. Nalan Yanran said, this is Yanran's fault. It is reasonable for her to feel angry. After a pause, she said loudly, but this marriage must be cancelled. Yanran will never marry someone she doesn't like. My teacher, the head of the Yunlin sect, has already agreed to this matter. You can regard this as coercion, but the rules of this Daoqi continent you also know. Strength is the most important thing. She looked at Xiao Yan. You have to face the gap between us. Xiao Yan had a sneer on his lips. Do you know how much impact this will have on my father? He is the patriarch of the Xiao family. Nalan Yanran glanced at Xiao Zhan, who seemed to have aged a lot, with a hint of apology in his eyes. What happened today was Yanran's recklessness and lack of thinking. I can temporarily withdraw my request to terminate the engagement and make an agreement. It's coming. It's coming. The 3-year appointment. Xiao Meng listened with her ears pricked up, feeling excited. Soon, very soon, Master Xiao Yan will stand up again. What? Agreement? Xiao Yan frowned. I can postpone today's request for 3 years. 3 years later, you come to Yunlin sect to challenge me. If you lose, I will terminate the engagement in public. In this way, Uncle Xiao's face will not be too embarrassing. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly in his heart. If this happened, he might never be able to raise his head to see anyone for the rest of his life. In the midst of grief and anger, from the corner of his eye, he saw a look of joy on Xiao Meng's face. She clenched her two small fists tightly on her chest, looking like she had succeeded. There were a few question marks on my forehead, and the anger in my heart became lighter. What the hell is this girl doing? Xiaozhen slapped the table. Miss Nellen, don't you know about Jaina's situation? What's the purpose of insulting him like this? Nellen. Yanran was also a little impatient, and her tone was much tougher than at the beginning. There has to be someone who can't live with it, or you can terminate the engagement now and announce it to the public. Nellen. Yanran, you want to break off the engagement because you think that I, Xiao Yan, am just a waste and not worthy of you. Xiao Yan's anger finally burst out. If the engagement is terminated, then dissolve it. I'm not shy about it. I'd like to give you a word of advice. 30 years to the east of Hedong, 30 years to the west of Hexi. Don't bully young people into poverty. He almost shouted the last sentence. Also shouting out with him was Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng's face turned red. Her fists were clenched tightly, and she looked very excited. Zuna was stunned. Why can you be so in sync with brother Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan was also stunned and looked at Xiao Meng strangely. Okay, please don't bully young people into poverty. This is the ambition that my son, Xiaozhen, should have. Xiaozhen punched the table hard, causing the teacup to jump. Nellen Yanran hesitated for a moment, then said in a deep voice, okay, I will wait for you in Yunlin sect and see how you, a poor young man, can defeat me. If you win, I, Nellen Yanran, will be your slave from now on. As a maid, it's all up to you. Get out of here. Don't take my job. Xiao Meng jumped out and stared at her fiercely. Nellen Yanran was stunned. If it was someone else, she would probably laugh at him. He was still a slave and a maid, but he still rushed to do it. But facing Xiao Meng, who was probably more talented than herself, she could only open her mouth but hesitated. Master, Xiao Yan doesn't lack a bad-tempered young lady like you. Xiao Meng opened her arms tightly to protect Xiao Yan behind her, as if to declare her sovereignty. Qziyi, the youth of Yunlin sect, a thin young man wearing a monocle, looked at the Xiao family hall through the eyes of the spiritual insect. Ha. I really don't need a maid like you. I really don't have the slightest interest in you. Xiao Yan suddenly turned around, came to the table, and started writing furiously. This is my divorce note for you. He opened his palm with his sword, pressed the blood mark, and slammed it on the table in front of Nellen Yanran. You dare to divorce me? Nellen Yanran's eyes widened. Xiao Yan turned around and knelt down towards Xiaozhen. Although he did this, it seemed to the family that he had divorced Nellen Yanran, but this was not the case when word spread. Xiaozhen would still be ridiculed by outsiders, but he looked much better in the family. Xiaozhen looked at his son kneeling in front of him and smiled. My son Xiao Yan, he has the appearance of an emperor. Xiao Meng took over Great Emperor, Dao Emperor. Looking at Xiao Meng, who was a little out of touch, Xiaozhen also felt dumbfounded. That was a state that her father, Gu Yun, had not reached in half his life. Xiaozhen looked at this girl who had always supported his son and felt a little emotional. His care for her was not in vain. Father, Jaina will go to Yunlin sect to get back the humiliation suffered today in 3 years. He kowtowed heavily to Xiaozhen, then stood up and walked straight out of the house. I will look for you in 3 years. When passing by Nellen Yanran, he uttered these words coldly. I'll wait. Nellen Yanran responded, holding a contract with Xiao Yan's blood seal. Since the goal has been achieved, please leave. I'm sorry, I won't see you off. Xiaozhen said coldly to Jie and others. Nellen Yanran bowed to Xiaozhen. Today's matter is Yanran's fault. If you have time in the future, you are welcome to visit Nellen's house. She didn't want to stay any longer, so she turned and left. Jie and Qingning smiled and followed. Take the key gathering powder too. Xiaozhen flicked his sleeves and used his key to throw the jade box that Jie left on the table away. Jie reached out and caught it, then turned his head slightly and showed a slightly evil smile to Zuna, whose eyes were dancing with golden flames. Chapter 337, Become a Disciple. Xiao Yan left the hall absent-mindedly, and as usual, he climbed up the back mountain, sat on the mountain wall, and looked at the mountain shrouded in light mist. That was the famous gathering place of magic beasts in the Jayamar Empire, the magic beast mountain range. He sighed deeply, confused. Although he was full of ambition in the hall, he knew very well in his heart that it was almost impossible for him to defeat Nail and Yanran in 3 years. On the tree behind him, the girl in black was staring at him with wide eyes. She communicated with the spirit insects in the bone flame ring in her heart. Don't play dead. Hurry up. Come out and accept Master Xiao Yan as your apprentice. The spirit insect sent back a message. Although we succeeded in parasitizing, we did not control Yao Chen. This is the gap in souls. We just successfully integrated into his soul. What he thinks and sees, we can sense it synchronously. Ah, is that so? Xiao Meng was slightly disappointed. Don't worry, he already has this intention. Also, don't contact me too frequently. Yao Chen will see something. He just found out that I was talking to something. He just couldn't lock it. Don't use thing to describe me. I'm not a thing. Has this intention? That's fine. Xiao Meng was relieved. This world is like this. You just have a deeper understanding now, don't you? A voice suddenly sounded. The voice was a little ethereal, as if it came from all directions. Who? Xiao Yan looked around vigilantly, but found nothing. An illusory figure floated out of the dark and simple ring in his hand. This is a transparent and old figure, wearing a monocle on his right eye, with a faint smile on his face. He has a head of white hair and a noble temperament, giving people a sense of immortality. Xiao Yan was shocked. Although he knew that this was a world with magical power, he had never seen this scene before. Ghost. Subconsciously, he took a few steps back and looked at the other party in shock. Wait, did you come out of the ring? Xiao Yan suddenly discovered the blind spot and his face became gloomy. His talent did not disappear, but his fighting spirit disappeared strangely. He could not find the reason. Now such a ghost thing appeared. It was hard not to connect the two. Did you do something wrong with my fighting spirit disappear? Yes, it was me. Yao Chen had a smile on his face, and he had no sense of being caught for doing bad things. Asshole, you are responsible for the bullying and ridicule I have suffered in the past 3 years. Don't be so excited. Without the low point of these 3 years, would you have the forbearance and mind you have now? Yao Chen had a smiling face. Xiao Yan frowned. This was true. Some things can only be understood after they are lost. After being angry, he quickly calmed down. Then came joy, because his talent was back. But besides the joy, there are also indelible worries. Even if the talent is back, it is still slim to pass the family's adult ceremony in a year, and to defeat Nail and Yanran in Yunlin sect in 3 years, because too much time has been wasted. Accept a disciple. Accept a disciple. Accept a disciple. Xiao Meng, who was hiding in the tree, kept muttering in his heart, although I don't know who you are and what kind of existence you are, I can't afford to support you, a great god, so I'll find another unlucky guy. Xiao Yan took off the ring, hesitated for a moment, with a trace of reluctance in his eyes, but still threw it to Yao Chen. Little kid, do you want to be my apprentice? Even if you recover your talent, it will be difficult to regain your former dignity and glory in a short time. Be your apprentice? Xiao Yan had a suspicious look on his face. You are not just looking for a reason to continue to absorb my Dao Qi, are you? Yao Chen laughed dumbly. When I was at my weakest, your Dao Qi might be my life-saving straw, but now, it is not very useful. Do you want to become an alchemist? There was a hint of temptation in his tone. Xiao Yan suddenly opened his eyes wide. Are you saying that I have reached the conditions for an alchemist? In the Dao Qi continent, there is also a profession called alchemist. They can refine all kinds of magical pills and are sought after by countless people. But the conditions for becoming an alchemist are quite harsh. You must have the fire attribute and a hint of wood. The attributes of the human body in the Dao Qi continent depend on their souls. A soul generally has only one attribute, and no other attributes are mixed. And the soul attribute of fire with wood required by the alchemist can only be possessed by soul mutations in addition to the mutant soul with wood in the fire. It is also necessary to have a strong soul perception, or soul shaping power. Only those who have the above two have the potential to become an alchemist. Of course, otherwise why would I ask such a question? Yao Chen said with a smile. Even with Zhao Yan's concentration, it is difficult to remain calm at this moment. There is a tremor in his tone. Really? I really have the talent of an alchemist, really, more real than pearls. Zhao Meng answered in his heart. Become a disciple, become a disciple, become a disciple quickly, and then take off. Yao Chen stroked his beard. Zhao Yan's current shocked and ecstatic look made him very satisfied. It is also fun to tease the little guy occasionally. Well, it just barely meets the conditions. If you want to become an alchemist, you must also be taught by an alchemist. Are you also an alchemist, old man? I wonder, what rank? Zhao Yan asked with some respect. What grade? I don't remember. Do you want to learn? Yao Chen replied lazily. Learn. Zhao Yan nodded happily, just like Sun Wukong in front of Body Patriarch. Then let's become my disciple. Become my disciple? Nonsense. How can I teach you everything if you don't become my disciple? Zhao Yan curled his lips. He still had a little doubt about this mysterious old man, but he still performed the ceremony of becoming my disciple respectfully. Then Yao Lao made a brief self-introduction and told Zhao Yan how to reach the 7th stage of Daoqi within a year. 3. Complete purple-leafed orchid grass, 2 bone-washing flowers, a first-level wood magic core. After repeating what Yao Lao asked him to prepare, Zhao Yan's mouth twitched. These things together, I'm afraid there must be thousands of gold coins. Do you think I'm a prince of the royal family? I've only saved 200 gold coins over the years. Originally, he could have saved more, but because he gave it to Zhao Meng, he lost a lot. Zhao Yan usually has quite a bit of pocket money, which is more than enough to buy some small things in life, but it seems to be a drop in the bucket when it comes to things related to cultivation. Money. The black-clothed girl hidden in the dark frowned. She didn't have that either. Do you have money? She communicated with other spirit insects. The spirit insect moved its body and was silent for a while. I'm just a worm. There should be quite a few Wumings, and the middle auction house is under his control. Zhao Meng muttered to himself. Wuming is the abbreviation of Amon, the general manager of Wutan City. There are also differences in status among Amons. The will of all Amons is above everything, followed by the main body, followed by those with personalities similar to the main body, who are given authority and are responsible for a certain area or certain things for him. The next is to undertake special tasks, and finally the ordinary Amon split body, most of which maintain the form of spirit insects, because once entering the parasitic state, it will stop growing. So the Amons still maintain a very cautious attitude towards whether to parasitize, unless the total amount has reached the upper limit. The spirit worm said speechlessly. You don't have to worry about such trivial matters. These are all tasks of the main body. How can I not worry about them? Has the main body issued such tasks? Yes. He asked us to befriend Zhao Yan and promote his growth. Am I not worrying about the improvement of his strength? Zhao Meng argued. But promoting his strength growth does not mean being a nanny. The spirit worm retorted. Our underlying logic is subject to the main body, but the specific methods and means of achieving it are our own business. Just tell me whether my approach is in line with the main body's strategic goals. The spirit worm thought for a while and replied, yes, that's it. I did it perfectly. Zhao Meng said confidently. Zhao Yan was worrying about how to get money without exposing Yao Lao, and saw Zuna like an elf in the mountains, likely flying down the mountain, and soon came to the edge of the cliff, where Zhao Yan was. She looked at Zhao Yan, and felt that there was something more in him. Confidence. Brother Zhao Yan, who had never lost his talent, and was full of vigor, is back. Zhao Zuna smiled and said. Looking at brother Zhao Yan's current appearance, he doesn't need anyone to comfort him. The experience just now doesn't seem to be all bad. Zhao Yang pinched Zuna's cheek affectionately. People always grow up after experiencing setbacks. Zuna, thank you for your loyalty over the years. I'm back. Zuna was stunned for a moment by Zhao Yan's sudden affectionate behavior, and then she showed a charming smile. It seems that you are not needed. There is a little rich woman. The laughter of the spirit insect sounded in Zhao Meng's heart. Zhao Meng bit her lower lip with her upper lip teeth, looking a little unhappy. Her breath fluctuated slightly, which was noticed by the two, who Xiao Yan's face changed slightly, and he shouted vigilantly, someone has been hiding here, and I didn't even notice it. Does that mean that the teacher's affairs have also been known? Xiao Meng jumped down from the tree, with a leaf on her head. She smiled awkwardly. Master, it's me. She looked at Zuna again and said hesitantly, am I here at the wrong time? Xiao Yan. The voice of Yao Leo suddenly rang in Xiao Yan's mind. You little maid, seems a little strange. I didn't even notice her just now. How long have you been here? Just came. Xiao Meng's eyes wandered a little, and she didn't dare to look at Xiao Yan, looking like she was not good at lying. Xiao Yan smiled lightly. I'm here. I'm back. He reached out and took off the leaf on Xiao Meng's head. Under the setting sun, the boy who regained his confidence and the beautiful girl stood on the edge of the cliff together, looking into the distance. The boy was full of energy, confident and flamboyant. The girl in purple shirt smiled, as quiet and elegant as a lotus, and the other girl in black folded her hands behind her back, smiling even more cheerfully. The Warcraft mountains in the distance contrasted with the golden and red sunset in the sky and seemed a little dark. The sun gradually set, shadows rose, and the entire mountain range sank into black. It's dark. Let's go back. Yes, let's go back. Let's go. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 5th Level Spiritual Bug. East of the Warcraft Mountains, a waterfall hangs down from a high cliff, like a white ribbon hanging in the mountains. The water sparkles brightly under the sunlight, like countless diamonds scattered in that point below the waterfall. Are rocks protruding from the mountain wall, and the water hits the rocks and flows into the pool in front. The huge roar is deafening. In the cave next to the waterfall, there is a strange black airflow, and it seems that you can hear dense, crazy, and layered mumblings. The airflow is in a vortex shape, pouring out from the translucent worms with 12 rings, and emitting star-like colors, and finally merges into the worms in the center, which are no different from them, except that the energy fluctuations are stronger. The 12 rings on the worm have all lit up, and the starlight on its body is more brilliant. This is Amon's body. After creating his own cultivation system, he developed and perfected it. He let the lowest level of Dao Ki spirit insects practice on their own, and then gathered all the energy to the stronger spirit insects. After the initial refinement, they gathered to the next level, and so on. When they finally gathered to the main body, it was already the energy that had been refined many times by spirit insects of different levels. He only needed to simply refine and purify it at the end, and then he could refine it into his body. This greatly saved his time in attracting and gathering the energy of heaven and earth and purifying it. After nearly 9 years of development, his level has risen from the original 1st level to the 4th level, 12 stars. Only a little bit, and he can enter the 5th level. As the black airflow continued to pour in, a trace of lines like broken glass appeared on the body of the spirit insect in the center. The cracks became more and more dense, larger and larger, and finally shattered. The body of the spirit insect in the center suddenly expanded, and the speed of absorbing the black airflow became faster. However, the black airflow seemed to be insufficient, and it was soon swept away. The surrounding 3rd level spirit insects that provided energy for it all seemed a little sluggish. Lying there limply without a sound, as if dead. Level 5. Amon's voice rang out in the cave. The voice was empty, as if it came from the underworld. He hadn't spoken for too long, and before the 5th level, his original body couldn't speak either. It's time to move positions. The speaker was the white ape who was responsible for guarding the entrance of the cave, wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat. This is a meromagnetic ape. Compared with ordinary meromagnetic apes, it looks more like a human, and its face is not so ugly. Maybe some people will think it has a handsome face. In its body, there is a 4th level spirit worm parasitizing. The form of the spirit worm is not suitable for fighting. Even if the level is 4th level, it can't play the combat power level of ordinary 4th level magic beasts. Therefore, Amon needs a suitable body to play. Ape-like magic beasts similar to humans are a good choice, As for why humans are not used, it is because most magic beasts seem to have an abnormal hostility towards humans. If humans appear, they will attack first. The human body is not suitable for long-term activities in the magical beast mountain range. The recent development speed has slowed down a lot, and the surrounding resources are gradually unable to keep up with our development. Hayden said in a hoarse voice. Amon's development is at the cost of devouring a large amount of resources. He has grown to this point at the cost of a sharp decline in the number of magical beasts around him. Although he cannot increase his cultivation immediately by eating these magical beasts, the magical cores and flesh of magical beasts also contain a lot of energy. Using them as food can further shorten the time for the spiritual bugs to gather energy. And the purple crystal winged lion king has also noticed the abnormality in this area and is looking for the cause of the abnormality everywhere. The purple crystal winged lion king, a 6th level magical beast. It's a bit troublesome, and it doesn't seem to be a good choice to scare this guy away. Then you stay here. I'll go to the west to see. One after another, bright or dark, large or small stardust-like brilliance sank into his body. A pair of crystal clear, cicada-like wings appeared on Amon's back, which is a sign of reaching the level of Dao Wang. Dao Qi turns into wings. He flapped his wings, flew out of the cave, and moved to the west. After a while, a red-eyed crow with a wingspan of 10 feet flew over, with a white circle on its right eye. The spirit worm with crystal wings gradually lowered its altitude, landed on the crow's back, and then slowly drilled into its body. Amon's body did not start parasitism, but just drilled in, just like taking a plane. As he moved, a large number of monsters in the forest moved, most of which were small and fast monsters. They all ran towards the mountains in the west. The movement of a large number of monsters attracted the attention of a 5th level monster in the mountains. This was a huge mountain cat that was 6 meters long. It took an elegant step and killed a wind fox running to the west with its hands. A trace of doubt flashed in its eyes. It scratched the corpse, but found nothing. After the spirit worm parasitized, it was completely integrated with the host's flesh and blood. If both died, it would not be separated. It picked up the corpse with its claws and deliberately killed another red lizard that was also heading west. It flew into the air and headed towards the place where the amethyst-winged lion king lived. In a spacious cave, the light is bright, and on the surrounding mountain walls, there are occasionally some purple crystal blocks inlaid. These crystal blocks are natural products, which can be used as decorations in the human world, and sold at a high price. The deep cave is dotted with these purple crystal blocks, and the purple light is scattered, which looks magnificent. These magical beasts are no less intelligent than humans, and they also know how to enjoy. The purple crystal winged lion king likes to collect such purple crystal blocks to decorate his cave. The 5th level mountain cat roared loudly at the entrance of the cave, and the 2 3rd level magical beasts guarding the entrance of the lion king's cave trembled immediately. A more majestic and louder roar came from the cave. The mountain cat walked in with 2 corpses passing through the long passage. They came to an open place. There was a large hole on the side of the mountain wall. Light was cast from the hole, reflecting the larger purple crystals on the mountain wall, which looked even more beautiful. In the center of the cave stood a huge monster, with a body that was 7 or 8 meters long, and covered with a layer of purple crystals. The light in the cave was not too bright, but the light refracted by the purple crystals was quite dazzling. The monster's head was like a lion, with blood-red pupils glowing with strange purple light. Above its head, clusters of purple flames swirled around the fiery red spiral horns. On the side of the lion's body, there was a pair of purple wings, and the limbs were thick. Like the body, they were covered with a layer of purple crystals, but these crystals looked deeper. The purple crystal winged lion king, the overlord of the eastern area of the monster mountain range, a 6th level monster, rock breaking cat, what are you doing here? The purple crystal winged lion king spoke in human language. The rock breaking cat could not speak human language yet, so it let out a roar as a fellow monster. The purple crystal winged lion king understood what it wanted to express. I found that the monsters have abnormal behavior. Many monsters suddenly rushed to the west, and these monsters will not obey my orders, and it seems that they cannot communicate. The purple crystal winged lion king flashed a trace of doubt. Is there some natural treasure that attracts them? The rock crusher cat replied, no, I didn't feel that kind of energy fluctuation. I suspect that their behavior is related to the phenomenon that the number of monsters around you has dropped sharply. What races are there in the monsters going to the west? There are all kinds of races. Wind foxes, red ice snakes, snow wolves. No connection at all? Then it's not a bloodline summon. The purple crystal winged Lion King's eyes were more confused. I'll go and see. You stay here for a few days and take good care of my son. The purple flame on the purple crystal winged Lion King rose sharply. It stepped on the void. Its wings vibrated, soared into the sky, and drilled out of the hole on the side of the mountain wall. The rock crusher cat slowly walked to a smaller cave behind the open space and lay on the ground to rest. This cave entrance is the entrance to the place where the little purple crystal winged Lion King lives. A little guy poked his head out stealthily, and he walked around the rock crushing cat without making any sound, and walked out of the cave. As he walked, his tail was stretched, as if it was pulled by something. Looking back, he saw that the rock crushing cat was pressing its tail with one of its front paws. He turned around and made a low wall. The rock crushing cat was unmoved and gently held its neck and carried it back. Before they noticed, a translucent worm with 12 rings and star-like colors crawled out of the corpse of the red lizard brought by the rock crushing cat and slowly crawled into the small cave where the little purple crystal winged Lion King lived. It slowly drilled into the gap between the mountain walls, restrained its breath, and hid. The little purple crystal winged Lion King, who wanted to go outside but was not allowed, chased and bit the rock crushing cat's tail, treating it as a toy. The rock crushing cat kept swishing its tail. All cats have roughly the same experience in how to amuse kittens. After playing for a while, the little purple crystal winged Lion King lost interest and returned to his cave, lying on the floor made of purple crystals to rest. TSK. Since you've come to my door, it would be unreasonable for me not to seize this opportunity. The spirit worm crawled out of the gap and slowly crawled towards the little purple crystal winged Lion King. Originally, Amon didn't plan to stroke the tiger whiskers of the purple crystal winged Lion King at this time, but the rock crushing cat actually killed the red lizard and brought its body to the other party's cave, and in this body, there happened to be a third level spirit worm hidden. The little purple crystal winged Lion King, who was also a third level, happened to be within his parasitic range. The little purple crystal winged Lion King felt a little uneasy. He woke up from his sleep and opened his eyes and saw a stream of light rushing towards his eyes. It didn't have time to dodge, and the stream of light shot into its eyes fiercely, piercing through the eyeball and drilling into the head. A large amount of blood flowed from the pupils of the little amethyst winged Lion King, and it let out a painful roar. Chapter 339. Secretly marked price. The little amethyst winged Lion King was rolling on the spot in pain, but the enemy had already entered its body. The only thing it could do now was to mobilize all the fighting energy in its body and gather it in its brain, hoping that it could kill the opponent. When Amon parasitizes a target that has both a body and a soul, he needs to first parasitize the other person's body and complete the superficial level of parasitism before he can enter the next stage of parasitizing the other person's soul. If the target object still has a will and will resist when parasitizing, then the body of the spirit insect will need to withstand a greater impact. The body of a spiritual insect without a specialized body is not strong, and it is extremely fragile when parasitizing. Therefore, if you want to parasitize targets that will resist, you must have 3 aspects: body, fighting spirit, and soul. The body withstands the impact. Fighting spirit affects the speed of parasitism, and the soul determines whether deep parasitism can succeed. The surging energy washed over the spiritual insect layer by layer like waves, almost tearing it apart. This kind of behavior is not comfortable for the little amethyst winged Lion King. After all, the brain is the most vulnerable part, and it is very dangerous to mobilize a large amount of fighting energy to concentrate here. But at this moment it has no way out, because it knows that if it doesn't quickly kill the thing that got into its brain, it will definitely not survive. The fierceness deep in the bloodline of the monster was aroused, and it let out bursts of lion roars, even if its ears and nose were already overflowing with blood due to the accumulation of fighting spirit. The broken rock cat was startled. It rushed in from the hole and looked at the little amethyst winged Lion King wailing in pain. feeling a little at a loss, it roared urgently and asked what was going on. But at this moment, the little amethyst-winged Lion King, who was in unbearable pain, had no energy to answer it at all. He just prostrated on the ground and twitched. The spirit insect protruded extremely thin, densely packed silk threads from the left and right sides of its body. Under the protection of its own fighting spirit, these threads were not broken by the fighting spirit of the little amethyst-winged Lion King. Thin lines were embedded in various parts of the little amethyst-winged Lion King's brain, and then continued to expand and spread throughout its body. The little amethyst-winged Lion King's body suddenly shook violently and then became motionless. Preliminary parasitism is completed. The broken rock cat was frightened by its appearance. The amethyst-winged Lion King asked him to take good care of the little Lion King before he left, but as a result, half a day later, the little Lion King became like this. The amethyst-winged lion, when the king comes back, he will definitely kill himself. It came up with the idea of eating the little Lion King and the accompanying amethyst sauce directly, and then ran away. Just when it was hesitating, the little Lion King suddenly opened his eyes and let out a low roar. "I'm fine. I just ate the wrong thing." The broken rock cat looked at the little Lion King for a while and saw that it was no longer in pain and that the bleeding right eye seemed to be fine and had returned to its original state. Then he hesitated and exited the cave. As long as the little Lion King's life is not in danger, it's not a big problem. It thought that the little amethyst-winged Lion King might be greedy and ate some of the treasures prepared for it by the amethyst-winged Lion King. The eyes of the little amethyst-winged Lion King changed from the original clear and clear to deep, and there was a white circle around his right eye. Wootton City, Mitre Auction House, VIP room. Red carpets cover the room. Tables and chairs are made of expensive sunken wood. The frames of doors and windows are gilded, and the chandeliers on the roof are also made of transparent and pure crystal. Xiao Meng sat on a chair, staring at the crystal lamp hanging from the ceiling, thinking about how many monocles it could be polished into. The door opened with a creak, and a young man in a black robe walked in. He stroked the monocle on his right eye, raised the corners of his mouth with a smile. "Miss Xiao Meng, why do you want to come to my mitre auction?" Xiao Meng looked at this handsome young man and saw that his black robe was not the classic style that Amon often wore, and he did not wear a pointed soft hat, so he clicked his tongue. "Wu Meng, why did you find a host? And you're not dressed like that." "Because the wind has picked up. It's almost time for me to walk to the front of the stage. I'll leave the too iconic outfit to my true self." Wu Meng replied softly. Xiao Meng narrowed her eyes and did not continue the topic. She suddenly showed a flattering expression and her face became flattering. Do you have money?" Wu Meng chuckled. Although it parasitized some people, it controlled the mitre auction house in Wootton City, but we haven't been able to swallow the entire Mittel family before. The main body made a breakthrough not long ago, but it won't put all its energy here. In order to avoid being discovered by the headquarters, most of the money earned still needs to be handed over. Xiao Meng showed a slightly disappointed look and said with some frustration, "Well, you don't have much money. How much can you use now?" "Not much, just a few million gold coins." Xiao Meng's eyes suddenly widened and she looked at the other person with bright eyes. "Lend me some please, please." She clasped her hands together as if praying. Wu Meng was thinking, neither refusing directly nor agreeing immediately. After a while, he asked, "Reason? Give me a reason to lend you money. Kiss Amon and settle the score." "What's more, don't I know what Amon's character is like? Will you really repay this money if I lend it to you?" "Who said that?" "Amon is very trustworthy most of the time, for the greater benefit." Xiao Meng immediately retorted, "But no matter how hard I think about it, I can't see that you can get greater benefits from me." Wu Meng smiled. Xiao Meng was speechless. She thought about it and came up with the reason. "Missions. These are all the tasks of the main body. All Amon need to serve the great development strategy set by the will of Mongolia." Wu Meng didn't speak, just looked at her with a warm expression.
"Well, Master Xiao Yan is short of money, and I want to send him some money. Anyway, Amon doesn't need much money." Xiao Meng was a little weak. Facing ordinary spiritual insects, she can be confident and willful, but she cannot do this when facing Wu Meng. That little rich woman will probably lend him the startup capital.
This little trouble will not affect the overall situation at all. There is no need for you to interfere, but I still want to do something for Master Xiao Yan. Xiao Meng lowered her head and looked at her feet. Wu Meng snorted and asked, how do you want to explain the source of this money, Xiao? Meng was overjoyed at first. She heard that Wu Meng was loose. Then she wrinkled her face and said weakly, picked it up, which? Two of the best souls of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix had been devoured to create such a personality. Even the underlying logic of Amon's will can hardly suppress this love brain. Isn't it the will brought from Douluo continent? Well, Silver Dragon King? Auspicious beast? Or Cheyenne Meng Ice Silkworm? Wu Meng muttered in his heart. He smiled and said, do you think he would believe this reason, Xiao? Meng said nonchalantly, no. Then, how about saying that people from my family came here and gave it to me? Don't forget, there is also Gazuna. Do you want her to use greater power to investigate the Amon family? Then, what do you think we should do? Well, Gazuna has probably lent him money now, so if you want to provide help in times of need, you probably won't be able to do it, but it can be the icing on the cake. He will probably come to the auction house to auction the inferior foundation building spiritual liquid. I think is it okay to buy it at a higher price in the name of middle auction house? But the disadvantage is that he doesn't know everything you have done for him, Xiao. Meng's face turned slightly gloomy, and then she showed a cheerful smile. That's enough, that's all, as long as it can help Master Xiao Yan. After getting Wu Meng's reply, Xiao Meng left Mitre auction house. A mature, charming woman walked in. She stroked the monocle on her right eye and whispered, you are too indulging her. Although supporting Yan Emperor is indeed one of the highest strategies set by Quan Meng's will, there is no need to help in every detail. With a card like Yao Leo, it is enough. Wu Meng raised his right hand, pinched the upper and lower edges of the monocle with his index finger and thumb respectively, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly to outline a smile. The gifts of fate are all marked with a secret price. As the level of life increases, the divinity of Quan Meng's will inevitably become more abundant. At this time, the more human side of our clone Amon, the better. This can better balancing humanity and divinity. This is also an attempt on my part, an attempt to exploit human nature. That idiot Yan Jin taught me that sincerity is the eternal finishing move. Even a cold-blooded guy like Amon hesitated between her and profit, let alone the styles of Xiao Yan and Muchen. What about the protagonist? For them, the most difficult thing to deal with is probably the beauty's kindness. If there is a person who will never leave him when he is at his lowest point and is willing to give up everything for him, giving up his life and even his soul, do you think, how much price is he willing to pay to redeem her from the Amon family? Yafmi's red lips slightly raised, a source of energy. Xiao Yan is an alchemist. Yap. Fei changed her words. An imperial pill. That's the minimum price. If our development is not going well, if we successfully become emperor, it will be more than that. Wu Meng leaned back slightly, leaned on the back of the chair, paused, and continued. I also respect each avatar's own choice, and support them in choosing the way they like to live, doing the things they like, and finally, choosing the way they want to die, while maintaining the same grand strategic goals. That's kind, isn't it? Do you feel like I'm more human? Xiao Meng will die precisely because she likes Xiao Yan from the bottom of her heart and considers Xiao Yan, so she will inevitably choose to sacrifice herself at some point to fulfill Xiao Yan, because she knows that if she does not die, sooner or later, he will become Amon's tool to deal with Xiao Yan. For Xiao Yan's safety, she must die. But this is exactly what the body expects. Sometimes the dead are more valuable than the living, because her death is more painful in Xiao Yan's heart and his unforgettable regret. All the good things now are to make the tragedy after it is torn apart even deeper. If one day I can pay some price to bring her back, what is Xiao Yan willing to pay? Not to mention giving everything, but it is definitely the biggest bargaining chip he can currently offer. During the Yan Emperor period, it was an emperor pill, and during the Great Overlord period, Wu Meng's voice gradually became quieter, as if he didn't want Yafei to know what was going on. Looking at Wu Meng who was smiling, Yafei twitched the corner of her mouth and squeezed out a sentence. You are trying to forcefully embed a tragedy into Xiao Yan's originally happy life. Devil, thank you for the compliment. Chapter 340 Mitre Auction House. When Xiao Meng returned to the Xiao family, it was lunchtime. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Meng, who was acting a little sneaky, and called her. Xiao Meng, you're back. Where did you go? Master Xiao Yan, I just went out for a walk. Xiao Meng answered with a guilty conscience. Xiao Yan felt that he couldn't understand the Xiao family. First, Zuna's identity seemed more mysterious than he had expected, and her background was more terrifying. Now even the maid Xiao Meng, who he had picked up and had been following him, has become mysterious and seems to have an unusual identity. How much did you see about that day? Xiao Yan asked. No, I didn't see anything. I didn't see the ghost grandfather or anything like that. I only saw Master Xiao Yan and Miss Zuna being affectionate. Xiao Meng shook her head like a rattle. Xiao Yan, after a long silence, he said, please keep the secret for me. Xiao Meng, don't tell anyone. This is a secret between the two of us. Yes, I won't tell you. I won't tell you, even if Miss Zuna and the master ask. Xiao Meng nodded heavily. After Xiao Meng left, Yao Leo's voice rang in Xiao Yan's mind. Your maid is indeed strange. I always feel that she gives me a familiar feeling. Maybe you have met her clan members before. Xiao Yan guessed. It's possible. Yao Chen's soul was not completely controlled by Amon. He still retained his self. Now his relationship with the spirit insect is like the ancient sheep in the ancient clan whose soul was forcibly blended with a soul clan member by the void devouring flame. The ancient sheep is usually the ancient sheep. He will work hard for the affairs of the ancient clan and can't see any flaws. But when the backhand is activated, he will become a member of the soul clan and serve the soul clan. The difference is that the parasitism of the spirit worm is reversible, and Yao Chen has noticed it, but he can't find a solution for a while, and the spirit worm has not yet caused any harm, so he can only let it go. The fusion of Gu Yang is irreversible, and he himself did not notice it. Only the Soul Clan personality hidden in the dark knows it. Of course, this does not mean that Amon's spirit worm parasitism is not good, but that the gap between him and Yao Chen when he parasitized is too big, so he can only do this. Gu Yang's soul fusion was done by Zhuwu Tunan himself. Xiao Yan did not dwell on Xiao Meng's affairs for too long. In his heart, she is one of the most trustworthy people. He immediately devoted himself to cultivation. After all, time waits for no one. If you want to pass the coming of age ceremony smoothly, you have to seize every minute and every second. Days passed, and as time went by, the foundation building spirit liquid prepared by Yao Leo for Xiao Yan was quickly absorbed by him. 3 years of cynicism made Xiao Yan realize how important strength is in this Daoqi continent. Although the days of hard training were boring, Xiao Yan was happy with it because the results were also remarkable. The feeling of improving his strength bit by bit made him unable to stop. While using the foundation building spirit liquid to assist Daoqi training, Xiao Yan also practiced the Zuan level advanced fighting skill 8 extreme collapse obtained from Yao Leo. However, this kind of life did not last long, and Xiao Yan had to stop. The foundation building spirit liquid was used up. He did not have enough money to prepare another one, and he was ashamed to continue to borrow money from Zuna, and he did not want to expose Yao Leo's existence to his father, so he came up with a method of using inferior medicinal materials instead, refining inferior foundation building spirit liquid and auctioning it, and then buying qualified medicinal materials for his own use after getting money. The color of high quality foundation building spirit liquid is crystal emerald, while the inferior one is mottled green. Yao Leo looked at this obviously lower grade foundation building spirit liquid and was slightly disgusted. Here, it's done. Xiao Yan quickly put it into the white jade bottle he had bought in advance. Yao Leo looked down on this thing, but Xiao Yan treasured it very much. Before he met Yao Leo, even when his talent was not lost, he had never used such a high-end thing. Look at you. Is this kind of rubbish worth treating like this? Yao Leo said disdainfully. Xiao Yan just smiled foolishly with the bottle in his arms without delay.
He put on a black robe that had been prepared long ago and wrapped himself tightly. The Mittel auction house is the largest auction house in Wotan City, affiliated with the Mittel family, the richest in the Gamma Empire. In the empire, the Mittel family, the Nalan family, and the Intel family are collectively known as the Gamma 3 giants. They are involved in the business, military, and political circles of the empire, and their power is not comparable to that of a small family like the Zhao family. As a result, the auction house has a transcendent status in Wotan City, and no one dares to take advantage of it, even if it is profitable. Without paying attention to the guards at the door who looked at him with caution, he walked straight in, glanced at the magnificent hall, and walked towards the treasure appraisal room. Knowing that the distinguished guest was coming, Yafei, who had been prepared for a long time, pinched the monocle on her right eye and showed a charming smile. Her soul was parasitized by an Amon clone with very little will. The spirit worm did not completely suppress her consciousness, and her situation was similar to that of the ancient sheep of the Soul Clan. Although on the surface, she was still the same Yafei, and there was no difference between her words and deeds, except that she loved wearing monocles, but her underlying thinking had been occupied by Amon. Zhao Yan looked at this charming woman, and felt some movement in his lower body. He quickly abandoned the distracting thoughts and cleared his mind. Yafei glanced at his lower body vaguely and chuckled. Zhao Yan was a little embarrassed and quickly contacted Yao Leo in his heart, signaling him to speak. Haha, the little guy's concentration needs to be improved. Yao Leo's ridicule made Zhao Yan feel even more embarrassed, and he wanted to dig a hole with his toes to bury himself. Zhao Yan put the medicine bottle on the table, and an old voice came from the black robe. This is the foundation building spirit liquid, which can increase the speed of practicing Dao Zhi, but only those below Dao Zhi can use it. Yep. Fei showed just the right amount of surprise. Wait a minute, old man. Master Guanai from our auction house is on his way. In the northwest corner of the continent, the practice of Dao Zhi can only be done in a conventional way, and it cannot be accelerated by using pills. This is common knowledge. Now there is a drug that claims to be used at the Dao Zhi stage, so Yafei must react. The old man with grey hair and green clothes quickly came out. He wore a monocle on his right eye and his face was slightly arrogant. The embroidery on the chest of his clothes was not a golden star symbolizing fighting spirit cultivation, but a medicine furnace with 2 silver ripples. This is the symbol of a second-grade alchemist. Guanai took the white J bottle and verified it. After confirming that it was correct, the arrogance on his face was restrained a little. The spiritual liquid has reached the second-grade level. What this gentleman said is true. Yep. Fei smiled and said, "Old sir, are you going to auction it? Well, please arrange the fastest auction time for me." Yep. Fei's eyes flashed slightly, and she asked, "Uncle Guanai, how much do you think this bottle of spiritual liquid can be sold for?" It is estimated to be 30,000 to 40,000 gold coins, but if the competition is fierce, it may be 70,000 to 80,000 gold coins. Guanai responded. After thinking for a while, Yafei said with a sweet smile, "Old sir, if you are in a hurry to sell it, then can you sell it to me? Someone in the family just needs it, and Yafei will definitely not let you suffer a loss. How about 100,000 gold coins? 100,000. Zhao Yan almost stood up excitedly, but he still suppressed his inner emotions well. Yao Leo's slightly teasing voice came, "Look at your achievements. Only 100,000 gold coins. But it is indeed a bit high. It seems that she wants to befriend you. This woman is not an easy person to deal with. Zhao Yan, you can't control yourself. If you have any thoughts about her, don't let her swallow you to pieces." Zhao Yan also learned from Yao Leo's occasional impropriety, and answered in his mind with a bit of a smile, "I don't have that idea. Let's quickly make a deal, if the price is right. I'm an old man, but I have taken advantage of you. You can help me prepare some medicinal materials, and the cost will be deducted from this money. I hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future." Yao Leo said with a smile. The Mittel auction house has a stable supply of goods and huge power. After the other party showed goodwill, Yao Leo naturally didn't bother to look for others. Cooperating with them is the most time-saving and labor-saving method. However, one must be on guard against others. Yao Lao deliberately added a few more when reporting the names of the required medicines. Although the foundation building spirit liquid cannot be made by knowing the materials, the heat, the timing of the fusion of the medicinal materials, etc. are all very important. Wu Meng's parasite is not a member of the Mittel family stationed here, so he didn't show up just now. After Zhao Yan left with the materials, he slowly left. Yafei smiled and said, "Why do I feel that you planned to do this from the beginning? It has nothing to do with Zhao Meng's request." Wu Meng stroked his monocle and smiled. "Yes, this is what was planned. It has nothing to do with Zhao Meng's request. So I agreed to her. In fact, it was just a matter of going with the flow. The Mittel family itself needs to befriend Zhao Yan, and the result of doing so is that Zhao Yan has a good impression of the Mittel family. Zhao Yan returned home, took off his hood, and couldn't stop smiling. With these 100,000 gold coins, his next cultivation resources were guaranteed. Zhao Meng came over hopping like a butterfly, fluttering up and down. "Master, Zhao Yan, are you going to sell things? Zhao Meng saw you enter the auction house when I was shopping." Zhao Meng said, "How did you recognize me?" Zhao Yan's face changed slightly, thinking that his hiding was not in place. Zhao Meng said with a smile, "I recognized you at a glance. Even if you were turned into ashes, I would recognize you." This metaphor. Zhao Yan's mouth twitched. "Why? Are you sure that I went to sell things instead of buying things? Because, Master Zhao Yan, you have no money. Isn't the old man an alchemist? So I must have gone to sell pills." Zhao Meng answered without any scheming. Zhao Yan was silent immediately. He thought his disguise was flawless, but he was exposed as soon as he got home. "Master Zhao Yan, how was your harvest?" "It's pretty good. I'm not short of money anymore." Zhao Yan also showed the youthful vigor that was rare. "Zhao Meng, what do you want to eat? I'll take you to a feast." "I like whatever Master Zhao Yan likes." Zhao Meng, who thought she was helping, smiled happily. "Brother Zhao Yan, why don't you invite me to your feast?" A faint voice came. Zhao Yan suddenly felt a chill on his back. Chapter 341 The Returning Genius. With the money, Zhao Yan purchased a large number of medicinal materials and practiced hard in seclusion again. Time flies, and there is only 1 month left before the Zhao family's coming of age ceremony. 1 month before the coming of age ceremony, everyone needs to participate in the prediction. The prediction will eliminate those unqualified clansmen whose Dao Qi is below the 7th stage. According to the rules of the Zhao family, only clansmen with Dao Qi of the 7th stage or above are eligible to participate in the complete coming of age ceremony and enter the Dao Qi pavilion to find the practice method. Those who fail will lose this qualification and will be assigned to various industries to take care of the chores after the ceremony. This test can be said to be the time to decide a person's life. The excellent ones can continue to receive the family's training and go further in the practice of Dao Qi, while those who fail to meet the standards can be dragged down by trivial matters, further widening the gap between them and others. And it is difficult for them to have a chance to turn over. Master Zhao Yan, today is the prediction. Come on. Zhao Meng helped Zhao Yan put on his coat. Originally, Zhao Yan was not used to others helping him dress until Zhao Meng blinked her big eyes and looked at him expectantly for a long time before he accepted it. "It's just a prediction. I'd better give the title of waste back to those tribesmen." Zhao Yan smiled confidently. He walked out of the room and saw Zuna, who just came to find him. A ray of sunlight fell on the boy in black, and his slightly immature face was full of confidence. The graceful girl was as gentle as water, although immature, but full of youthful breath. The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Then Zuna saw Zhao Meng following Zhao Yan out. Her smile faded slightly, her forehead twitched. "Sister Zhao Meng, why are you still doing these chores? Your talent has been recognized by the family. You can completely ask for an independent courtyard and enjoy the same treatment as the direct descendants of the Zhao family." Zhao Meng shook her head. "I'm the maid of Master Zhao Yan, not something of the Zhao family. Those people who treated Master Zhao Yan like that before were too hateful." Zhao Yan smiled. "Okay, Zhao Meng, it's all over.
From today on, I will regain my dignity and honor. More than 100 boys and girls stood in the huge bluestone training ground. Their expressions were different. Some were full of confidence, some were uneasy, and some seemed to have accepted their fate. They talked and laughed with the people beside them, but their smiles were full of bitterness. In the training ground, there was a huge test stone tablet. This kind of test stone tablet was expensive and only powerful families could equip it. The Zio family barely had the qualifications. However, the one on the bluestone training ground was not purchased recently, but was inherited by the Zio family, and its origin is no longer traceable. Zuna looked at the stone tablet, and her eyes were slightly rippled. The black stone tablet that had experienced countless years. The ancient clan also had one point. Only when she saw the stone tablet, she felt that the Zio family was also one of the 8 ancient clans. The Zio family's adult ceremony has many similarities with their ancient clan's adult ceremony in terms of process, but the participants' cultivation is very different. She murmured in her heart, Brother Zio Yan, Suna believes that you can take back not only your previous glory, but also the glory that once belonged to the ancient Zio clan. You can definitely take it back. The arrival of Zio Yan, Zuna, and Zio Meng attracted the attention of all the clan members, and even the indifferent tester standing next to the black stone tablet cast his eyes over. They were all looking forward to the results of today's test. Can Zio Yan, the former genius and now waste, pass this level? And can the 2 girls who have always been like the bright moon in the sky amaze everyone again? Zio Zun looked at the people with different expressions on the training ground, and then looked at Zio Yan, feeling a little worried. Waste, let's see how you can still occupy Zio Meng after today. Zio Meng sneered. Zuna's background was too big, and Zio Meng felt that it was unlikely that he would get the beauty, so he changed his target to Zio Meng, who seemed easier to get. However, the latter was devoted to Zio Yan, and no matter how he pursued her, she was unmoved, which made him hate Zio Yan. After today's test, Zio Yan was determined to be assigned. Then Zio Meng should also realize who is better, and her attitude will be relaxed. Zio Meng thought secretly. After Zio Zun read out the rules, the test began. The indifferent tester took out the list from his arms and called out the names of the testers one by one in a cold voice without any emotion. After the test was completed, he called out their results coldly, like an emotionless broadcasting machine. The second elder sneered at Zio Zun on the high platform. I hope your genius son can give us some surprises today. HMPH. Zio Zun snorted coldly, without arguing. Zio Mei, fighting power, 8th stage, advanced. The cold tester's expression rarely eased a little. Zio Meng looked at Zio Mei, who was standing on the test table with a proud look on her face, and said, great. Fighting key 8th stage. Zuna also smiled. I remember she used to be very attached to you, Brother Zio Yan. I wonder what her expression will be after today. Zio Yan shook his head and laughed. Some things can't be made up after they are broken. There are not many people in this family that I agree with. Next, Zio Zuna, then. I'll go. Zuna stepped forward and pressed her hand on the ancient stone tablet. Fighter, 2 stars. The level far beyond everyone else attracted countless amazement and admiration. Zio Yan was only surprised for a moment and then calmed down. With Zuna's mysterious background, it was not surprising that she could make such progress. What? She is actually a 2-star fighter? 1 star more than the original. Zio Meng's eyebrows moved, and she silently said in her heart, upgrade me 1 more level. The spirit worm that inhabited Zio Meng's body, but did not activate the parasitic ability, twisted a little. Is it necessary? Anyway, I just want to be 1 level higher than her. Upgrade me quickly. The spirit worm did not say anything more. It existed to assist Zio Meng. It split out a spirit worm without a spiritual imprint and merged into the flesh and blood of Zio Meng's body. Zio Meng's level was immediately upgraded and she became a 3-star fighter. It was her turn to test. With a confident smile, she slowly stepped onto the stage. The test magic stone tablet lit up, emitting a bright light. Fighter, 3 stars. The tester could no longer maintain his original indifference and spoke with a bit of excitement. What? 3-star fighter? Several elders on the high platform stood up in a flash and then couldn't help looking at Zio Zun on the side. You didn't secretly give her the technique? The third elder couldn't help asking. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean to blame you, I just want to confirm. With her talent, it's okay to give her the technique in advance. Once you reach the fighter level, you can practice the technique. Xiao Meng became a fighter a year ago, but the rule of the Xiao family is to enter the Daoqi pavilion, to choose after the coming of age ceremony, so according to common sense, she should not have a technique. No. Xiao Zhan shook his head. If Xiao Yan's talent had not disappeared before, and his prestige was at its peak, then he could still give Xiao Meng a scroll of technique in advanced point. But later Xiao Yan became a well-known waste, and coupled with the influence of Malin Yanren's withdrawal of the engagement, his control over the Xiao family declined a lot, and his position as the patriarch was a little unstable, so he didn't do that. The elders were even more shocked. In other words, she could still improve 2 stars in less than a year without a technique, although the practice of the fighter stage is much easier than the fighting force stage. A large part of the reason is due to the assistance of the skills. Without any skills, he has been promoted to 2 stars in 1 year. This talent is simply horrible, because Xiao Meng's last confrontation with Malin Yanren was too short. They did not see that she was already a 2-star fighter at that time. Xiao Yan suddenly thought of the problem of skills, slapped his forehead, and cursed himself for neglecting to ask the teacher for skills for her in advance. Your little maid is very weird, and I may not have a skills suitable for her. Yao Chen's voice sounded in Xiao Yan's heart. What do you mean? You should know that everyone's soul is different, and the attributes of fighting spirit are also different, and the skills need to adapt to the attributes of fighting spirit. Yao Chen said slowly. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. With my eyesight, it's no problem for me to see through the Daoqi attributes of you little guys. But I don't understand. This is the first time I've seen such a strange Daoqi. I felt a slight spatial fluctuation from her Daoqi space attribute. Xiao Yan was puzzled. Is there such an attribute? The Daoqi continent is so big that there are all kinds of things. It's not surprising that anything appears, but I haven't heard of such an attribute, so I'm not sure. Next, Xiao Yan. The tester's words interrupted the communication between Xiao Yan and Yao Chen. Xiao Yan smiled, walked confidently to the test magic stone tablet, and gently pressed his hand on it. The light lit up, showing his Daoqi cultivation level. Fighting power, 7th stage, advanced. The tester showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. How is it possible? His talent is back. I remember he only had the 3rd stage last time. Oh my god, in less than a year, he has improved 4 stages of Daoqi. Even the old him couldn't do it. Right. Not only is it back, it seems to have become even more terrifying. Although Xiao Yan's 7th stage of Daoqi only reached the passing line, everyone was moved because he improved in less than a year. How is this possible? The second elder stared with an incredible expression. Ha 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 ha. My son Xiao Yan has the appearance of a Dao Emperor. After 3 years, Xiao Zhan finally shouted this sentence again, and the whole person looked much younger. Yeah. Master Xiao Yan is the best. Xiao Meng shouted over there, waving her fists, and seemed to be happier than she herself, who reached the 3-star Daos. Chapter 342 GGG. A young man in black stood on the test bench, his posture upright, as high-spirited as before. But unlike the proud and complacent him in the past, he is now more calm and his edge is more restrained. Cheating. This guy must have cheated. Xiao Ning, who fantasized about taking the opportunity to capture Xiao Meng's heart when Xiao Yan fell to the bottom, had a distorted face. After the test stage, there is a challenge stage. Those who failed to pass the test have the opportunity to challenge those who passed the test. There is only one chance. Xiao Ning's follower Xiao Ke thought about it for a while, and finally took Xiao Yan as his target. He didn't believe that this waste really stood up again. Xiao Ke jumped onto the stage, and in full view of the public, he bowed slightly to Xiao Yan. Cousin Xiao Yan, please. Looking at this cousin, who had been good to him when he was down and out, Xiao Yan showed a slightly sarcastic smile on his face. Do you think I'm still a soft persimmon?
He walked onto the stage, not giving the opponent too many opportunities to perform, and used the simplest and lowest level low level fighting skill, stone breaking palm, to knock him upside down. The whole audience was silent, and everyone was shocked by Xiao Yan's powerful performance. Only Xiao Meng was jumping and shouting, "Master Xiao Yan is awesome. Master is the best." Zuna had a peaceful smile on her face, and she was much more reserved than Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng's jumping made many people look at her. In response, she frowned and waved her white fist. "What are you looking at? Want to challenge me?" The boys and girls turned their heads at the same time. Challenge her? They are not crazy yet. When Xiao Yan walked off the stage and came to his side, Xiao Meng immediately put away her ferocious look and looked well behaved. Xiao Meng's cute look made Xiao Meng jealous. He thought viciously in his heart, "I must defeat Xiao Yan completely before he can rise completely at the coming of age ceremony next month. Otherwise, I will have no chance." After the test, Xiao Yan also relaxed for a rare moment. He did not practice immediately, but accompanied Zuna to play for a day as agreed. This made Zuna happy all day long. Of course, it would be great if she could get rid of the maid who said she wanted to help carry things and followed her. The old man who had been secretly protecting Zuna frowned, feeling that such a development was a bit dangerous. However, he was just a small Daohuang, and his words were not important. He could not interfere with the behavior of the young lady. Besides, this was not his mission. Apart from the safety of the young lady, the rest had nothing to do with him. After relaxing for a day, Xiao Yan devoted himself to the intense and fulfilling practice again. Northwest of the Warcraft Mountains, near the Yunlin sect's residence. Ancient trees towered to the sky, and the sturdy trees that required several people to hug were like giant umbrellas, with overlapping and intertwined treetops, almost covering the sky. Occasionally, a few rays of sunlight would shine through the gaps between the branches and leaves, forming mottled light and shadows. There was a thin layer of mist in the forest, adding a bit of mystery to the entire environment. The humid air was mixed with the smell of soil and plants, making people dare not breathe too deeply. From time to time, strange roars echoed in the forest, which were the low roars of monsters. Hehe, a hoarse and sharp laughter that gave people a bit of weirdness sounded, and large patches of black fog poured out, covering the sky and the earth, as if to swallow up the entire forest. These black mists quickly condensed again, and finally turned into a ball of deeper black mist that was about 10 feet wide and long. Hehe, the sinister and strange laughter sounded again, circling in the forest like a crow, and it lasted for a long time. A skinny claw like a dry branch emerged from the black fog and accurately pinched the neck of a red-tailed fox that was lying on the ground and dared not move because of the pressure he exuded. The red-tailed fox began to struggle because of the pain. Judging from the fighting spirit surging from it, it was a 4th level magic beast, but even such a powerful magic beast comparable to human fighting spirits had no power to resist in front of this strange figure. He slapped the red-tailed fox on the head with his other hand, and the magic beast fell silent. An illusory and almost transparent fox shadow was drawn out by the figure in the black fog. This shadow is the soul of the red-tailed fox. The strange figure did not dislike the almost transparent soul, but praised it highly. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect the soul power of the monsters here is so strong. It just so happens that I want to refine a soul enhancing pill to trade with others. I need a lot of souls, so I'll use you. Although the side effects of refining the soul enhancing pill with human souls are smaller, it's not for me, so who cares? I still need human souls to report to my superiors. How can I have any extra? Swish, the black chain stretched out from the black fog like poisonous snakes, turned into blurred black lines, and shot towards the surrounding monsters. The front end of the chain was extremely sharp, covered with mysterious runes, and coiled around the tip of the lock, revealing a trace of evil spirit. The chain accurately pierced the heads of the monsters, and quickly hooked away their souls when leaving. Afterwards, he looked at the souls he had hooked with some disappointment. Not every soul was as strong as the red-tailed fox just now. Most of them were very weak. Some even dissipated their souls at the moment of death, and nothing was hooked. He cursed inwardly, but he did not stop his actions, and continued to harvest souls. More and more souls were gathered in the hands of the mysterious figure.
These souls came from various magical beasts and were mixed into a ball point, and that soul ball, fearful and confused animal faces, kept appearing and disappearing. They fought against each other, as if they were trying their best to fight for dominance. The black mist floated in the air, bypassing thick tree trunks at low altitude, and quickly shuttled through the forest. The mysterious figure's behavior lasted for 2 days, and countless magical beasts suffered from his poisonous hands. In the end, he found that only the magical beast souls in that small area were particularly powerful, and the rest of the magical beasts were very ordinary. There was not much benefit in continuing to kill, so he stopped. Looking at the soul ball in his hand with the faint black mist, he was still not satisfied. It's still too little. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a soul body that was wailing and screaming, twisting in pain from the bag on his waist with some pain. With a clap of his hands, he also slapped the soul body into the soul ball. He found a cave that looked relatively hidden and placed 2 black chains at the entrance of the cave as a warning. The black fog slowly dissipated, revealing a thin and gloomy face. He was wearing a black robe and a white hat on his clothes, and the whole person looked tall and thin. His right hand was in the shape of a palm knife, and he cut out a flat ground in the cave. He walked to the flat ground and sat cross-legged. Staring at the transparent soul sphere surrounded by a faint black fog. The black-robed man stretched out his hands and stretched them diagonally upward. 2 groups of light black airflow flowed out from between his palms, constantly squeezing the soul ball in the middle from all directions. The twisted soul ball, with a hint of madness, kept shrinking and finally gathered into a pill the size of a langan. This is a highly condensed soul, almost getting rid of the illusory state and having a physical body, soul enhancing pill. It's done. He grabbed the pill the size of a langan and put it into a white jade bottle with a smile on his face. I spent so much effort. I hope you won't let me down, the black-robed man muttered to himself. The black mist surged out of his body again, covering him completely. He suddenly soared into the sky and quickly flew away. Although he walked recklessly between the magic beast mountains, no magic beast dared to make a sound. They were all frightened by his previous massacres and wished that this killer would leave quickly. After the black mist went away, a translucent worm with 12 rings and star-like colors slowly emerged from the ground. Amon stared at the direction where the Soul Palace Guardian was going away and sighed, a little disappointed. After discovering him, Amon deliberately let his clone reveal his soul power to attract his attention. As expected, the Guardian took the bait, caught the red-tailed fox, extracted its soul, and also took away the spiritual worm that parasitized its soul. He originally wanted to let the clone try to sneak into the Soul Palace by deliberately getting caught and explore the Soul Palace's methods, but he didn't expect that the Soul Palace Guardian actually used these souls to refine the elixir. However, the disappointment on his face did not last long, and he said to himself with interest, interesting. This elixir seems to be made for a deal with someone, and I don't know which lucky person will use it. If it's really as I expected, then the benefits of this accidental hit may be huge. Almost at the same time, all the Amons who were not around the main body suddenly realized that Amon's total volume had reached the maximum point. Although the main body and the clone can no longer be spiritually connected after the distance is too far, this restriction of the rules of heaven and earth will act on each Amon and be known by all Amons. Therefore, Amon's main body took this as a signal to tell the clones he has made a big move. In Wotan City, Wu Meng sighed and separated a spiritual insect with most of his cultivation from his body. After landing, these spiritual insects committed suicide very consciously. This was an agreement between the main body and the clone in advance. If the volume reaches the upper limit, then the temporarily unnecessary clones will be cleared to make room for Amon on the main body. In the east of the Warcraft Mountains, the Ape King found a safe place to hide. There were also spiritual insects in its body, and then died. The breath of the Ape King dropped sharply. Such scenes also happened in many places, but soon, Amon's volume reached the upper limit again. Wu Meng's face changed slightly. What is the main body doing? Although he was a little confused, he did not hesitate and repeated his previous behavior, but the Ape King did not continue to do so, because if he continued to weaken, his survival in the dangerous monster mountain range would be in question. This way of self-weakening to free up volume share. The specific amount of freeing up is determined by the clone. Wu Meng's place is safe, and it is okay to continue to weaken. So he will continue to repeat this behavior until he thinks that his cultivation has reached the lowest point, and continuing to weaken will affect himself. This way of transmitting information through the rules of heaven and earth regardless of distance is very limited, and can only do this and cannot go further and transmit more specific information. Chapter 343 Yan Jin and Wood Guardian. Deep in Yunlin Mountain, as far as the eye can see, there is a lush forest, with light clouds and mist lingering all year round, like a fairyland on earth. In a simple wooden house, an old man in white clothes with pale hair was sitting cross-legged on the bed, breathing. With each breath, a large amount of invisible air flowed into his chest, and was continuously discharged. A breeze lingered around him, circling constantly. Sigh. How long will this barrier keep me in my way? The old man let out a long sigh. He shook his head slightly, showing a helpless smile. Gigi, it seems you need a little help, Yan Jin. A hoarse, strange, and somewhat ethereal voice suddenly sounded next to his ears. Who? Yan Jin's expression changed, and he rushed out of the wooden house and came to the open space in front of him. I saw a tall, thin man wearing black clothes, with a black mist surrounding his body, and his face could not be seen clearly, standing quietly in the air, looking down at him from a high position. Seeing this person, Yan Jin couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, because there were no wings of fighting spirit behind the person in front of him. Stepping in the air is the sign of a strong Daozang man. Although he felt that the other party was unkind, Yan Jin did not dare to be disrespectful at all. He bent slightly and saluted. I wonder what this senior's name is? Come to my Yunlin sect. What advice do you have, Soul Palace Guardian? Yeah. As for any advice, do you want to break through the Dao Emperor and become a Dao sect? Guardian Ya said with the slightest hint of temptation. Dao Zhang. Yan Jin's breathing became rapid. Breaking the Emperor and establishing a clan had almost become his obsession, but he still resisted the temptation and regained some sense. He knew that there was no free lunch in this world. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, he asked in as calm a tone as possible, whose force is the Soul Palace? You don't need to know too clearly about the specific situation of our Soul Palace. You just need to know that we are the strongest force even in Zhangzhou. Crushing your Yunlin sect is no more difficult than squeezing an ant to death. Yan Jin felt a little uncomfortable with the contemptuous attitude of the Guardian Wu, but he did not refute it. The other party was telling the truth. You don't need anyone else, even just the person in front of you. You can kill everyone in the Yunlin sect by yourself. Then, I wonder what I need to pay. Souls. What our Soul Palace needs is human souls. With our support, after you become a Dao Zhang, you only need to turn in the soul of a Dao Emperor every 5 years. Of course, your work will not be in vain. Our Soul Palace also has corresponding rewards. The more souls you turn in, the more contribution points you will get. The contribution points can be used to exchange for various skills, secret techniques, and elixirs. Fighting skills. If you work diligently to collect souls, and the total amount turned in reaches a certain level, there will be additional stepped rewards. In short, the same sentence remains. The more you do, the more you will get. Answered in a calm tone. Yan Jin's heart was moved. The conditions given by Guardian Wu seemed to be pretty good. Although there was a hard requirement of turning in the soul of a Dao Emperor every 5 years, it would not be a problem if he became a Dao Zhang. He still hesitated. What if I fail to complete the task and cannot pay my soul when the time is up? Guardian Bird's tone became much more gloomy. My Soul Palace is not a charity. If you can't hand it over, you can use your own soul to fill the vacancy. Yan Jin's heart trembled. This Soul Palace was indeed not an easy force to deal with. He hesitated, with many thoughts in his mind. If he agrees, then Yunlin sect may never be able to get rid of the threat of the Soul Palace, and will lose a lot of independence point. Cooperating with the guardian duck is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. Seeing that Yan Jin was still hesitant, Protector Wu said, for Yun Potian's sake, I was the first to come to your Yunlin sect. There are many forces that want to cooperate with us. If you are not willing, I won't force it. I think the royal family of the Jia Empire will be interested when the time comes when Jia Xingshan breaks through to Daozang and needs Daohuang's soul. Maybe we can meet again, but by then, I'm afraid you will be in the capacity of someone else's meritorious service. There was an obvious threat in the words of the guardian bird. Yan Shan's expression changed. He was already a little moved. In addition, what the guardian bird said was indeed correct. If he didn't cooperate, he might become the prey of other forces. Moreover, Protector Wu, the Daozang himself, was a huge threat and could not be ignored. After thinking twice, Yan Shan finally compromised and nodded. Okay, I agree to cooperate. GG. A wise choice. Guardian bird laughed. I wonder how you plan to help me break through to the Daozang. What about the Piozang pill? Yan Shan asked. Piozang Dan can be said to be a 6th level elixir. Its efficacy can make many powerful people at the peak of Daohuang jealous. It can increase the success rate of a strong person at the peak of Daohuang by 10% when trying to advance to Daozang, and ensures that the person who takes it can keep his strength at the level before the impact without declining, even if he fails to attack Daozang. When he heard that Protector Wu said that he wanted to help him be promoted to Daozang, Yan Shan naturally thought of this famous elixir, broken sect pill. What you think is a good idea? Those pills are not that cheap. If you can give me the soul of a Daozang, I can help you get it. Guardian bird sneered. The soul of Daozang? Yan Shan smiled bitterly and shook his head. This was not a price he could afford. I have a soul enhancing pill here. It can also help you break through Daozang. Wu Hufa threw a white jade bottle to Yan Shan. Yan Shan quickly took it and opened the bottle mouth. A pungent smell came from the bottle, which was completely different from the fragrance emitted by ordinary pills. He frowned, held his left hand in a palm shape, turned the bottle mouth upside down, and poured out the pill in the bottle. To his surprise, the pill did not stay on his palm, but penetrated his palm, and fell to the ground. Yan Shan's left hand immediately shrank and reached out, catching the pill. This time, he condensed enough Dao Qi in his hand. This pill. He showed an extremely puzzled expression. The Guardian Wu explained in a prepared manner. This is a pure soul pill that I made with a secret method, and this jade bottle is also specially made. When using it, you need to use a secret method to allow the soul to temporarily leave the body and take it in the state of the soul. As the name suggests, the function of the soul enhancement pill is to enhance the power of the soul, especially after taking it for a period of time. Your soul will be terribly powerful, although it will slowly fall later. The period of time when your soul power is enhanced is the best time to break through. During this period, due to the strength of your soul power, you can attract a larger range of heaven and earth energy, and your control over energy will also be improved. So it will be much easier to break through, and the bonus to your success rate of breaking through will be higher than that of the poison pill. Hey, even if the poison pill only increases your success rate by 10%, my soul enhancement pill can increase it by 30%. 30%. This increase moved Yan Shan, but he remembered that when he asked about the poison pill just now, the Guardian Wu said that the pill would not be so cheap. So the value of this soul enhancement pill was obviously not as good as the poison pill. But it has a higher increase in the success rate, so it should have a great defect and the side effects may be great. I wonder what negative effects will there be if I take this soul enhancement pill. The Guardian Wu grinned. First, it will affect your potential and make future cultivation more difficult. If you eat it, your cultivation path will probably end. But this should be negligible, because if you don't eat it, you can't even reach Daozang. Second, there are many souls mixed inside it, with their spiritual imprints. You need to fight them, and can't lose yourself. Otherwise, even if you succeed in breaking through, the you after the breakthrough may no longer be yourself. Hearing such an answer, Yan Shan was not much surprised. This is normal. Yan Shan nodded. I understand. Then, Wu Guardian, should you tell me the secret method required for absorption? Wu Guardian laughed strangely. It seems that you can't wait. Then I will wait for your good news. He threw a jade slip engraved with the secret method of soul leaving the body to Yan Jin, and then turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared into the sky. Yan Jin held the jade slip and the elixir. His face was uncertain. He was half forced to trade this time point after a long time. He sighed. There was no turning back at this time. No, since Wu Guardian came to him, he had no second choice. Blessing or curse. It's a challenge, but also an opportunity. I hope to take this opportunity to improve the strength of my Yunlin sect and restore some of the glory of my ancestor Yan Potian. Yan Jin made up his mind and prepared to take this strange elixir. He adjusted his state, walked to the mountain wall behind the wooden house, and pressed his palm on a round stone point as he injected his fighting spirit. The stone emitted a hazy white light. A low rumble sounded, and the stone door rubbed against the ground, causing the mountain wall to vibrate faintly. A deep cave appeared on the mountain wall, and Yan Jin walked in without hesitation. As he entered, the spherical decorations on both sides of the passage suddenly emitted a bluish white light. The friction sound between the stone door and the ground sounded again, and the entrance to the passage was closed. Yan Jin walked forward along the passage and came to a relatively spacious practice room. The furnishings in the room were very simple, with only a stone bed covered with soft monster skin. He sat cross-legged on the stone bed, probed his soul power into the jade slip, and began to read the secret method given to him by the Guardian Wu. A lot of information poured into Yan Jin's brain. After a long time, he slowly exhaled and said to himself, I didn't expect that there would be such a strange method in the world. It's a pity that I can't use it too much, otherwise it will reduce the fit between my soul and the body. If it's not good, the soul really can't go back to the body. Chapter 344. Yan Meng. Yan Jin sat cross-legged on the stone bed, making a mysterious gesture with his hands. An invisible force spread out, and his robe moved without wind. The whole stone room was filled with the power of the soul, which was released by his secret method, causing some damage to his own soul. Many skills and secret methods of the Soul Palace had such characteristics, with strange effects and great power, but also causing considerable damage to oneself. Soul separation method. Yan Jin whispered in his heart. The connection between his soul and body became less close. As time passed, a transparent and illusory figure separated from his body. Yan Jin, in the state of soul body, looked at his silent and motionless body and felt a little strange. He did not waste time, and after a few glances, he focused on the business. He took out the soul enhancement pill, swallowed it in one gulp, and then began to refine it. When the Guardian Wu refined this soul enhancing pill, he did not use the traditional method of refining medicine. He was not an alchemist. He just forcibly mixed the harvested souls together and added some special materials obtained from the Soul Palace with merit. Therefore, without being roasted by the flame, most of the mixed souls inside are still alive and self-aware. There are a lot of soul insects mixed in it. Amon also vacated the volume share and let the soul insects mixed into the soul enhancing pill by the Guardian Wu use it. So they quickly split and proliferated, and under the effect of the soul eating talent, they grew rapidly by devouring other souls. So those souls that were not originally Amon also became part of Amon. In this soul enhancing pill, the content of Amon is as high as 100%. Amon also gambled in doing this. If he wants to parasitize a person with a physical body, he needs to parasitize his physical body first, before he can further parasitize his soul. So, if the soul enhancing pill is taken directly, then this time it is useless. During the period when the spirit worm parasitized Yao Chen, it also wrote down some of his books and volumes, and shared them with the clones in the outside world, and sent the clones as postmen to deliver them to the main body. Therefore, Amon knows some knowledge of alchemy, at least he knows the general principle. Although the soul enhancing pill is not in Yao Lao's collection, he initially judged that this kind of pure soul pill should be absorbed by the soul body. He has no doubt that the Soul Palace has a secret method to separate the soul from the body. If there is no such secret method, their Soul Palace is not worthy of making trouble everywhere. Since the Soul Palace Guardian has refined such a pill, in order to exert its due effect, it is thought that there is also a secret method to match it. According to the trajectory of the original work, The person who is most likely to become his trading partner and take this pill is Yan Jin. Amon's action this time is very uncertain. But if it fails, the loss will not be too great. He can recover in 1 or 2 months. If he wins the bet, he can directly parasitize Yan Jin and control him. With such a puppet at the peak level of Douluo, his next actions will be much more convenient. The result seems to be quite lucky, and all the trajectories are not much different from what Amon guessed. The Guardian Wu traded the soul enhancing pill to Yan Jin, and Yan Jin took the pill in the state of soul body. Yan Jin felt something was wrong, and the pill seemed to split into countless small insects and spread to all parts of his soul. However, he did feel that as the energy in the pill was integrated, his own soul was rapidly strengthened. He guessed that this pill might have been tampered with, but he had no choice but to go all the way to the end. This soul enhancing pill contains a large amount of soul energy, which is equivalent to dozens of times that of Amon's body. Compared with Yan Jin, a peak Douluo strongman, the soul is more than a little bit more. Since the size of a single spirit worm cannot exceed 1/10 of Amon's body, this power is scattered, and it is still difficult to forcibly control Yan Jin's soul. But Yan Jin mistakenly thought that the discomfort caused by the spirit worms parasitizing and integrating into his soul was a phenomenon that should occur after taking the soul enhancing pill. He also thought that the uneasiness caused by that little intuition was caused by the tampering of the Wu protector on the pill, so he did not resist. He felt that his mind was gradually blurred, and his consciousness seemed to be suppressed by something. This is the second side effect that Wu protector mentioned. Could the spiritual imprint in the pill make him lose his consciousness? Yan Jin thought to himself. He tried his best to resist, but he still inevitably and unexpectedly sank into darkness. Suddenly, he seemed to see something entwining his soul like a python. That thing is a person. He has hands and feet, wears a pointed soft hat, wears a classical robe, and the monocle on his right eye is particularly eye-catching. What the hell is this? This is definitely not a scattered spiritual imprint. The Guardian Wu harmed me. Yan Jin suddenly woke up at the moment before his consciousness completely fell silent. Yan Jin's soul was stagnant for a while, and then recovered. He used his soul power to condense a monocle, put it on his right eye, and slowly raised the corner of his mouth, outlining a smile. He glanced at the body sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, and turned into a stream of light, and sank into it. After completing the deep parasitism of the soul, the shallow parasitism of the body is dispensable, so the spiritual insect that controls Yan Jin is only the soul, and it will not have any impact. One after another, illusory spirit worms emerged from Yan Jin's body, and then turned into wisps of green smoke and dissipated. In the air, this is Amon reducing his volume share and giving it back to the clones in other places east of the monster mountain range. After realizing that the constraints of the rules of heaven and earth disappeared, a spirit worm emerged from the body of the ape king. It ate the body of the spirit worm that committed suicide to free up its share, and then began to practice. This can greatly shorten its recovery time. Wooten City Middle auction house. Wu Meng played with the body of a spirit worm in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and did not eat it. He did not need too much strength here, and leaving the share to the clones in other places was a better choice for the overall situation. Deep in Yunlin Mountain, behind a simple hut. Yan Jin walked out of the secret room in the mountain wall. He condensed a pair of monocles with his fighting spirit. After wearing it for a while, he dispersed it with some regret. Some identities are not suitable to be shown to obviously. He pinched his eye sockets and looked at a young man wearing the clothes of a Yunlin sect disciple who was walking slowly from the path. Yan Meng, you reacted quickly. Yan Jin chuckled. Yan Meng is the name given by the spirit insects to our men, the regional head of Yunlin sect. Yan Meng pinched the monocle on his right eye and responded with a smile. After all, the main body has had similar ideas for a long time, and the spirit insects have also discovered the GG monster floating in the sky. Plus, the main body is active in the northwest of the Magic Beast mountain range, not far from Yunlin Mountain. So of course I will have similar guesses. Since you control Yan Jin, then the name Yan Meng will be given to you. Yan Jin shook his head. In order to control Yan Jin, I devoured a large number of magic beast souls. Although I eliminated some overly extreme spirits by separating the spirit insects, the deviation between my thinking mode and the main body is still a bit large. You
are still responsible for the Yunlin sect area, and the main body will probably assign me another task after all. In order to control Yanshin, the volume occupied is too large, and it even affects the cultivation speed of the main body. If the combat power of this peak Daohuang is not utilized, it will be a loss-making business for Amon. After a pause, Yanshin asked, "Where is Yan now?" Yan Meng's eyebrows moved, guessed the other party's thoughts, and replied, "In the sect." "Very good, let's go." Yanshin grabbed Yan Meng's shoulders, Daoqi turned into wings, and flew towards the main area of Yunlin sect. Point in front of the main hall of Yunlin sect, a beautiful woman stood quietly. Point she was wearing a plain skirt, her black hair was tied into a phoenix hair ornament. Her face was calm and peaceful, revealing a bit of grace and nobility. Point this moving woman is the current master of Yunlin sect, Yan, who has Daohuang's strength. Point she looked into the depths of Yunlin mountain, and suddenly showed a slightly surprised expression. Teacher, what's wrong?" Beside the elegant and beautiful woman, there stood an equally beautiful girl, Nailin Yanran, who had gone to the Xiao family to break off the engagement that day. "Yanran, your master is here. Be prepared to welcome him." Yan replied, "Master?" Nailin Yanran looked surprised. Point when Yan accepted her as a disciple, he was already the leader of the Yunlin sect. Yanshin retreated to the depths of Yunlin mountain to practice in seclusion, ignoring the affairs of the sect. Therefore, even her granddaughter had only met Yan once, after she became his disciple. Point not long after, Yanshin landed at the door of the main hall. Point Yan hurriedly took Nailin Yanran forward to salute. "Hello, teacher." "Hello, master." Yan saw that there was another disciple of the Yunlin sect next to Yanshin, and a trace of doubt appeared on her face. "Teacher, what are you doing?" "Juna, this is my new disciple, named Yan Meng. He will be handed over to you to train in the future. Please pay more attention." Yanshin smiled. Oh. Yan was stunned at first, then reacted and agreed immediately. "Menja, why don't you come over to meet your senior sister?" Yanshin said to Yan Meng. Point Yan Meng walked to Yan with a warm smile on his face, bowed respectfully and said, "Hello, senior sister." Then, he looked at Nailin Yanran again. "Junior nephew Yanran, you are here too." Nailin Yanran's mouth twitched. She had some impression of this young man. He joined the Yunlin sect about 3 or 4 years ago. Point he was a guy with a little talent, who loved to scheme and play tricks. Unexpectedly, he turned around and became her uncle. Point I don't know what the master saw in him. She muttered in her heart. "Yanran, why don't you greet your uncle?" Yan saw Nailin Yanran standing there in a daze, and couldn't help reminding her, "Oh, hello, uncle." Only then did she react, and couldn't lose her manners in front of the master. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 It is wrong to touch a girl. 039 legs casually. The coming of age ceremony is a day that the Xiao family attaches great importance to, and it also attracts great attention from all forces in Wutan City. Point the Xiao family regarded this as an opportunity to show their strength, and invited some forces that had good relations with the Xiao family to use the strength of the next generation to strengthen the confidence of their allies in the center of the school grounds. There is an extra martial arts stage made of giant trees. This is a specially built venue for this coming of age ceremony. Point Xiao Yan was half lying under a tree. He glanced at the crowds of people from various factions under the wooden platform, and saw an enchanting figure in a red dress, who happened to be chatting with some people with a smile. Point many young talents came over, and showed great courtesy to her. Just when his eyes rested on Yafena's water snake-like waist, a head suddenly blocked his sight, startling Xiao Yan. "Master, what are you looking at?" Xiao Meng's voice sounded like a lark. "It's Xiao Meng. It scared me, young master. You are too fascinated by bad women." Xiao Meng said. "Bad woman? Yes, that's a bad woman. All those who seduce the young master with their beauty are bad women." Xiao Meng said seriously.
Xiao Yan touched his nose awkwardly and was speechless for a moment. Yao Leo's somewhat ungrateful voice sounded in his heart. Haha, if you are not romantic, you will waste your youth. Since your little maid has such thoughts, just accept it, so as not to encounter changes in the future and regret it. I just regard Xiao Meng as my sister. Xiao Yan was a little embarrassed. Really? Can you really watch her marry someone else? Xiao Yan was silent. When he thought of such a scene, his heart ached slightly, as if a needle was piercing him. Then, he saw an elegant girl in a purple dress slowly walking toward him not far away, and he felt extremely troubled. As if he had guessed what he was thinking, Yao Leo laughed and said, "What's the matter? What's wrong with a real man, having 3 wives and 4 concubines? He's still a child after all. Adults won't make choices on this kind of issue." Xiao Yan said coldly, "How many master wives do I have?" Yao Chen suddenly lost his voice. Many times, adults don't make choices because they can't make choices either. Zuna walked up to Xiao Yan and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao Yan, you have to be careful for a while. Trouble may come to you." Trouble? Xiao Yan and Xiao Meng looked at her at the same time. "Here." Zuna pointed to a tall beauty wearing a college uniform in the distance. She was leaning against a big tree with a long sword at her waist, and her legs were very long, giving the impression that they were all legs below her neck. Xiao, didn't she go to Canon College to study? Why did she come back? Xiao Yan frowned and curled his lips and said, "Didn't I accidentally break into the hot spring where she was bathing? That wasn't her territory, and I didn't know she was in there. And I accidentally touched her thigh, and she ended up chasing her for half a year. Crazy woman." There was a dangerous arc on the corner of Zuna's mouth. "How can you touch a girl's body casually?" Yes. This time, even Xiao Meng did not stand on Xiao Yan's side, and nodded in agreement. "Master Xiao Yan, how can you touch other girls' bodies? If you want to touch, you should touch Miss Zuna or Xiao Meng." Xiao Yan, Zuna, Xiao. You seem to have noticed the trio here, and walked over with long legs. He glanced at Xiao Yan, who was half lying on the tree, and smiled condescendingly. "Haha, I didn't expect that a loser like you could turn around. God is so blind." Xiao Yan glanced sideways at her, closed his eyes, and ignored her. "Go away." Xiao Meng stood between her and Xiao Yan. "It's you idiot. I don't know what kind of ecstasy soup that little pervert poured into you, but you are so devoted to him." Xiao Yu was a little confused. "I'm not stupid. I'm very smart." "Ah, yes, you are the smartest." Xiao Yu confirmed perfunctorily, then waved her hand and turned to leave. "HMPH, those long legs are amazing." Xiao Meng said angrily. Xiao Yu suddenly stopped and turned around to face her with a smile. "Long legs are great." After she left, Xiao Meng and Xiao Yan muttered in unison, "What a nasty woman." Hearing this, Zuna smiled. Xiao Zan, Yafei and others passed by and saw Xiao Yan. Xiao Zan paused and introduced to Yafei next to him. "Miss Yafei, this is my son Xiao Yan. This incompetent guy has always been lazy." It was not until the coming of age ceremony that he started to work hard in the 1-year period. It took him a year to upgrade from the 3rd level of fighting spirit. Arrived at the 7th section, Xiao Zan looked proud, clearly showing off Xiao Yan's progress. "Jaina, this is Miss Yafei, the chief auctioneer of Milt Auction House." Xiao Zan introduced with a smile. Xiao Yan had already stood up when Xiao Zan came over. He cast his eyes on the enchanting figure with a shy smile on his face. "Hello, Sister Yafei." Yafei pinched her monocle and moved her seductive red lips slightly. "I have improved my fighting spirit to the 4th level in 1 year. This matter is now widely spread in Wutan City." "Haha, it's just a fluke." Xiao Yan touched the back of his head. Xiao Zan looked up at the sky, patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and said, "I have to prepare some things. The adult ceremony is about to begin. Please don't embarrass me later." Watching a few people go away, Xiao Yan touched his nose. "What a fairy." Xiao Meng poked Xiao Yan's shoulder with her index finger and whispered, "Master Xiao Yan, that is not a good woman. She is very dangerous. You have to be careful." "Haha, don't worry, your young master. I won't be seduced by that goblin." Xiao Yan said with a smile, looking at Xiao Yan, who still didn't understand the seriousness of the problem. Xiao Meng let out a faint sigh. Yafei suddenly turned around, with a charming smile on her face, and her eyes glanced this way. Xiao Meng's expression was stagnant. There was a bit of surprise in his eyes. No, Wu Meng wouldn't arrange for her to come over, right? The procedures for the coming of age ceremony are cumbersome and a headache. Sitting in the audience, Xiao Yan felt a little drowsy. This is simply torture. Zuna smiled. I can't help it. This is a rule that has been passed down, brother. Xiao Yan, this is not a meaningless and cumbersome procedure, but its true function has been submerged in the long river of time, and you, the Xiao clan, have forgotten it. You have to work hard and find them again. Zuna thought secretly in his heart. Xiao Yan suddenly noticed that someone was looking at him with malicious eyes. It was Xiao Yu. A provocative smile appeared on his face, and his eyes wandered unscrupulously on the opponent's legs until the latter's face turned pale. Xiao Yu was immediately furious, and had the urge to rush over and beat him up. I can't do it. I can't do it, sister. You're still in the coming of age ceremony now. If you cause trouble now, Grandpa won't be able to spare you. Just look at me. I'll beat him until you have teeth all over the floor. Take it out. Xiao Ning tried hard to persuade Xiao Yu. It was Xiao Yan's turn. He walked onto the stage, went through the complicated ceremony, and then started the retest ceremony. Under the gazes of representatives of many forces in Wutan City, and under the gazes of the boys and girls in the tribe, Xiao Yan slowly walked to the black stone tablet, and pressed his hand on it. Is he really in 7th degree? Xiao Yu raised her eyebrows and turned her head to ask Xiao Ning beside her. She had only returned from the academy in the past 2 days and had not seen the scene of the last test. Xiao Ning was dumbfounded and didn't answer. He just stared blankly ahead, his Adam's apple rolling. It doesn't seem to be the 7th section. Xiao Yu followed his line of sight and saw light blooming on the black stone tablet and several large golden characters with flying dragons and phoenixes appearing on the surface. Fighting spirit. 8th stage. There was silence. Yeah, master. Xiao Yan has become more powerful again. Xiao Meng was still the only one left, shouting excitedly. Ha ha ha, my son Xiao Yan has the appearance of fighting an emperor. Xiao Zun repeated his words. No one refuted, and many people even couldn't help but nod in agreement. 5 levels of fighting spirit in a year. This is indeed the posture of fighting the emperor. If nothing happens to Xiao Yan, the Xiao family is very likely to become one of the top 3 in a few decades. Join the top family of the Jama Empire. Yafei smiled and congratulated Clan Chief Xiao. With Master Xiao Yan's talent, your Xiao family may really have a great strong man. The second elder, who was staring at Xiao Yan in front of the black stone tablet and checking the situation personally, was even more stunned. It wasn't until Xiao Yan reminded him that he said sarcastically, fighting key, 8th level, advanced. After a pause, he looked at the audience and said loudly, the retest is over. According to the previous rules, Xiao Yan needs to accept a challenge from his peers under the fighter. Who wants to come? Xiao Ning, who had lost much confidence in her heart, glanced at the sister next to her, then at Xiao Meng, who looked at Xiao Yan with admiration and gritted her teeth. I'll teach him a lesson. Xiao Yu looked at her brother's childish little face with a hint of uneasiness and hesitation, and sighed. Forget it, we are both 8th dan, so you probably can't beat him. It's good if you want to help me vent my anger, but you have to do it within your capabilities. She rubbed Xiao Ning's head with a smile on her face. But if I don't beat him, Xiao Meng will never like me. I don't believe that I can't beat a rookie who has just entered the 8th level of fighting spirit. Xiao Ning said with a bit of stubbornness. Xiao Yu's smile stiffened a bit. I thought you were going to stand up for your sister. It turned out to be because of Xiao Meng. No, no, no. Half of it is because of my sister. Xiao Meng is only half of the reason. Xiao Ning waved her hand in a hurry to explain. Ha ha ha. I see you are in a hurry. Xiao Yu smiled happily when she saw him like this. But have you ever thought about it? Xiao Yan is not a new 8th level Daoqi player. He has reached the Dao ZHR level before. Xiao Ning's morale, which he had finally managed to build up, was severely damaged. The corner of his mouth twitched. The steps he wanted to take to the stage to challenge were like a huge weight, but he couldn't move forward no matter what. Chapter 346 Xiaoning is devastated. Xiaoning hesitated for a long time, but decided to give it a try. Although he knew that he had little chance of winning, and knew that even if he won, Xiaoming would not change her mind, and knew that he would probably be beaten and embarrassed after going on stage, but he was unwilling to give up, even if there were so many reasons that prevented him from going on stage to challenge Xiao Yan. He didn't want to regret it for the rest of his life because of his momentary cowardice. Even if the chance was slim, he had to try. In addition, he had promised his sister before that he would teach Xiao Yan a lesson to vent her anger. How could a man not keep his word? He had to fulfill the promise he made, even if he had to kneel down. Whether he could do it or not was a question of ability, but whether he did it or not was a question of attitude. Looking at the stubborn Xiaoning, Xiao Yu felt helpless. He rummaged in his pocket, hesitated for a moment, took out a green pill, touched it reluctantly, and then stuffed it into Xiaoning's hand without leaving a trace. This is the second grade elixir key enhancement powder, which can give you the fighting power of a fighter in a short period of time, but it will make you weak for a month, so don't use it carelessly. This is the thing she exchanged for in the academy, to save her life at critical moments. But now seeing her brother is so persistent, she has to help him. Young boys and girls don't think too much when considering problems, and it is also common to do things without considering the consequences. For a moment of arrogance, Xiaoning suddenly showed a look of surprise. At this moment, he only wanted to defeat Xiao Yan. He didn't think about what this elixir meant to his sister, nor did he think about the gains and losses of relying on elixir. He just wanted to defeat Xiao Yan, nothing more. With this thing, I will definitely teach him a lesson, Xiaoning said firmly. Xiao Yu still had some rationality and reminded softly, stop it, just give him a little color. After all, it's at the adult ceremony now, and he is our clan after all. If you beat him seriously, Grandpa can't protect you. I know my limits. Xiaoning nodded heavily. Xiao Yu showed a worried look on her face. Xiaoning didn't look like he had a sense of propriety now. She was a little worried that he couldn't control the surge of power and would cause trouble. With the pillars of backing, Xiaoning immediately went on stage with full confidence. I'll do it. The second elder subconsciously looked at the first elder in the VIP seat. Seeing that the other party looked ugly, he couldn't help but ask one more question. Are you sure you want to challenge Xiao Yan? Of course. Xiaoning didn't understand the second elder's persuasion and cast a confident look at him. The second elder shook his head helplessly. There was no way he couldn't save him. He continued the procedure and asked Xiao Yan, do you accept the challenge? You won't refuse, right? Xiaoming is watching. Xiaoning challenged. Seeing this, the second elder hesitated and shook his head even more. Idiot. Xiao Yan rolled his eyes in his heart and nodded gently, accept. The second elder stepped back, and the atmosphere on the wooden stage immediately became tense. The battle began. Xiao Zhen frowned, a trace of worry on his face. Although Xiao Yan's Dao Qi cultivation has caught up, it is not just Dao Qi cultivation that affects the outcome of the battle. Dao skills are also a crucial factor in the Dao Qi continent. Dao skills are divided into 4 major levels: Heaven, Earth, Zuan, and Huang. Each level is divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced. The highest level is the Heaven level, and the lowest level is the Huang level. As far as Xiao Zhen knows, the grandson of the elder, Xiaoning, is a frequent visitor to the Dao Skill Hall, and has mastered no less than 3 Huang level intermediate Dao skills, and 1 Huang level advanced Dao skill point. When Xiao Yan was lonely, the old guy used this to show off in front of him, so Xiao Zhen knew this quite well. On the other hand, although Xiao Yan's talent has returned, and his Dao Qi cultivation has caught up, he has never heard of him going to the Dao Skill Hall. I think he will be at a great disadvantage in terms of Dao skills on the stand, where the VIPs were. Yafei smiled charmingly. I wonder why Chief Xiao looks a little worried. Alas, Jaina is not very proficient in Dao Qi, and has only recently entered the 8th stage of Dao Qi. I'm afraid he doesn't have much chance of winning against Xiaoning, who has been at this level for a year. Xiao Zhen did not shy away and expressed his concerns.
In other words, Xiaoning has not made any progress in Daoqi cultivation in the past year. Yafei said with a smile. The elder's face on the side suddenly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Xiaozhen was also stunned by her strange angle, and then smiled. Miss Yafei is really a wonderful person, and her way of looking at problems is so different. Master. Xiao Yan, come on. Xiao Meng seemed to have no idea what worry was, and had full confidence in Xiao Yan, shouting loudly on the side, "Humph, you have confidence in that waste." Xiao Yu snorted coldly, "Of course I have confidence in Master Xiao Yan. He is a man with the appearance of a great emperor." Xiao Yan himself was a little embarrassed by Xiao Meng's flattery. He touched his nose and whispered to Xiao Meng, "Xiao Meng, stop it. I'm not that powerful." In Xiao Meng's heart, Master Xiao Yan is the most powerful. Xiao Meng showed a sly smile. Anyway, it's not me who is flattered and embarrassed, so I'll just flatter him as much as I can. And she didn't say anything nonsense. Xiao Yan, he really has the appearance of a great emperor. Such a scene made Xiaoning envious and jealous. His expression was distorted a little. He gritted his teeth and said, "Xiao Yan, are you ready to die?" Nervous, Xiao Yan spit out a word from his mouth, and I don't know what Xiaoning is talking about. Xiaoning clenched his fists, and his Dao Qi quickly flowed through his body. The flowing Dao Qi gave him a sense of strength and confidence. He stomped his right foot on the ground, and his right hand changed from a fist to a claw, with a little cold light on his nails. Yellow level. Intermediate fighting skill. Split claw attack. Xiao Yan had long been unhappy with the brother and sister who had repeatedly made things difficult for him, so he did not indulge him. He stretched out his right hand and clenched his 5 fingers slightly. Suction palm. Xiao Ning's face changed, and he only felt an invisible force pulling him closer to Xiao Yan. His thoughts flowed, and he quickly calmed down. As the leader of the younger generation of the Xiao family after Xiao Yan's silence, he naturally had some skills. He made a judgment and decided to take advantage of this pulling force to get closer to Xiao Yan. He spit out his Dao Qi backwards, and his speed increased a bit. "Heh, you little bastard, you're still too young." "Really?" Xiao Yan had a faint smile on his face, and the way his Dao Qi was running suddenly changed. Blowing fire palm. A repulsive force suddenly burst out from Xiao Yan's palm, and Xiaoning felt that there was a wall of air crashing towards him. The thrust of his own Dao Qi, the suction of the suction palm, and the repulsive force of the blowing fire palm instantly burst out on him, and the powerful force shook his internal organs. Xiaoning vomited blood and fell to the ground limply. Seeing Xiaoning lose so quickly, the whole audience was silent. Afterwards, they all took a breath of cold air. This boy's talent is so terrifying. Not only is he a genius in Dao Qi cultivation, he seems to be a genius in Dao skill cultivation. Xiao Zhan scratched his chin, wondering, this is not a family Dao skill. Was it taught to him by someone else? He subconsciously looked at Zuna. Young Master Xiao Yan is indeed extraordinary. In the future, our two families should have more exchanges. What do you think, clan leader Xiao Zhan? Yafei still had a charming smile on her face. Xiao Zhan showed a hint of surprise on his face. This was the first time that Middle Auction House showed a tendency to deepen cooperation with one of the 3 major families in Wutan City. I'm happy to do so. The other representatives of forces who came to the ceremony at the invitation of the Xiao family and had a good relationship with the Xiao family were also thinking in their hearts that they must deepen cooperation with the Xiao family in the future. The elder who had been complaining about Xiao Yan for injuring Xiaoning immediately disappeared and praised him. The young clan leader is really a young hero. I have said long ago that he must be extraordinary. The elder could naturally guess the reason for Yafei's change in attitude, and he naturally praised Xiao Yan for causing her change. Before he grew up, he could bring tangible benefits to the Xiao family. How could he not like such a clan member? Xiao Zhan didn't like this old guy who was good at changing his attitude, but he didn't say anything, just rolled his eyes. Xiao Meng's voice sounded in time as always. Master Xiao Yan is awesome. Master Xiao Yan is invincible. Little Xiaoning, a country boy. Xiao Ning was still immersed in the disappointment of being defeated so easily, and then he heard his grandfather turned around and praised Xiao Yan. Then the goddess he had admired for a long time also praised Xiao Yan and stepped on him. He suddenly felt that he was abandoned by the whole world, and the whole world became dark. He vomited blood again and fainted. He didn't even have time to take the key enhancing powder in his pocket. Brother. Xiao Yu jumped onto the stage in a panic and checked his injuries. While Xiao Ning was fuzzy, he vaguely heard Xiao Yu's voice. Oh, I still have a sister. Xiao Yu hurriedly took out the healing pill and stuffed it into Xiao Ning's mouth. This pill was also a second grade pill, which she had finally exchanged for. It was originally intended to save lives when encountering danger during training, but at this moment she didn't care so much, just wanted Xiao Ning to recover quickly. Xiao Ning still didn't wake up after taking the pill, but his breath was much more stable. She stared at Xiao Yan with red eyes and said viciously, "Little bastard, do you dare to fight me?" Xiao Yan touched his nose. He felt that he should have held back. Why did Xiao Ning vomit blood again? This was different from the original novel where Xiao Ning took the ki boosting powder and launched a sneak attack after being defeated. Xiao Yan injured the opponent so badly in a normal competition, so he felt a little guilty. As the one who made Xiao Ning vomit blood for the second time, Xiao Meng stood between Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu without knowing it. It's obviously your brother who is too useless. He can't even take a single move from Master Xiao Yan. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Xiao Ning, who had taken the elixir, was slowly waking up. When he heard this, he fainted again. Chapter 347 The Shadow of Wutan City. Xiao Yan, what's the point of hiding behind a woman? If you have the ability, come out and fight me. Xiao Yu said angrily with evil in his eyes. Xiao Yan chuckled. I'm hiding behind Xiaomeng because of my ability. If you don't accept it, hit me. Even so, he was ready to take action at any time. Xiao Meng and Xiao Yu are both 3-star fighters, but the latter has studied at Canon Academy and has martial arts and fighting skills. If they really fight, he thinks Xiao Meng will suffer at this moment. Xiao Yan is actually not afraid of Xiao Yu. He can also use a Baji collapse to deal with a 3-star fighter with Zuan level advanced fighting skills. There should be no problem. Stop. Why don't you take that embarrassing guy down quickly? Raw stop the two sides from further conflict. Xiao Yan looked at the old man standing at the VIP table in surprise. Great Elder, Xiao. You had a look of astonishment on her face. She couldn't understand why her grandfather, who had always been there to protect him, was so cruel to him now. And this was when his younger brother was beaten like this. She couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved, bit her lower lip, and went down with Xiao Ning. Looking at the aggrieved Xiao Yu, the Great Elder felt unhappy. But now for the benefit of the family, he must protect Xiao Yan. Yafei, the senior manager of the Mitre auction house, had just revealed his tendency to cooperate with the Xiao family because of Xiao Yan's talent. This was Xiao Yan's attempt to bring benefits to the family. At this time, he could not punish Xiao Yan, a great hero. In addition, we must also show to outsiders that the family attaches great importance to Xiao Yan, a genius, and we must not let others think that the Xiao family will bury him. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. Inadvertently, he saw Yafei pinching her glasses. He also found that many of the leaders of the forces who were invited were wearing monocles. He suddenly felt a little nervous. After all, not everyone's style is suitable for monocles. Some people wear them to have a unique style, some wear them to give people a feeling of gentleness, mystery or elegance, and others are not. Somewhat funny, like wearing a crown after bathing in monkeys. Teacher, is it a very popular thing to wear a monocle? You wear it, Yafei wears it, Caleb wears it, and many leaders of forces wear it. You said I've been wearing a monocle. Yao Chen's face changed slightly. Keenly aware of the weirdness in Yao Leo's tone, Xiao Yan was a little confused. Yes, teacher, what's wrong? Yao Chen hesitated for a moment, but decided to confess to Xiao Yan. Actually, there is a huge hidden danger in my soul body. When I was weak, some unknown creature entered the ring and eroded my soul. They seem to have extremely special abilities in terms of souls, and their weirdness is the only one I have ever seen in my life.
I'm afraid even those people are not as weird as them. I don't even know where they are hidden in my soul, and I don't have a solution. However, after so many years, they have been very peaceful and haven't moved much, only occasionally, it seems that some messages are transmitted to the outside world. Their transmission method is very covert. Although I can detect slight fluctuations in the soul power, I can't tell what they are communicating with, nor can I know what they are saying. I'm pretty sure I didn't have this habit before. This is their influence. Xiao Yan scratched his head. Teacher, please don't fool me. I love wearing a monocle. How could it have such a strange effect? He didn't quite believe it, thinking that the medicine was always fooling him. After all, this effect sounded a bit funny. Silly boy, I didn't lie to you. It's just that, before you pointed this out, even I didn't realize it and ignored it. They will change people's thinking unknowingly. Yao Chen solemnly said, really, seriously, why did I lie to you when I had nothing to do? Do you think I would lie to you about such a serious issue? Yao Chen rolled his eyes. There are soul fluctuations again. It seems that they have also discovered that we have discovered the abnormalities caused by them. So sending a message. At the VIP table, all the guests wearing monocles focused their attention on Xiao Yan, which made him feel like his scalp was numb. Wait a minute. Xiao Yan's pupils shrank violently, and he stared at the VIP table. Isn't it right? Could it be that so many people are affected by the weird creatures you mentioned, teacher? At first, he felt that the influence of loving to wear a monocle was childish and a bit funny, and he also thought that the medicine was always kidding him. But when I really accepted that this was not a joke, but something real, I felt an indescribable sense of weirdness and horror. It is very possible that, since those strange creatures integrated into the master's body will transmit information to the outside world, it means that there are others of their kind. Yao Leo said with certainty. Teacher, what should we do now? Xiao Yan asked in a panic. They are all staring at me. It's just possible. You should calm down and think carefully. At this time, even if they are normal and not affected, they will still look at you. After all, you are the focus of the audience now. It seems so. Xiao Yan scratched the back of his head. Also, you ask me what I'm going to do. Didn't I say that? There is that kind of thing in my soul. You ask me, am I going to plot against them loudly in front of them? Although Yao Chen's tone was serious, there was not much sense of tension or urgency, which calmed Xiao Yan's originally flustered heart. This Xiao Yan didn't know how to answer for a moment. He thought for a while and said, is there no way to accurately distinguish them? Yao Leo responded in a slightly quick tone. No, I should have said it just now. I can't find out the abnormality in my soul. Maybe you can ask about these people's previous living habits and see who has obvious changes and who suddenly loves wearing monocles. But even if you find out the results, it's useless because we don't have the means and power to break the situation. Knowing the weirdness of those people, what can you do? But can we just let it go? I don't want my father to become like this one day. Xiao Yan said solemnly. Yao Chen said helplessly, before we have the ability to solve the problem, it is better to pretend that we have not found it. At least we are all peaceful now. If you insist on investigating them, you may alarm them and cause the crisis that could have been postponed to break out in advance. Xiao Yan thought for a moment. Teacher, do you think the forces behind Zuna know something about such things? Can we use their power to deal with strange creatures? If it was just his own business, then Xiao Yan would never consider asking the forces behind Zuna for help. But now it involves the entire Xiao family and the entire Wutan city, and Zuna herself may also be affected. Stupid. Even if you have such an idea, don't tell your teacher. Just leave a clue secretly and give it to that girl. Yao Chen rolled his eyes. If you mention it to me, they will know it too. Xiao Yan thought about it and decided to follow Yao Chen's advice and pretend that he had not found it. Walking down the stage, Zuna noticed Xiao Yan's seriousness and abnormality at the first time and couldn't help but ask with some worry, brother Xiao Yan, what's wrong? You look a little strange. Xiao Yan hesitated and was silent for a long time, but finally did not say his discovery and guess. Zuna, be more vigilant when you meet someone wearing a monocle. He reminded. Zuna was confused by Xiao Yan's nonsense. What does this mean? She thought of the Jiali family. Some of them like to use monocles as decoration. Master. Xiao Yan. It's great that you think so. Yes, no woman wearing a monocle is a good thing. Master Xiao Yan, you have to stay away from them. Xiao Meng came over and said seriously. As she spoke, she glanced at Yafei on the stage, and the meaning was self-evident. Okay, I will stay away from her. Xiao Yan said with a smile. On the VIP seat, Yafei stroked her monocle, put on a charming smile, and communicated with the other Amons with soul power. Yao Chen made our existence clear to Xiao Yan. It doesn't matter, they can't do anything now. People wearing monocles are not necessarily parasitized, and people who don't wear monocles are not necessarily unparasitized. A spirit insect host who didn't wear a monocle raised his right hand and pinched his right eye socket. But since the undercurrent surging under the peaceful Wotan city has been discovered, the days of jealousy between boys and girls should end. Let's have a little real challenge. Then please welcome the first real enemy, the little villain Jiali family. And Amon said cheerfully, Jalebi. Call Jalebi Amon. Are you ready? Through the relay of one clone after another, they contacted Jalebi, who was far away in the Jiali family, and was not invited to attend the Xiao family's coming of age ceremony. I have invited the alchemist Liuzi, but I'm just wondering whether to increase the difficulty a little bit. Jalebi took off his crystal monocle, wiped it with silk, and put it back on. There is no need to increase the difficulty. The old man of the ancient clan is still in the city, but I think it would be more interesting to make some changes and let the Xiao family suffer more losses. Let's vote. I vote to maintain normal, increase the difficulty. I like to watch the fun. Maintain normal, maintain normal. The Amons in Wotan City conducted a regional All Mongolia referendum and made a vote. Then follow the normal process and start Xiao Yan's journey as an alchemist. Wu Meng announced the action guide. Based on the final voting results, however, it is worth mentioning that Xiao Meng and her subordinate spirit insects did not participate in this All Mongolia referendum. They were excluded by the Amons. Chapter 348 Deception. Hehe. You are such a loser. You used that kind of elixir, but still couldn't break through to Daozang. Yunshin. It seems that it was my mistake to choose you as my partner. The Guardian Wu came uninvited, with black mist all over his body, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. When he looked at Yunshin facing the killing intent of a Daozang strongman, Yunshin was not afraid at all, and said calmly, Protector, you might as well be more patient. That layer of barrier has been loosened. I'm more than 70% sure that I can reach the Daozang realm within 3 years. Protector. Wu narrowed his eyes slightly, and seeing that Yunshin's expression was not fake, he smiled coldly. 2 years. This protector will give you 2 years at most. If you can't break through within 2 years, don't blame me for being ruthless at that time. After all, someone needs to make up for the loss of my investment in you. Okay, 2 years is 2 years, but your main purpose is still for the soul. After 2 years, if I can't break through, can I use a Dalhuang level soul to let you give me another year? 4. Amon. It is naturally not very important whether he breaks through in 2 years. Anyway, Protector Wu will not trouble his original body, but Yunshin will definitely care and try his best to get favorable conditions for himself. In order to play Yunshin more realistically, he bargained with Protector Wu. The Guardian Wu nodded in agreement without thinking too much. Then, this Guardian will wait for your good news. You must work hard to break through, otherwise. The Guardian Wu did not finish his words, leaving behind a sinister smile, and turned into a black mist, and disappeared among the mountains. Yunshin stared at the direction where the Guardian Wu disappeared, his eyes deep. Wotan City. It was the day for the disciples of the Xiao family who passed the adult ceremony. To choose the exercises, neither Xiao Yan nor Zuna took it too seriously. The former had Yao Lao's teachings, and the latter was even more so when testing their own attributes. Zuna and Xiao Yan both measured the fire attribute. Although Xiao Yan's attributes also brought a trace of wood, the test crystal level of the Xiao family was not enough to test the faint wood attribute. It was Xiao Meng's turn. Xiao Yan stared at the changes in the crystal ball. He had asked Yao Leo for the exercises for Xiao Meng, but the latter said to try it with the test crystal ball first, because Yao Leo was not sure of Xiao Meng's attributes. When Xiao Meng put his palm on it, black cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal ball, and with a click, it broke into two halves. Xiao Zhen's mouth twitched. This was the second broken test crystal after Zuna. This kind of test crystal is also quite expensive. He felt a little distressed when he lost two at once. Teacher, did you see anything? Xiao Yan asked in his heart. I still can't see it clearly. Your test crystal is too low level, but in addition to the slight spatial fluctuations, there seems to be a faint sign of soul power. Yao Chen frowned. Is there a technique suitable for her? Xiao Yan was a little anxious. He knew that there would definitely be no such unconventional technique in the family. No. Yao Chen answered decisively. Above the cloudless sky, a huge purple-winged bird flew through the air. This kind of magic beast is famous for its huge size and powerful flying and carrying capacity. They are close relatives of the thick-winged birds that the Jama Empire often uses as flying vehicles. However, compared to the thick-winged birds that are easy to tame and are not magical beasts, the purple-winged birds are more unruly and more ferocious, and few people can use them. But on the back of this purple-winged bird, there is a wooden house fixed, and there seems to be some kind of formation outside the wooden house, isolating the cold current from the high altitude to the outside. There is a cloud-shaped longsword logo on the wooden house, indicating that it belongs to the Yunlin sect. An old man in moon white clothes sat on a low couch, holding a teacup in his hand, and mist came out of the teacup. Opposite the old man, there was a handsome boy. He was also wearing a moon white robe, sitting half lying on a soft animal skin blanket without any image. Looking at the boy opposite, the old man showed a slight displeasure on his face. He didn't know why the old sect master suddenly accepted such a disciple, and asked him to wait for his dispatch. Elder Yan Leng, you seem to be a little confused. Yan Meng, the young man opposite, Yan Shan's new disciple, pinched the monocle on his right eye, with a faint smile on his lips. I really don't understand. If possible, I hope you can help me solve my doubts. Yan Leng's eyes were slightly condensed, and he said in a deep voice, in fact, Yan Shan and I are not really a master-disciple relationship. Well, it can be regarded as a cooperative relationship. Upon hearing this, Yan Leng's pupils shrank, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. You and the old sect master are in a cooperative relationship? I think so. Otherwise, do you think he would indulge me so much that he would even transfer you, the great elder of the Yunlan sect, to my subordinates to wait for orders? Yan Meng said slowly. Yan Leng nodded in agreement. He was a little strange before. Even if Yan Shan liked this new disciple, he should not assign himself, the great elder, the third most powerful person in the Yunlan sect, to the other side to wait for orders. If it is not a master-disciple relationship, but a cooperative relationship, then it makes sense. I am from Zhangzhou, from a certain family, and came to the northwest to gain experience. The agreement reached with Yanshan is that I will help him break through to Daozang, and he will provide certain support for my activities in the northwest continent, including but not limited to military force. The word Daozang deeply attracted Yan Leng, making him swallow unconsciously. Why are you telling me this? Haha. Yan Meng chuckled. How can you not give the horse grass to eat if you wanted to run? Although you are forced to follow Yanshan's order, there is a high probability that you will follow my instructions, but you will definitely not be too active. Yan Leng wanted to retort, saying that he was loyal to the Yunlan sect and had dedicated himself to the old sect master without any regrets, but was rudely interrupted by Yan Meng. Don't refute. I believe in interests more than loyalty. So let's talk about interests. You serve me for 1 year. After 1 year, I will give you a pill that is similar to the effect of Dowling Dan and can be used together with it. Elixirs that don't have repeated effects. What do you think? Yan Meng had a smile on his face. 1 year. The effect is similar to that of Dowling Dan without duplicating the effect. Yan Leng's Adam's apple rolled. For Dao Wang, who has almost exhausted his potential, there is basically no hope of further improvement. If it can be used 1 year in exchange for a Dowling pill is definitely a good deal. Is this true? Of course it's true.
My transaction with Yan Jin is similar to this. If you don't believe it, you can ask him yourself when you go back. So, what's your answer? Yan Meng said in a low voice. Yan Ling took a deep breath, nodded heavily and said, but it depends on your orders. Chapter 349 Mohist School. Yan Ling didn't have much doubt about Yan Meng's words, because some of what he said were very easy to verify. As a disciple of Yan Jin on the surface, there is no need for him to tell these lies, otherwise he will only destroy his own future. The most important point is that, as Yan Meng said, under Yan Jin's order, Yan Ling will cooperate with most of his actions, so there is no need to lie like this. So he only believed it, after thinking for a while, and called Yan Meng sir. A person who is qualified to cooperate with Yan Jin can bear such a title. The purple-winged bird slowly lowered its flight altitude, revealing the outline of the city below. It stopped on the ground, lying down, its wings hanging down to the ground at a gentle slope. Yan Meng followed the purple-winged bird's wings, and walked down the bird's back. Looking at the huge heavily guarded city in front of him. He gently stroked his monocle, raised his legs, and walked in. Yanqing is located in the eastern province of the Gamma Empire, connecting the hinterland and the east of the empire, and has extremely high strategic value. In addition to the heavy troops stationed here by the empire, the largest force in the area is the Mohist family. They rely on the Yunlin sect to suppress the other three local big families. Some of them are vaguely dominating Yanqing, and even extend their hands to surrounding cities. The huge purple-winged bird attracted the attention of people passing by. Many people looked at the huge magical beast and marveled. I'm afraid this purple-winged bird is already a second-level monster, right? Who is it that can actually tame such a vicious creature as a mount? Ah, you all blind? Can't you see the Yan Jin logo? Oh, it turns out to be Yunlin sect. No wonder. But I'm afraid they are not simple in the Yunlin sect. Yan Meng and Yan Ling were walking on the spacious street. After seeing the clothes they were wearing, passers-by consciously gave way. Yan Ling stroked his beard gently, with a satisfied smile on his face. It seems that boy Mo Cheng has managed this place well. Our Yunlin sect is very respected here. Respect? Are you sure that expression is respect? Fear is also a kind of respect. As long as they are afraid of our power, that's fine. Yan Ling seemed to enjoy the feeling of others looking at him with such eyes. Yan Meng had no intention of correcting others' mentality. He smiled softly, and after finding a random person to ask for directions, he walked towards the Mo family. What do you want to do with the Mo family? Yan Ling was a little confused. I'm very interested in their family's secret technique of merging with monsters and grafting monster limbs onto themselves. Yan Meng made no secret of his purpose. Yan Ling froze and showed a hint of helplessness. You are asking for their clan foundation, and they will never exchange it. Yan Meng's expression remained unchanged. Who said I wanted to exchange? Isn't there you, a strong fighting king, here? Why do you think I brought you here specially? Yan Ling was slightly surprised, but Mo Cheng is the outer deacon of our Yunlin sect. Well, that's why we should clean up the family. The Mo family deceives the superiors and deceives the subordinates, relying on the power of the Yunlin sect to suppress dissidents and ruin the reputation of the Yunlin sect. We must not be lenient. Yan Meng said firmly, and with awe-inspiring justice. Do you need evidence for this? It's unnecessary, then. The sect leaders sighed. Yan Ling also understood Yan Yan's temperament very well. He was a person who respected fairness and justice. If he wanted to do something, he had to have a famous teacher. Otherwise, if they destroyed a family for no reason, they would definitely be punished when they returned. Moreover, the Mo family is not alone in the Yunlin sect. They have many friends. Even Yan Ling, the great elder, has a hard time suppressing the voices of those who complain about him. I'll go tell you. Yan Meng waved his hand nonchalantly. With these words, Yan Ling felt relieved. Yan Meng had Yan Shan's support, so Yan would not say much. When he arrived at Mo's house, Yan Meng kicked away the guards who came to stop him. That arrogant look makes him look like a second-generation ancestor. This made Yan Ling, who still wanted to try to solve the problem through negotiation, stunned for a moment, and then showed a helpless smile. Who is it? How dare you come to the Mo family to cause trouble? Have you eaten the heart of a bear or the courage of a leopard?
Large group of disciples of the Mo family rushed out, but when they saw the Yunlin sect close on the two of them, their arrogance immediately restrained a lot. What do you two do for a living? I, the eldest elder of the Mo family, Mo Cheng, is also a deacon of the outer sect of the Yunlin sect. Is there any misunderstanding? Anyway, please calm down first, and wait for our clan leader and great elder to come over before discussing. Soon, Mo Cheng and Mo Lan came hand in hand. When Mo Cheng saw Yunling, his expression suddenly changed, and he saluted respectfully. Great elder, his address to Yunling caused the rest of the Mo family to fall into silence. The old man in front of him was actually the great elder of the Yunlan sect, except for Yan Jin, who has been in seclusion for a long time, and has no idea whether he is alive or dead. This is the number 2 figure in the Yunlan sect. Although his nominal status may not be as noble as that of the young sect master, in reality, the power he holds, and the power he can mobilize far exceeds that point. After the silence, they couldn't help but panic and fear. They didn't know how their family had provoked this person, and actually led him to knock on the door aggressively. Grand Elder, you are so honored to be here. I hope Mo Cheng will forgive me for not welcoming you. In addition, I wonder what the Grand Elder is doing. If any blind family disciple offends you, I will definitely deal with him and make him apologize. Mo Cheng was very humble. Yunling shook his head, raised his chin slightly, and pointed at Yunmeng. I'm just a follower. He is the master. If there is anything, you have to negotiate with him. He is the new disciple of the old master of Yunshan. I need to wait for his orders now. After hearing Yunling's words, Mo Cheng's face showed shock. The new disciple of the old master of Yunshan, Yun Meng, is deeply loved by the old master, so he specially transferred me to his subordinates to wait for his orders. If he has any requests later, it's better to agree. Yunling reminded. Thank you for telling me. Mo Cheng nodded seriously. Yun Meng did not interrupt the chat between Yunling and Mo Cheng. If possible, he did not want to use force. Seeing that they had almost finished talking, Yun Meng said calmly, I heard that the Mo family has a secret technique that can graft the limbs of monsters onto their own bodies. Mo Cheng's face twitched fiercely, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that he came here for the secret technique? This is the foundation of the Mo family's survival, and it cannot be lost. Mo Cheng's face suddenly became gloomy, staring at Yun Meng, and said with a fake smile, it's just a small technique, not worth mentioning. Could it be that the adults want to? Yun Meng chuckled and said, since it is a small technique that is not worth mentioning, why not take it out and show it to me? Chapter 350 Barbarians. Mo Cheng, the elder of the Mo family, is a very ambitious, but extremely self-centered person. He is not very good at distinguishing the situation. When he realized that Yun Meng had set his sights on the Mo family's secret method of grafting the limbs of magical beasts, he showed his murderous intention towards Yun Meng. My lord, this is the foundation of our Mo family's survival. Mo Cheng almost couldn't help but take action. Yun Meng said lightly without waiting for the other party to attack. Yunling, take action. Hold your breath. Yun Leng hesitated slightly, and his eyes became cold. His fighting spirit surged all over his body, and he slapped out with one palm, turning into a large khaki handprint, hitting the elder of the Mo family, Mo Cheng, and the head of the Mo family, Mo Lan. Mo Cheng and Mo Lan's faces changed drastically. Although they were angry in their hearts, they did not respond to Yunling too much. In addition, the huge gap in strength made Alighting spit blood and fainted. Grand Elder, Patriarch. The rest of the tribesmen wanted to step forward, but under Yunling's pressure and murderous gaze, they all retreated again, hesitating and not daring to move forward. Yun Meng dragged the two unconscious people into the house, and nodded to Yunling. You watch outside and protect me. I understand. Yunling nodded in agreement. Looking at the two unconscious people, Yun Meng's right hand suddenly cracked, and two translucent worms with 12 rings and star-like colors crawled out of the back of his hand. The worms slowly crawled into the brains of the two, merged into their bodies, and then merged into their souls. After parasitizing Yunshan, Amon's total mass share has been in a tense state, so after controlling them,
He gave up the relatively less important physical parasitism point, abandoning the bodies of these two spirit worms. Only the soul is left. It is equivalent to an extreme soul specialized spirit worm that completely abandons the body, and fighting spirit point only the soul can be so extremely specialized. Dao Qi needs to be attached to the body, and the body needs the soul to drive it. Only the soul can exist independently from the other two. Molan and Mo Cheng opened their eyes, and after a brief moment of confusion, they immediately regained clarity. Although they could not read their memories completely after parasitism, they could still know some shallow information. The three walked out of the house together. Yan Meng said to the other Mo family members who were confronting Yan Leng, after my persuasion, your elders and the head of the family have recognized their positions and decided to cooperate with me. Yan Leng showed a look of surprise on his face. He knew that Mo Cheng was stubborn, but he was persuaded in a short time. But he didn't feel too incredible. After all, he came from Zhangzhou. Maybe some benefits were promised. Combined with the previous coercion, Mo Cheng had to surrender later. Under the leadership of Mo Lan and Mo Cheng, Yan Meng successfully obtained the secret method of their family. Although the process was a bit rough and caused some noise, it could save time. Amon would not necessarily choose only some dark and secret means when doing things. After weighing the pros and cons, if using violence directly can achieve the goal faster and without too many side effects, he would not mind using force directly. This is also a kind of wisdom point. If you can obviously crush it without too many negative consequences, but you still carefully plan and spend several times more time to achieve the goal, that is a stupid move. In the dim secret room, the fluorescent stone embedded in the wall emits a cold light, and various knives and wooden boxes of different sizes are hung on the wall. The boxes are filled with various parts of various monsters, arms, legs, tails, hearts. It looks like a slaughterhouse. On the stone platform with dark red dried blood, a naked unconscious man is tied. His hands disappeared from the base of his arms, and the wound stopped bleeding, but it did not heal. It was very neat, obviously cut off by humans. On the other side of the stone platform, there was a wooden box containing a pair of iron arm ape's hands. Yan Meng guessed that Mo Cheng was preparing to replace his arms, but before he could finish, he and Yan Leng broke into the Mo family, so the secret method was only halfway done. He raised his hand and pinched the monocle on his right eye and chuckled, just right. Let's practice it. He took out the iron arm ape's arms from the wooden box and pressed them on the wound of the unconscious man, adding the liquid medicine that Mo Cheng had prepared and placed aside, and then used Dao Qi to stimulate it so that the liquid medicine could fully exert its effect. Although the iron wall ape was not big in size, it was a monster after all, and its arms were obviously thicker than the man's original arms. The sizes of the two cross sections did not match. However, under the effect of the secret method, tiny buds were pulled out from the broken part of the man's arm, and the iron wall ape's arm also shrank a circle. Dao Qi began to flow, constantly circulating between the man's body and the monster's arm. The man suddenly screamed, his eyes widened, his body twitched continuously, his body began to turn red, and a lot of blood flowed out from the surface of his skin. After a violent twitch, the man was silent. Yan Meng shrugged. No surprise, there was an accident. The secret method of the Mo family is called magic beast limb transformation method, which was passed down from their family for an unknown period of time. The effect is to replace human limbs with magical beast limbs, thereby obtaining a more powerful body with specific parts. However, this secret method has a high probability of failure, because the meridians of humans and monsters are different. If it is just transplanted and done with daily activities, there is basically no possibility of failure. But once the fighting energy in the body is activated, the meridians will still flow according to their original trajectory, which will have an impact on the transplanted monster limbs. Moreover, after the Dao Qi flows through the limbs of the monster, it will be contaminated with the characteristics of the monster, becoming more violent and untamable, and then flowing into the normal human body. It can easily cause damage to the human body. However, if you are lucky, your own fighting spirit will open up new channels for the flow of fighting spirit in the limbs of the monster. This requires both the recipient and the transplant to have a considerable understanding of the secret method. Yan Meng had just read through it, and he didn't understand many parts at all, so he just started to make subsequent connections. The probability of success was naturally not high. After a hands-on operation, Yan Meng had a better understanding of the secret method, and he whispered to himself, TSK, if the limbs are transplanted from a 7th level monster, the success rate should be much higher. That monster itself has the ability to transform, and its body is extremely malleable, so the problem of the flow of fighting energy can be more easily solved. However, it will be more difficult to tame the Dao Qi after it flows through, and it will require higher physical strength of the recipient of the transplant. In addition, there may still be spiritual residues of the higher level monsters in their limbs. After transplantation and activation, it may affect the spirit. He snapped his fingers, weakening the spirit insect's control over Molan. Molan, who had regained his self-consciousness, looked at Yan Meng with horror on his face. His consciousness had not been completely suppressed from beginning to end, and Yan Meng deliberately retained his perception of the outside world. You, who are you? Molan looked at Yan Meng in fear just now. He could see, hear, and feel everything around him, but he couldn't control his body, and could only be manipulated like a puppet. He felt, as if there was another self in his body. This is not important. What is important is that your life is in my hands, and your family is in my hands. Mo Cheng's slightly hoarse voice sounded. Molan looked at Yan Meng, and then at Mo Cheng, seeing the exact same expressions on their faces. Seeing them pinching the socket of their right eyes together, the expressions on their faces became even more frightened. Now, tell me about the origins of your Mo family. You are not from the Jia Empire, are you? Yan Meng said with half certainty. Molan took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, thought for a moment and then answered, it depends on what you think. The Mo family did migrate from other places hundreds of years ago. However, for the members of the Mo family who are still alive, it is not inappropriate to say that they are natives of the Jia Empire. You from the northern continent. There was a look of surprise on Molan's face, and he was a little surprised when the other party told him his story. Yes, we are indeed from the north. The Mo family has barbarian blood in its blood. Molan seemed to realize something, and couldn't help but ask, is this why you are eyeing the Mo family? The Dao Qi continent is vast and boundless. In addition to Zhongshan where heroes gather, there are other continents. Among them, various Warcraft families live in the south of central continent, while the northern continent is most famous for the barbarians who can merge with Warcraft. Amon's parasitism is actually a kind of fusion, so the barbarians naturally aroused his interest. Yes, I'm very interested in the rumored means for barbarians to fuse with Warcraft. However, my strength is still a bit weak now, and it is too risky to go to the northern continent, so I came to your Mo family first to have a look. Yan Meng answered without hesitation. Molan couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. The Mo family had benefited from the secret method, but it also attracted powerful enemies. Because of this method. Yan Meng continued, the secret method of your Mo family is a bit interesting, but it is only a bit interesting. It doesn't have much practical value. Originally, I wanted to wipe out the Mo family directly. Anyway, you have done a lot of outrageous things, and you have also deceived the superiors, and concealed many things. Under the banner of Yunlin sect, have you paid in full the money that should be paid? Exterminated. You, Yun can't say anything, but I have changed my mind now. I will give you a chance to tell me more information about the northern continent and the barbarians. If I'm satisfied, I will let you go. Of course, you and Mo Cheng don't want to regain their freedom. After all, this is my core ability and I can't let you leak it. A trace of relief appeared on Molan's face. Okay, I will tell you everything I know. I hope you can keep your promise. I, Amon, never lie to others. Yan Meng responded seriously. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.